A very good morning. Welcome to the start of the action on day 2 of the Ultimate Pool Series. A massively expanded series, 87 tables in play across the venue. We'll concentrate on this main match table though. We saw a lot of the action from the Pro Series yesterday. Today we turn our attention to the Women's Pro Series, which has been coming on at a pace in the background. Mark Shepherd and Lindsay Schultz with you for this one as we get underway with women's quarter-final between multiple world champion Amy Beecham and winner of our most recent pro event, Mary Talbot. Morning, Lindsay.
Good morning. Thank you very much for having me.
Pleasure to have you here. And we were just saying off air before it starts, what a tournament this has been. It's on a pretty crazy scale compared with anything English pool has seen before.
Yes, especially for the women's game, the pros, to have the pro arena here and the exposure, not only on the main table, but the string tables at the side, massive for the game in general, but for anyone especially who wants to get sponsors and more exposure, it's the right way forward.
It's also a great aspirational thing. 60 odd tables next door and we're calling Arena 2, which is where all the challenger events are taking place, and then this big pro room, all the players wandering around the venue that are playing in those other events. This is where they want to aspire to be, in these main arenas.
That was a nice break from Mary, very textbook, drew the cue ball straight back. Unfortunate not to get a ball, really.
Yeah, such a good cue, isn't she? Well, they both are. This is going to be a high quality match, you'd imagine. Felt like it was only a matter of time before Mary won a big tournament.
Yeah, Amy called it, didn't she, last year? She called it on commentary. I know that they'd had a couple of battles, and Amy said that she would bet that Mary was due to win one in a very short term, and Mary didn't disappoint. She played absolutely fantastic in the British Open, thoroughly deserved.
Big thing getting that first tournament win. She knew she was a good player and everybody else knew she was a good player, but somehow just winning that silverware confirmed it.
Yeah, I think it puts extra pressure on when a lot of people are saying you should be winning one, or you're due to win one, or it's only a matter of time. I think then it sort of becomes a point where you're almost doing it to prove people right, and it can sort of maybe distract you from doing it for yourself. But absolutely amazing she's done it now, and I'm sure now she'll absolutely fly with confidence.
So many potential winners in this field. There was a time not so long ago where people like Amy were fairly prohibitive favourites to lift the title each weekend, which is obviously a great situation for her, but now so many, such a strong women's pro field.
I think because of the players that they are, that's the way that they prefer it as well. They'd enjoy having the challenge and battling for those winning positions.
Yeah, I mean, if you lift one of these titles now, you really have fought through a tough field.
Yeah, and you'd feel like you've earned it.
32 women in the field for this Pro Series event. 2 events over the course of the weekend. This is Pro Series 1, 2 independent knockout draws. Somehow this first one always feels like it's slightly bigger because we'll play down to a final, which will be tonight. It's going to be a Saturday night crowd, obviously a great arena here and lots of people watching. It always feels like that's the one you want to be in. Good start, as you'd expect from Amy. She's always very attacking.
Yeah, she's taking her time with these. First frame is always important, as everyone says.
Yeah, that was one factor that was always in Amy's advantage, and the other players that were playing a lot out in the arena were playing with a match and shot clock. In this second arena we're not playing with those, so time is less of a factor, although both of these two expect to get on with it fairly quickly anyway. I think that's one of the hardest transitions previous events where we've had quarters or semis onwards under those timed conditions. Players that aren't so used to that, suddenly it's a whole new thing for them to think about.
Yeah, it's very intimidating. Easy enough to watch on the telly, but in that atmosphere, especially when you hear the beeps going, there's often this sort of battle between when to use your extension a lot of people use it at the beginning of the frame to plan their route. Some people are more cautious, thinking, well, if I use it now, I won't have it later in case I come up against a tactical decision. So, yeah.
Very good clearance completed from Amy Beecham, made it look straightforward. Had to play a couple of shots there. All the balls were open, but still had to navigate even that last shot to get on the 8 ball. She found pretty much the perfect line and just made it. So it will be Amy's break in the second frame. Just to confirm, this is a race to 7. That graphic was from the Men's Pro Series match, which was on last night. We'll just get that updated. But the Women's Pro Series, through the initial rounds being played to a race to 7. Might be slightly longer for the final tonight. Fairly long race, although at the standard players of this quality, it can all happen pretty quickly still. He's made a yellow ball off the break, but just pausing in her tracks for a moment. Obviously, a couple of balls she can go after, but not a super tempting opener. Not fancying the yellows, which were the more realistic start, so deciding just to play the safety, which is obviously leaving Mary the yellow top right, but concluding that's a risk she's happy to take. In great conditions this weekend, same as 87 tables in play, 87 identical tables as well, all Rasson Apollos, all with the same cloth on. Great to have those uniform playing conditions. Been times in the past where outside tables in tournaments were played differently from the arena one, but much less so now.
Yeah, I did speak to someone this morning. They did say that the tables around the side of the main table, they did play a little bit quicker than the ones that they played on earlier in the pro room. I haven't played on them myself, but
yeah, it does always seem to be the case with the arena tables. In days gone by, it was because there were a lot of lights around for the filming, but now modern lights don't actually give out much heat, so that shouldn't in itself be a factor. I guess sometimes they get ironed a bit more, and sometimes there are more people around, so maybe that just generates the warmth.
good pot. Unfortunate where that other yellow's ended up.
Yeah, had to really get started. There was no point being too cagey. Maybe you would have chosen the reds ideally, but there's not that much between them. The challenge is going to be the yellow directly to the left of the 8 ball. It's going to be the hardest one to land on. No problem with the balls at the top of the table, but it's not going to help her just to take the 3 loose ones if she's going to find some plan for unlocking the bottom. Great view there of Mary's cue action. Yeah, very nicely controlled. Very textbook cue action.
She has, hasn't she? That is one advantage snooker players have, or people that frequently visit a snooker table. I think when you play pool all the time, you can tend to get a little bit lazy maybe with the cue action. So I think that she has that basis, and Emma too as well, who's also a pro snooker player. It's really good, sort of, to have in their armoury.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, because it kind of is laziness. It's not necessarily in a bad way, but like there are enough shots at a pool table that are easy enough. You don't have to play a textbook stance.
I was listening to an interview. Oh dear. Listening to an interview with think it was Mary, recently, and she said, oh, when she first came over to the pool table, long pots didn't look like long pots. They looked fairly easy, but now she's been playing pool for a little bit longer. No, they seem like long pots again, so...
Yeah, I was going to say exactly that. That novelty wears off, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Even though she's missed the pot there, in a sense she's played quite a good shot, because if you look at where the cue ball had ended up, she'd landed nicely on the ball along the bottom rail. She would have had an angle to play over and bump into the red above the yellow. So that was her route for opening things up. So somewhat academic interest now, because she's going to sit and watch Amy for a moment. From the beginning, Amy was keener on having the reds, that's why she played the safety shot. The only one that looks like it's slightly obstructive is the one below the two yellows, which top left, which
she's on now.
Landed on now. It's usually a characteristic of top players that they get after the problem balls early on.
Yeah, definitely a key to the game, and I think what sets a lot of people apart from the rest of the field.
Yeah, sometimes a hard thing to persuade yourself to do, because you don't necessarily want to miss an early ball when you've got easier ones, but you've just got to do what in total makes the best clearance. That was a tough shot though. She was caught in two minds. She could just squeeze the angle for a double, or felt like she could just clip it in. It's never easy though from that angle.
Now Mary has a path on the yellow left of the black. It'll go, I'm assuming, bottom right.
Yeah, and that does make life easier, because it was never going to be a completely certain shot if she had to play a cannon to get onto it. Probably going to have to play for the one on the bottom rail next. It would be very hard. You need a very specific angle to be able to play down for short position on the ball to the left of the 8 ball bottom right. And if she does have that angle, she might try and play that gap, but if she's too straight, she'll have to come down the other side.
Looking at her body language, I'm assuming it's a bit straight. So she'll just draw it back. Ooh. Oh, that's unfortunate. It was a great effort.
Yeah, that was a great effort. That was a high tariff way of playing that, because you've got to catch that cannon completely full, otherwise you end up not straight enough on the next ball. Unfortunately, she's actually played it so well, she's quite straight, which now has become a problem because she's got another ball to disturb.
She's going to pull up here and bump the yellow off and leave the white by the red. Oh, she has gone.
Decided it was better to pull up now rather than pot one ball. Obviously better to have more balls on the table. You could have made a case there for disturbing the yellow that was tied up, because Mary will need that out. But the counterpoint to that is she wants to make life hard for Amy.
Yeah, but I think Amy's now in control. She's got free sight of two clear reds, and she can draw one of those reds down to cover the bag by the yellow, or even go behind the reds. I think I'd have probably played the yellow off and got it out and left the white, tie it down the bottom, but maybe that's why she's in there and I'm out here.
I do tend to agree with you though. I think you're generally better to get the difficult ball in play when you have the chance, because it's unlikely she gets, well, she has actually got a sighter of the difficult one, I suppose, but you don't often get a better chance. You can see at least some of the ball that's in the middle of the bottom rail. She can see it full ball. She might try and double it up to the top right. If not, she'll have to try and promote it and not leave a shot at the red that's next to it. That's not bad actually, because the 2 yellows now pot and the red is still quite tied up, so even though she's not very likely to be left a clear shot at it anytime soon, if she does get back to the table, that could be in a good position.
Can't tell from this angle. Does that red go past that yellow at the bottom into the left corner?
Yeah, it may well do. One thing you learn from this camera angle is that there tends to be slightly more space than you expect. Decision for Amy is to whether she goes for something attacking or just tries to hide the cue ball in a similar-ish spot to where she put it on the last visit. So she's coming around to consider that. It'd obviously be ideal if she can get the cue ball where she's pointing with a cue. It's not super easy from where she is. Well, actually, if she can see the ball over the middle, it's easier.
It's a good shot.
It's always the problem when you get at a numerical disadvantage with the balls. The opponent just has more options to mess you around like this. She's got a 1 cushion escape. I mean, may just choose to target the ball over the pocket. She'll have some chance of making it, and if she does, she may be on the other one to the opposite corner. This is where not having a shot clock is quite valuable. Shots like this where there are a few different options, you want to take a bit of time to weigh them up. So you can see through, actually you can see through pretty much full ball to that one on the cushion. So I think that overhead view confirmed that red probably didn't go anyway, but it definitely doesn't go now. The only problem with what Mary's doing, she's playing quite a good containing game, but the position isn't really getting much better.
No, it's not advancing her side.
She has done the right thing though, keeping both of her balls in play. What you never want to do is tie up one of your balls in this kind of safety exchange. Then even if your opponent does make a mistake, you're still not guaranteed to be out. At least if she was get back to the table from an unexpected mistake, the balls are there for her. You don't see Amy play a ton of frames like this because she's so good at the attacking. She is very shrewd in these positions. A few different options here. I was quite tempted to try and do something down the left-hand side of the table. It's not like covering that pocket is going to be hugely valuable. You'd need to play either red off yellow, or if you're going to cover it, you need the red away from the pocket, otherwise it just leaves too easy a loss of turn.
It's not a bad outcome.
Yeah, it's a bit of an uncertain outcome. I was playing the cue ball there, so I guess felt that she was always going to leave distance. Didn't quite know where the yellow was going to finish up. You can see both sides of the leftmost of the yellows, but obviously even if she was to slice that in, not going to be too many good outcomes for the next shot. Difficult decision when you're playing somebody as good as Amy. Do you go for half chances on the basis you're not going to get a better one, or just continue playing the containment?
No, I think with two of Amy's reds tied up top and bottom cushion, I'd still be tempted to hold the game at the moment. And you know, if you start going for outrageous cuts. Like you say, you don't know where you're going to leave it. Then you're probably going to have another outrageous shot. You could disturb one of them reds, and Amy can then go for it. So I'll be hard tempted just to keep it difficult for Amy at this point.
Yeah, that's certainly what her body language suggests. She looks like she's considering the safety options. She wants to keep the yellow in play, so she should definitely do that. She's just thinking about what's the least bad place to leave the cue ball.
I like that. That's a good shot.
Yeah, it is, and she's got the yellow pretty much back to where it was earlier, which is where she was happy with it the first time. The safety zone has changed a bit now, because Amy can't play as easily up the table and be sure of leaving the snooker, although in fact that time there was a path through to that red. That was a bit unlucky from Mary's point of view, because when the yellow was last there, it wasn't quite enough of a path, but it's obviously just the one on the left is clearly just a hair further off the cushion than it was before.
Yeah, I must admit, from this angle it looked like she'd covered it.
Wanted to slip past that. Well, so missed the pot anyway, but going wrong on both levels. She's going to be able to get perfect position. May just have to aim to get somewhere on the right hand side of the table and just leave the second yellow at distance. Well, still not tempted by the attacking option.
Just shows what respect they each have for each other, the time they're taking on the shots, and the fact that they're not going wild on their visits.
Yeah, this has been very measured. I mean, I don't disagree with that, because it wasn't an easy positional shot, but will Mary get a better chance?
There's your answer.
Yeah, I mean, that was the thing. It was very binary, really, with that double, because if it goes in, Amy's going to clear up, but if it doesn't, she was always going to leave the difficult yellow, so that was the chance Mary was waiting for. That's a good shot. That was more difficult than it looked to place it in like that. Well, all credit to Mary here. She's played a good containing game. There was a moment she wasn't in great shape in this frame. She's just hung on in there. And this is where she's going to get very dangerous. She's clearly always been a very good potter, coming from that snooker background. Seems to have added some real wingcraft to her game as well.
Yeah, obviously the big points of Paul is your patterns, which we all know, but then your match play, you know, when are you going for it, when are you not going for it, and Mary has become a very quick learner in that respect. Yeah, she's come on leaps and bounds. I mean, she was already a high standard anyway, but she's become really dangerous now in the pool world.
Yeah, and it's nice to watch somebody come over, and she's clearly enthusiastic about learning. The improvement from tournament to tournament is clear to see, even just from watching a bit of it.
And her confidence is growing, you know. She's obviously become an ambassador for the mental health side with Q Sport Hub. So, you know, because that's an extremely important part of the game as well. We all know how mental this side this game is. I always say it's 80% mental, 20% skill. You know, if you're not in the right headspace, it can really affect how you approach the matches. So, all credit to her.
Yeah, it's such an important aspect. All the top players, both men's and women's side, capable of clearing up the table repeatedly in one visit. But it's just being able to unlock that potential when you need it. Good first break. Let's see what Mara's second break of the match is like. Well, a well-hit break, but again, nothing finding the pocket.
Interesting, she switched to a cut break that time. She did the textbook front ball break, and she hit it perfectly, just unfortunate she didn't get one. So she's reverted now to a cut break, and still but unfortunate.
Yeah, you get different opinions on that, whether you should stick with a break for 2 or 3 times before you switch it out, which is
I'm a die-hard front ball breaker.
Okay, a lot of the top pros will agree with you on that.
Yeah.
Although we've seen more power cut breaks this weekend in the main pro series. It used to be that was seen as being, you know, either play a sort of more gentle cut break or the powerful front ball break.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen a few people trying to really smash it hard on the side, which is not as easy to do as it looks. It's very easy to have the keyboard flying around if you do that.
I just think, well, for me, when I cut break, you tend to get more clusters. But the only problem is the front ball break there's no guarantee on a pot, so you tend to leave nice splits, but then you generally don't get to see them because your opponent will take them out. Ooh.
Discussion going on between the players.
Not sure what that was about.
No, it didn't seem to be anything about the shot itself that would require discussion. Anyway, it's Mary at the table, open table still. Yeah, coming back to the cut break, that is definitely an issue. You end up with clusters and then it's frustrating you possible, but then you end up with a chance you didn't really want to have. Well, she's got the reds. It doesn't really matter whether or not she potted both of those. That obviously doesn't change the outcome. It's not turned out great on the positional side.
Surprised, I thought she'd have kept the white in the bottom half of the table and took the yellow into the middle next, but perhaps she was trying to get on that one by the cushion, I'm not too sure. Unfortunate where it's ended up.
Yeah, I don't know if she was trying to cannon that ball on the cushion or just overhit. Got into a bit of trouble here actually, because it's not going to be super easy to play a safety that doesn't leave a shot at something.
The red touching? I don't know why I'm tilting my head.
Yeah, I was doing the same. Instinctively, yeah, it matters in the sense that if she was to play into it, would something else have to hit a cushion? Looks like she's going to play off the side of it anyway, so it's not going to make any difference.
Try and get behind the yellow. Bit pacey.
Yeah, it was a tough shot that. She had to be really in tight behind that yellow to not leave anything. Now, Amy's left with a much more straightforward chance. The most difficult yellow to get on is going to be the one on the right hand side of the table. quite guarded to the middle, so probably just have to play long on it.
Yeah, it should be a good one to go up to the black on.
She's such a good potter, it's not like leaving it at medium distance is going to be an issue either.
Oh, when she's flowing, she's absolutely dangerous. Bit like Kirsty in that respect. Very natural players.
Yeah, there's some really good potters out there on the Women's Pro Series this year. Fairly straight on this, so she's not going to be able to get cue ball too far out. Just wants to leave the right angle.
And accept the distance.
Yeah, exactly. Wants an angle where she can just run through, not get caught up with those reds.
That's nice.
Yeah, we're just moving over to the other side of the arena, so she's not an aimless eye line for this shot. Yeah, she's a good potter, but nonetheless, this is a difficult shot when you're close to the rail. It's pretty much the length of the table.
Lovely.
Can't strike a ball much better than that.
She's got to do another good one. Easy enough black, but where the white is.
Yeah,
It's a good thing we're on these Raston tables. Slightly easier off the cushions.
Yeah, it's funny, when they first came out, you're thinking, does it make that much difference having that metal bar? You're so used to it. But then once you played on them, you're like, what on earth is this metal bar around the rest of the table?
Yeah.
As with every sport, the equipment evolves. I imagine other table manufacturers will look at whether they can mimic some elements of this design.
I do think they're very good tables. We've recently got one in our local club, and all the players that are playing on it say how exceptional it is and how it's so nice to play on, and they're just an absolute step off, especially if you're used to playing on pub tables. There's just no comparison. It's like luxury.
Yeah, and especially when you find them in clubs, because by definition they're brand new, so not only are they objectively better in some ways, but they're probably in better condition than the ones that were there before. It's one of the few things that's been quite good unity from all the players. Like normally any kind of rule change or anything, you get some people that like it and some that don't, but actually the table change has been universally pretty popular with the players. No cut breaking for Amy. She's straight back to the front ball break.
I don't think I've ever seen Amy cut break, and she's such a good front ball breaker. Why would she change it? I think she does have probably the best break in the women's game.
Yeah, very effortless power there. She's hit it hard, but didn't look like she was having to throw herself into it.
It's all about the timing. She times it so well.
One of those things that when you watch it, it looks so easy and you think,
Yeah.
you just do the same, but it's actually so hard getting that timing right.
I think that's it, when people sort of see it and they try and do it on the practice table. For a lot of people initially it's how hard you hit them, but it's not. It's striking it at the right point and in the right place.
Yeah, it's almost a matter of pride, isn't it? With some people, you're just trying to smash it hard. But
Yeah.
it's not easy to do that while maintaining the quality of the timing. Said about the quality of the strike, the quality of the layout isn't great because got a couple of clusters of balls. Two pairs of reds and yellows at the bottom of the table. No value there in going for the finish with the two clusters.
Don't blame her for that.
Good decision making from both players in this match. Both played the right shot.
That's what I mean, and that it's they both hugely respect each other, and they've had some obviously head-to-head battles last year in the Pro Series. I think they met a couple of times, so they both know what each other's capable of.
And that's where it must be helpful for the players coming into the Pro Series playing with guys like this, because the breaking and clearing, maybe you get less chances when you're playing good opponents, but just seeing the tactical shots they play and understanding what's the right shot to play at the right time.
That was a great effort. Once again, not left with much where it's landed.
Yeah, controlled that well from an angle that wasn't completely natural. There's annoying positions where there's so many clusters that you deal with one problem and still got three more. No thoughts, obviously, of going for a wild clearance here. She's just thinking about which ball she wants to improve as part of this safety shot. Don't know if she's got that quite right, because I think she may have left Amy this red that she's nearest to long to the corner.
Is that no, I was about to say, is the yellow covering the red for the middle, but I think maybe it is, because Amy's looking to get a ball to play into it, perhaps.
I suppose you could say that passage of play has suited Mary as well, because it has got the yellows on the left-hand side open. Generally, with international rules, you want to play safety shots where you're promoting a ball each time. She's pretty much done that. It's probably a bit higher on getting the tight cue ball, which is understandable.
But at the same time, they're not. Each of them aren't letting the other one get their arm going. They're keeping them quite tight, because we both know how dangerous they are when their arms are open, if you like. So.
Yeah, they're both showing a lot of respect. I mean, I think they both would play the right shot, whoever they were playing, but perhaps against a lesser ranked opponent, they might be a shade more aggressive than that. Well, not a great outcome, obviously. Still some problems for Amy, but much easier to address with ball in hand. Mary just needed to try and rest the cue ball in the jaws of the pocket there, and just got the line slightly wrong. Can obviously open up the balls around the left middle, ball in hand, can leave an angle on the loose one and play into the other one. I think that's just giving her some pause for thought, is that all the yellows will then be open at that point, so she's got to have a route for the rest of the clearance if she's doing that. Looking at her other difficult ball now. What does she do here? The balls weren't so, the reds weren't so open. She'd want to play a loss of turn. This ball she's playing now, she may have to try and play it as a combination of both of them, because it's going to be hard to leave it safe otherwise. Yeah, you can see. I mean, she was obviously there was a chance it would just stay, but she was hoping it would go in as well. Yeah, very measured performance by both of them. They're both playing very careful shots. Now, though, Amy's spotted the finish line. Still got a problem with the 8-ball. As good a posture as she is, this is not going to be a formality from here by any means. It's now not going to be that easy to pull back from because the yellows are quite nicely spread. So she can see that ball at the top of the triangle area, but I don't think she can quite see enough of it. She can just bend this a little bit. Yeah, could just get through. This now links up quite well. Just play the ball top right and screw down the right hand side for the one on the rail, and then leave an angle on the remaining ball to the bottom left corner to get position on the 8-ball. Pretty much perfect. Keyboard's naturally just going to be coming slightly away from the cushion.
That black going bottom left?
Yeah, it's tight, isn't it? She's had a few looks at it. First glance, it doesn't really look like
think she'll go into it?
Well, I think she's just about got enough angle. I mean, it's one of those, you never want to go into a ball if it pots, but it doesn't look like it's got a clear pocket in any direction. And it's played that well, and that's turned out nicely. Had to go in with a fair bit of pace there, because it was a real risk of getting stuck to it otherwise. She's taken those well. That was about the best possible outcome, really. You go into the 8-ball like that, there was a chance that the ball's spread out and you end up a long way away from the next shot, or you could knock either ball safe, but that landed really well.
And like you said, the fact that the yellows were open as well, extra pressure on Amy there. Knowing that if she missed, that was it, probably, game over.
You're going to be back in action this afternoon in the second latest pro event.
Yes, I am. Have the lovely Adrian today.
There's no easy draws here, you draw, is it?
No, there isn't. No.
Good format having the two knockout events over the weekend, because otherwise, I mean, sometimes you get double elimination events, but then it feels like if you lose your first match, it's kind of you're already on the back foot. At least with two completely separate events, it's a clean second chance. Yeah.
I mean, even the other challengers that came up to the pros this year, they're just such wonderful talent. They really are. And I'm really sort of excited to see how us new pros get on, if you like.
Yeah, it's always one of the most interesting bits of the storyline, how the people coming into it. I mean, it's so exciting. Like, obviously everyone wants to be out in these arenas and playing the best players in the world. You kind of know it's going to be a tough school, but then in a way that's part of the fun and gives something to aim at. Both players have momentarily stepped out of the arena for a comfort break. We'll come back with more commentary when they return. Well, we've got a break in the action. Let's just get ourselves over to the main arena table, which is just next door to the one we're watching. Well, we've got the first quarter-final from the Pro Series 1 event. Tom Cousins, 6-3 to the good against Ian Alley. Very dangerous player, Ian Alley. Plays a lot of big money matches. And those players that's not really phased by any occasion or by who he's playing. Tom Cousins has been on an absolute tear this weekend, as you'd expect. Only lost one of the first 17 frames he played. 8-1 and 8-0 in his first two matches. Well, a bit closer after that, and in his next one it was 8-5 against Kyle Cope, and that was the previous round. Now he's in action in this quarter-final. Players back in the arena in the match we were watching. Let's get underway in frame 5. There, Mary's back to the front ball break. Very controlled strike, isn't it? She's finding the middle of the ball, going a pretty straight line. Not as much power as some, but then you'd query why you'd need to hit it any harder if you're getting a split like that.
It's the best opportunity she's had off her break so far.
Yeah, and she'd like to start getting some off the break. Playing a player as good as Amy, you're not going to get too many free chances, so she needs to make it happen a bit herself. One of 4 quarter-finals in action around the room. All started at around about the same time. A few of the others a little bit further ahead. Danielle Randall 4-1 up on Casey Ranford Norrie. Marion Jude 5-2 to the good against Emma Parker. Kerry Griffiths and Kirsty Lee Davis tied at 3 apiece. Very hard to pick a winner out of any of those, isn't it? A list of 8 names, you could see anyone having a deep run from there. Well, looking annoyance at the middle pocket as that yellow comes back onto the table. Disappointing miss. It was a good layout after the break. Would have liked to have done a bit more with it.
Can't see these being too difficult for Amy. The only key would be get them right side of the black.
Yeah, this is a pretty nice position to be left. Bit of traffic in the middle of the table, so that's why she's just giving it a moment's thought.
I was going to say, to play that shot, you'd have backed your bridge, wouldn't you?
Yeah, it's obviously an easy enough pot, but it's still one you want to get right, because when the ball's right in the pocket like this, the range of outcomes on the position are quite wide. So it may have looked like that was quite a good ball to have there as a saver, but it was one you didn't really want to have to come back for, so it made sense to get it out of the way.
That's the other sort of thing that a lot of people starting often believe is leave the ones over the bag, and but actually when the balls are in the bag, they're quite difficult to get a control cue ball off, and sometimes they're just not in the right position to be going up and down, back and forth to them, so it's better actually just to pot them if it's the right time.
Yeah, it's like the stages of education of a pool player, isn't it? When people start out, they pot the easy ones over the bags, which is a mistake. They get slightly better and realise that they shouldn't do that and should leave them for when they need it. And later on you end up perhaps taking them earlier in the clearance because you're confident enough about the rest of it. So you're rightly saying at the beginning of the clearance the key is going to be getting position on the 8 ball, which she's going to need to do down the right hand side of the table. So happy to leave that ball below the right centre as her last ball.
Play this red into the middle and hold off the yellow.
Yeah, she's giving this some thought because it's kind of link up, but it's not super obvious. A couple of different ways she could go. No problem with leaving the ball to the middle of the table along to the left corner, but she's just looking at, you have to leave the right angle. Perhaps left, if anything, more angle than she needs. She just didn't want to end up straight on that. So now it's just about this shot. Screwing to the yellow to the right of where she is now. That will give good position as long as she gets a full ball cannon.
Nice.
Yeah, that's very well executed. Made that look easy, but actually if you don't get the very full cannon there, you end up completely off angle on the next shot.
Yeah, it was always better that she was short rather than went too far. She'd got the wrong angle on the red for the black.
Well, this has been
one.
Yeah, very good clearance in the end. Disappointing one for Mary because she was in first with that chance. Race to 7 obviously gives a bit of latitude here. It's still a fair way to go, but see Amy starting to build up momentum. You know how quickly the match can get away from you.
That's what I mean, you know, they're dangerous when their arms get going. It's like a steam train coming at you. Very difficult to stop.
Yeah, and Amy Orr just looks so relaxed. She's just been around at the top of the game for so long. Nothing really seems to faze her. She's got that very laid-back personality anyway. Not playing golden breaks this weekend, so unfortunately that's going to have to come back on the table.
She does these little baby feathers as well. It looks like she just kind of gets down and strikes it, but she just go back and forth a little bit. But it's that confidence that she's just going to strike it right.
Yeah, such a carefree style, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's almost more intimidating for the opponents because often you're out there trying very hard and she looks like she's just practicing. It's the same logic as Tom Cousins that we talk about so much, where he never looks remotely fazed by anything. So something about being good, I guess, makes it a bit easier to relax into the situation. She's a very deep thinker about the game, though. Although she looks very casual, you really have to talk to her or have her in commentary to realise just how good her understanding is of the way to go about a frame.
Oh yeah, extremely knowledgeable of the game. I do like listening to Amy on commentary, I must admit.
Yeah, she's one of the most insightful players that we have the pleasure of their company. Although she's playing well and has taken out some good clearances, she's still giving it plenty of thought. There's a few times she's resettled herself. There, she just knew that plant was important and didn't want to lose the cue ball down the table, so just making sure she's picked out the exact spot she wanted to leave it. This format's worked well for this new setup that we've got for 2025 for both the men and women's Pro Series. Played down to a quarter final on the first day of play, the Friday yesterday. And 8 players coming back for Saturday, playing all the way down to a winner tonight. For the players that do make that final, they'll be in play in 2 tournaments. They'll be starting the second Pro Series event before the final of the first one. Kind of a champagne problem to have, though, being in 2 tournaments.
Yeah, the luxuries.
This has been good from Amy. Punished the mistake from Mary in the last frame. Good chance to add a second one here. So, clearance completed. Amy Beecham 5-1 to the good. How have you been enjoying the transition from Challenger to Pro ranks?
Well, I've only played 1 match. I must admit, in the hotel this morning, I was speaking to some of the ladies Challenger players, and there is something about having guaranteed 4 matches that I do miss, but the whole point of this was to progress in the game, successfully or not. It was just to progress, so I take it as it's a learning curve, and just hope for the best. It's all experience, so yeah, I'm excited. I'm nervous but excited.
Such a great chance, and it's nice to see people who are happy and excited about it, because it feels like you worked so hard to get to this point.
Yeah,
I don't know whether it's a male bravado thing, but you get some of the players coming to the Pro Series, it's sort of all business and they don't look that excited about being there, and it almost feels like a waste because you put so much in to get to this point.
Oh yeah, no, when I was asked, I was absolutely bouncing off the walls. I was so excited. But obviously with it comes a lot of pressure, you know. I mean, there's no expectation from my level, obviously, but on yourself you do put a lot of pressure.
Yeah, that's the right mindset for sure, but not always the easiest one,
No.
as some people have discovered, to achieve.
Just feel like the momentum shifted in this match now.
Yeah, it felt at the beginning that Mary was in very good control.
It was very level, and but it's just shifted Amy's way a little bit.
Not that Mary's done a whole lot wrong.
No, but that's what I mean. It's you know, just not part of her breaks, and they've been nice breaks as well. She's not done anything technically wrong, you know, which is such a harsh thing about the breaks. You know, you could do everything technically right and still not get a ball. Oh, okay.
Well, for a moment she was about to apologise and then realised she didn't need to. Well, that had everything going on. Attempts the double, finds the treble, and was actually pretty unlucky with the cue ball, but was fairly fortunate with the first part of the shot.
So could this be the point where Mary turns it back round?
Yeah, race to 7, you feel like there's always time for a few swings in momentum. And as long as your opponent's 2 away from victory, you just feel a bit more relaxed.
Yeah, it's when they get one away that I think panic seems to set in. I do admire these players that can be 6-0 down and pull it back to 6-all, but they are few and far between when that happens, especially in such a big event.
Well, and especially because to get to 6-0 down, your opponent has presumably played well, so you've got to freeze them out in addition to also finding the frames yourself. There's the one advantage in being a long way behind in a match, is that in the short term the pressure goes because you're not expecting much.
Yeah, you sort of switch that, as bad as it sounds, that loser's mentality, don't you? And your arm opens up and you think, well, I've got nothing to lose, so I'll just go for it. And I think that's why with the shot clock in the main arena, when it gets to the 15 seconds, you know, it just frees people's minds because they're not overthinking then on the shots, and they just play their natural game.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, and you hear some people say that it almost takes the pressure off because you can basically miss anything at 15 seconds and it's you almost got a ready-made explanation. It was just the shot clock, so you're not, your mind is very clear, as you say, because there's just no time to be thinking through what happens next. It's all about the present. The present is looking a bit more promising here for Mary. In nice shape in this clearance. nicely judged. Aim to dig into that enough to get high of the next yellow. Just the simple stuff to do. The ball can be played in the left centre, so won't have anything to do positionally. But this is what she needed, just steady the ship after a couple of frames going the wrong way. The right clearance at the right time, that's what she needed to do, just get back into the match. 5-2 still not great, but you feel like you're in it. 3 frames can turn around pretty quickly. The other matches around the room nearing conclusions as well. Similar score lines. Danielle Randall 5-2 up and Casey Ranford Norrie now. Marion Jude 1 away from victory, 6-2 against Emma Parker. And the closest to the games currently in play, Kerry Griffiths and Kirsty Lee Davis tied at 4 apiece. The winner of this match will play the winner of the Danielle Randall Casey Ranford Norrie match. That's not on until 5 o'clock tonight, so players have got a bit of a break in this event after this match.
In the meantime, they'll start event 2, which I think is about 2:30, so they'll have a match in between.
Amy's pretty used to that. She plays a lot of pool over the course of most of these weekends by virtue of running deep in most of the events she plays in. She makes it a very different weekend. You realise from the perspective of the newer players when you're coming in, if you lose an early round match, it's nice in the sense you've got a free weekend and you can watch a bit more, but you obviously play a whole lot less pool. That's why that group format that's been in use in the Challenger events has been so popular, particularly for players who have got lower expectations in terms of progressing through. It's just nice that if you're coming for the experience, you want to get a proper experience and get a few games in. Also a few flyers going on. So many different events in play this weekend.
Yes, all the youngsters in the next gen were up this morning.
Yeah, that's one of the most exciting tournaments we've got going on.
Yeah, absolutely.
So many good young players. And a great chance. It's the case that junior tournaments are held in smaller venues and a bit of an adjunct to the main ones, but now chance for some of the young guns to take centre stage.
And rightly so as well. They're just absolutely some fantastic talent out there. We were in Hemsby, beginning of March I think it was, and they had youth county finals, and the skills of these players I saw around the room was unbelievable.
They're so fearless, the younger players
They
as well.
really are, yeah, and it's very intimidating even to watch.
It's just impossible to replicate because it's just, you get older, you just have more experience in life, you just can't put everything out of your mind in the same way.
Naturally become nervous Nellies, don't we? Yeah, I think it's the same as well. And you know, some of the women that are coming through, a lot more younger players. You know, because we've had a lot of the same names around for a lot of years. People that we all know, we're all familiar with. In the last few tours I've been going to, there's lots of new faces, lots of youngsters coming through, and again they're absolutely fearless. And it's so good that there's this interest again in pool. Feels like there was a lull for a little short while, and it's back again. And I do think Ultimate is a huge part of that.
Yeah, I mean, it's really taking the game forward. I think these rules have been, I mean, in a way, people have talked more about the format and the venues, but actually the rules have been a major step forward in the game. I think it's improved the standard. I mean, you watch pool played at local league level now. People that had sort of made their trademark playing very defensive games have been forced to be more attacking, and it's turned out a lot of them are actually quite good at it.
Yep.
Everyone's enjoying the games more.
Yeah, I wasn't overly keen on the world rules, and then there was elements of black ball rules that I liked, and then international rules came along, and it was this wonderful hybrid. And yeah, if I could just play them going forward, then that's all I'd like to play. I don't really like playing other rule sets, if I'm honest.
Yeah, a lot of people are of that view now. Well, to hold that, she has to really dig into that ball to make that cannon. It's not come out quite perfectly, but she's still going at least.
Oh, she held that nice.
Yeah, she had to play some kind of cannon there, and she just didn't want to catch too much of that ball. If she'd have slipped past the red, she'd have been in a mess, but it's just that little touch has just promoted it enough. Still quite thin, but she should be able to dig into this enough. Very nicely judged.
That's the other thing, you know, when you watch these players, they know that coming back across, you know, the table maybe twice is the better option, whereas some people starting a game, they try to hold it off the one side, and it's very difficult. It's having that confidence as well to know how to strike it to get it that result that you want.
Yeah, that particular shot where you play twice across the table, you've got to get it on the right line, otherwise
Yeah.
if you're not coming across straight, you end up miles from where you're expecting to be. So 6-2 now in this race to 7. Really bleak equation for Mary. She's got to win all 5 of the remaining frames.
So this is the third quarter-final now on the hill. Kerry and Kirsty still locked at 4 each.
Yeah, that looks like it might take a while to resolve. And no surprise, I mean, any of them could have gone either way, so it could easily have been close matching. Experimented with a few different breaks over the course of this match. Back to the cut break this time. Well, kind of like you said, sometimes with a cut break you get a ball but you end up with a slightly more clustered layout. Typically you end up with less balls getting all the way to the other end of the table, so a bit more traffic down this end.
Yeah, I think for me I'd much rather do the front ball, even if they're open and I don't pot. It's asking the question of my opponent, and if they clear up, fine. There's not a lot you can do about it, and if not, then it's then on yourself. I much prefer that, but different horses, of course, isn't it?
Kind of the situation we were talking about a couple of frames ago, where some of the pressure's off here for Mary. She knows it's going to be a long way back. Just really needs to take it one frame at a time, see what she can do here. It's not a match where she needs to leave with any embarrassment or reproaching herself for how it's gone, but it's just been only really 1 or 2 balls difference, and the aim is to have more chances at the table. The fact that it's not a timed match means that she's not forced to go for the attacking option. If she wants to play a safety, she can.
Yeah, I'm surprised she's not rolling up behind that red.
As in play the right hand of those 2 yellows. Just promote it. Oh, that's unlucky.
Yeah, really unfortunate kicked in there.
I'm not sure there were necessarily loads of great outcomes in terms of where the yellow is going to end up, but it's unlucky to lose the white.
Yeah. Just think that the tariff was quite high with that clearance, and especially where the reds were.
does feel like if that had been a deciding frame, she wouldn't have been doing that. It's one of those ones where you're 6-2 behind and it maybe feels a bit negative at that point to be playing a safe.
Cousins is up.
Yeah, that applause you hear in the background is for Ian Alley, who's just completed an 8-7 victory over Tom Cousins. When we cut over to that match, when we had a break in this one, it was 6-3 to Tom. So it's obviously been a big comeback from Ian to get himself back into that.
Yeah, there was a big cheer from Ian up there at the end. So.
Well, he's a big occasion player, and that's a big occasion he's come up with there. Tom had looked every bit as good as he so often does in the Pro Series, saying how few frames he'd lost in his early matches. He's come across a man in form. Certainly opened up the Pro Series draw now. Difficult ball is obviously the one in the bottom left quadrant of the table, which is somewhat guarded by the two yellows.
Well, that was unexpected.
Yeah, it was. I don't know whether it was just an easy one she took her eye off. Probably focused a bit more on why she wanted the cue ball, just trying to make sure she had the right angle, thinking forward a couple of shots. It's not a terrible miss as it happens, because not a whole lot for Mary to go after. She's yellow to pot it.
Yeah. Oh.
How close was
Not
that?
dropped.
No, not the worst place to leave it. This frame's still in the balance, because if Amy can't manufacture something here, Mary's going to have a decent chance if she comes back to the table.
We've got our first semi-finalist, quarter-final match 3, Marianne Jude, has beaten Emma Parker at 7-3.
Two good players in action there. Marianne, obviously a world champion, always one of the favourites for these events. That's a good shot.
That struck confidence.
Look at the positional shot she's played. Pretty small gap to land nicely on the road she's about to play. Yeah, very good. Couldn't avoid the yellow altogether, but she took a nice flick off it. So, double to top left as we currently look at it. So, one final chance for Mary Talbot to stay in this match. There's plenty of thought. You could play a safety, but it sort of feels like you're probably better just to go for it, given the position of that row. Well, she'll be slightly relieved, obviously disappointed to have missed that ball, but why she flirted with that red, it could have bumped it towards a pocket in an easier way than this. Defensive options for Amy, she's just going to try and find some kind of shot.
Yeah. I wouldn't even say the red's the issue, it's position on the black.
Oh, what a shot that is.
Forget what I said. Undo.
That's an incredible part.
What was I talking about?
What a last shot
Oh,
that
my
was.
days.
Well, Mary can do little other than offer a hand there. That was
Yeah.
a phenomenal way to end the match. Quality performance in the end
Yes.
from Amy Beecham. Mary Talbot played some good stuff, but came up short against a player in good form who's done this to so many opponents over the years. Amy Beecham goes forward to this afternoon's semi-final. That will be coming up around 5 o'clock. Don't yet know the identity of her opponent. Danielle Randall 6-3 up on Casey Ranford-Norrie, so looking like the likely winner, but not yet guaranteed. As you say, Marion Jude through against Emma Parker, and Casey Lee Davis 6-4 to the good against Kerry Griffiths. Thanks for your company in this one. We will be back with more very shortly.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the action from Wigan. Here we are watching the semi-final of Event 1. This new event is Challenger Tier 3. And we've got a great semi-final lined up for you. This is Gavin Simpson-Allen versus Adam Jenkins. Adam Jenkins has won the lag. He's the gentleman racking the balls at the moment. Getting ready to set us off. I think there'll be probably a few nerves jangling out there. I'm joined on comms by Alex Bailey. Afternoon, Alex. How are you?
Afternoon, yeah, I'm good. Thanks, you, Nick. Yourself?
Yeah, very good. Thanks. Yeah, and looking forward to an afternoon packed with action from the Challenger Series. We're going to be bringing you live action from Tier 3, Tier 2 and Tier 1, all the semi-finals and the finals, packed with action, and it should be great. This is a race to 7. And I think this is probably the first time that these players have been in this environment. I spoke to Gavin just before and he said, any chance of moving us back into the other room? It's an intimidating environment coming into the pro room and playing on camera. You know, you've been there yourself.
Yes, definitely, yeah.
It's got a different vibe to it, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. Yeah, the feeling out there on the tables inside that pro room with the big arenas around the area, like the main arena table, etc., and almost playing in the same vicinity of the pros, you do just feel it feels a little bit more special, should we say, just other than just playing the challenger room. Almost, you feel like, you know, a bit more important, I suppose, is an easy way of saying it. So yeah, it's definitely a different environment, and some people thrive off it. You know, personally, I like to play out there in those sort of arenas because I just feel like it's more at home for me, so to speak, and my better performances have always come in that type of environment. But yeah, it can be a bit daunting, so it'd be interesting to see how these boys handle that sort of pressure.
So Gavin at the table. He hails from Stroud, Gloucester area, and his opponent Adam Jenkins is from Cumbria. So poles apart, a few hundred miles between them.
Indeed, yeah. I don't know too much about them, I'll be honest. I've not heard the names much, but like you say, the new tiering system has probably brought a lot of people out the woodwork. Maybe the names that we haven't heard of, if you like, and then probably going to soon be people that we do hear of, you know, as they move up the ranks potentially.
I think it's fantastic. I was walking around, gave Mark Quirk, the chairman of Ultimate Pool, a bit of a guided tour of the Challenger room earlier, and as we went around, I said to him, "There's so many people in here. You know, I know pool players quite well. You know, I know a lot of them. But there's so many people in there I've never seen before, and it's just great to have this new crowd, this new era."
Yeah,
and as you say, you know, we're going to get to know these players as they go through the season, and it's going to be really interesting to watch. And what a level! I mean, what a start there from Gavin.
Straight away, yeah. Even the lower tiers, quite capable there of taking out a pretty tricky finish. Navigated those well and managed to get the first frame on the board. So he'll be feeling comfortable after that, and it'll certainly settle the nerves if there were any.
Yeah, definitely had a few nerves jangling. I saw a little tremor in the hand as he was setting up balls. But as you say, that one, there's no better way to settle the nerves than a breaking clear on the first frame.
Definitely, yeah. That's the sort of start where you'd like to get in any match, really. Like you say, he settles you down straight away. A bit ropey with a couple of the shots there, a bit loose positional. But if you get the finish, that's what they always say, and certainly happy to get that first frame on the board there.
So Adam Jenkins, get to see him for the first time. Gets his campaign underway in this important semi-final.
Interesting to say though, Nick, with the tiering system, I've been watching a lot of the pool while I've been up here as well, not when I wasn't playing, and it sounds weird, but there hasn't been a huge amount of difference between the tiers. So you think some people may have gone a little bit unnoticed on the radar, so to speak, but I guess the little bits that separate the pros and the tier 1s and the tier 2s is that extra kind of element they have, maybe to be able to handle that pressure when it comes into the later stages of events, and maybe more consistent, shall we say.
Do you know, I've had an absolute nightmare. Got the players the wrong way round. And that's just because it's still early for me, so I do apologise to both of the players. This is in fact Gavin Simpson-Allen at the table.
You had drinking last night?
No, I didn't. I've not had a drink in about 3 days, mate. Not a single one. Yeah, I guarantee the players will be watching this back later on today and thinking, what is he talking about? I am so sorry. I've literally just been out in the arena talking to them, introduced myself to them, made sure I got their names right, and come in here and got it the wrong way round. How
Even
bad
the
is
pros
that?
make mistakes. Just goes to show everyone's human.
Yeah. Well, do you know what it is? They're sat on the wrong side of the room. That's what did.
That's the confusion.
Yeah, because and when I say that, I mean normally we try and put the players in line with their names.
Yeah,
in that configuration.
Same as at the main arena table.
They're sat the other way round.
It's their fault then. Should we blame them?
So sorry, lads. Ignore everything I just said.
We got there in the end.
Yeah.
That's all that matters.
Yeah, fantastic start from Adam Jenkins. Now we see Gavin.
It should be a relatively simple finish. He should be able to get his first frame on the board now. Just navigate there from the top there to this ball in the middle of the table. Come down for the middle bag. Absolutely perfect, that. Now come down for this one on the left hand pocket. Drop the one in the centre. One on the right and then the black in the same opposite corner pocket. Nothing too difficult. Yeah, very good start. I think that's break dish if he gets these ones.
Yeah, let's remind ourselves here. This is tier 3 challenger. I mean, we've seen way worse standards at the start of some of the pro matches this weekend. This is fantastic.
I think that just comes down, like I said, you know, some people just thrive in a certain occasion, and maybe that's what these boys can do in this situation. As it gets a bit later into the match, maybe if it gets to a close level in terms of the scoreline, maybe we'll start creeping a few hours in there. Who knows? But maybe not. You know, they're looking pretty solid so far, and I don't think the tiering. You know, it's a bit more derogatory to a certain extent, because tier 3 you don't honestly think it's a poor standard, but you know, at the moment these boys are proving that's not the case.
They're very good county players, aren't they? They're all very, very capable.
Indeed.
What a start.
Yeah, some cracking standard there. Brilliant. 2 excellent finishes. I think that one looked a bit more composed for Gavin than Adams personally. He seemed to picked his pattern a lot better.
Yeah.
He seemed to navigate those with ease. Whereas I think Adams was a little bit, like I said, a bit edgy. A couple of errors on the positional shot. Still got the finish, which is the most important thing. But it just seemed a lot more smooth and a lot more fluent taking that finish out.
So great to have everyone watching us on this free stream, of course, on YouTube. Don't forget, we're also streaming on the Ultimate Pool app this weekend. If you weren't watching it, you've missed out on a fantastic match, a hill game between Tom Cousins and Ian Alley. Ian Alley within the deciding frame. Thrilling game, almost a buzzer beater. He didn't have long left. I couldn't see the clock, but there was certainly less than 20 seconds left when he potted the winning ball.
Yeah, 2 or 3 seconds left.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, that was all it was with that finish. And in particularly, I think they should pull up one of the highlight reels. Would be that long red that he absolutely nailed down the right hand side of the table, put himself under pressure, played a short-term positional shot, and backed his pot in to be able to drill the long red in to pretty much set himself up for the win. And it deserves everything, especially against a player like Tom, to take that finish out. But that was an excellent match. Ian managed to come back from a significant deficit as well, so I think he was 6-3 down at one point, managed to bring it back to 6 each. I watched the whole match actually in the main arena, and it was a spectacle to watch. So definitely one for the fans there, if anybody was watching.
Adam back at the table, and so Adam's routes through so far, there was 128 players. In the last 128, he beat TC Trevor Clark, Trevor Welshman, but he hails from around the Taunton area. Very, very good player, so that's a great win. He beat him 6-3, and then beat another West Countryman. He had it in for the West Country. He beat Nick Chalk in the last 64. And beat Rhys McLaughlin 6-4 in the last 32. Another close game, Hill against Steve Smith. Beat him 6-5 On to the quarter-final, convincing win 6-1 over Tony Dunnell, which brought him to this point. So he's had a tough few games there, a couple of hill games, really close matches, and he's come through them.
Yeah, it certainly shows getting to that hill stand, well, that hill level, shall we say, certainly shows that he's probably able to deal with the pressure if it does go all the way. Interesting action. Madam, he's one of these players that kind of sits off the cue a lot more, which is not the conventional way of, obviously you normally get your chin directly on the cue as you play the stroke, but he kind of sits off it a bit higher up, so he's more comfortable doing that.
I've only seen these last couple of balls because getting on the eight's a little bit tricky, isn't it? It's guarded from the red above, so you don't really want to be playing it from below. Ideally, he's just looking now to see if he can find a potting angle from over that left-hand side of the table. I guess he thinks he can, which is going to help.
Yeah, I think his pattern is a little bit wrong, to be a little bit hypercritical, shall we say, but that's not a bad shot. If he's got the angle, just to run through past the red, he should be able to take the black into the opposite corner pocket. But if he's straight, he's going to end up probably with a thin cut. So he's just looking there. If he can run through to the middle bag area, he should leave himself on the 8. But his pattern, if he was the other way around, he could have got rid of that ball sooner at the bottom part of the table, and he'd have had an easier route to the black with the finish. Let's see what he's doing here. Yeah, he's played that ball. Very good shot. Yeah, the perfect angle there, just to stumble through, and it's half ball part of the black. It shouldn't be too much of a troublesome for him. There we go.
Wow,
dispatches that frame, and I'm very impressed, Nick, at the moment, I must say.
Me too.
Some of this is tier 1 stuff, if not higher, to be honest with you. They're very, very confident finishes. No mistakes yet, I would say.
He looked more settled there. The cue ball was a little bit more under control than it was in the first frame.
Yeah, definitely. So I think getting that first frame on the board probably gave him the confidence, like we said, and then that was a more composed finish. Wasn't, again, perfect, again being hypercritical, but it was more than good enough, and sees himself take a lead there 2-1.
So now we see Gavin whacking the balls, and we look at Gavin's route through. In the last one, 28, he beat Eddie Bugord, 6 frames to 2. And then the last 64 beat Kevin Kell, 6-4. And the last 32, it was Finlay O'Shaughnessy, 6 frames to 4. A whitewash in the last 16 against David Wayne, 6-0. Quarter-final, he beat Riley Patterson, 6 frames to 4.
David Wayne's from my neck of the woods. He's from the Birmingham sort of area, the Midlands area. I played him myself actually in the British Open. He was in my group. Very confident player, so to get a whitewash over him is, that's a very good result.
And the first one to blink in this rally, and gets a dry break.
This is a tricky pattern, so this will certainly kind of show us a bit more where they're at, I think, if he's going for these and trying to navigate his route here. He's elected to take reds, and those two on the right and the left-hand side of the table, as we look at it, they're quite tricky. Unless that red goes off the rail inside of the yellow and clears the path for the other red. So,
and this would have been the perfect ball to break them out, but the yellow's in the path, so he can't get across there from the ball to the bottom right.
Interesting to see which way he goes here. I think with the positions of the yellows on reds, I'm not sure I'd be looking to go here. I'd probably try and take control of the table and hold back a little bit, because it's one of those finishes that if you go for and you don't get, you're pretty much opening. Yeah, see, there we go. That's kind of, I think that was one shot too far. I think he'd have been better off holding back there.
Yeah.
Point proven, I think, into a certain respect. But it's not the end of the world. It's not left an easy finish on yellows, but they are definitely more.
The problem with that shot, he knows he's carrying into the yellow. He's relying on a lot of luck.
Yes, yeah.
And needs a lot of components of that shot to go his way. and it probably wasn't the percentage shot.
Definitely right. Yeah, it was too risky, and like you say, there was far too many things that he needed to go right in order to get the result there. So yeah, I think if he'd have held off a little bit, he could have played something, taken a bit more control in the frame, and given his opponent a little bit something more to think about. Whereas now he's kind of got ball in hand, he can almost put himself into a position now where he either takes control of the frame or could even get these, see these going out.
I think that's a really good lesson for club players, actually, is to look at those situations. I used to play a lot of poker, and when you think of it in those terms, you're rarely a 100% favourite. There's your opponent's always got a percentage, and it's finding those situations where you're getting your chips in as an 80% favourite. Yes, you're going to lose 1 in 5 times, but you're loading the odds up in your favour. And it's very similar in pool. You look at a situation and say, yeah, I'm only 20% to get this, but if I don't go for it, my opponent's going to win the frame anyway. Then you take that chance. But if you can play a shot, just to say, look, I'll play this shot, it gets me back into the game, it brings me back to the table, and then it maybe makes me 55% favourite, but I've still got the odds in my favour.
Exactly, yeah. It's a great analogy to use, really, with poker, because it is very much just like that. A lot of people think pool tends to be about the potting. It's first person who's got the best potting ability, who's got the best patterns, which, yes, again, it's probably 75-80% of the game, no doubt about it. You can't win matches without potting balls, but having the head, having the tactical ability and realising maybe when to hold back or to play that safety shot or to play that controlled safety shot, or depending on the situation with the balls, but certainly having that knowledge and that foresight to be able to think, okay, would I get these? I'm probably going to get these 2 in 10, but if I play this shot, I'm coming back to the table and I'm going to be reducing, increasing my percentages. So yeah, it's definitely a good analogy to use, Nick, with that.
Well, I mean, you look at the previous shot that Gavin played. I mean, if he makes the yellow up at the table, I mean, they're all there. The 8 ball's a bit tricky, but he's got a free go at the table. Whereas he knows if he misses it, the reds are still in trouble anyway. And after that last shot, I mean, you don't want to be reds.
No. Yeah,
even if he landed with an open shot on something, you still don't want to be reds.
No, not at all.
Horrible.
But like you say, it was his bad ball on the rail. I don't think it went anywhere. He just elected to take it straight away. Like you say, if it went, he pretty much should see himself run them out. It didn't go, but even though he still put himself into a good position. Now, this is what I would call, what we all call chasing. Yeah.
Digging a hole.
Yeah, digging a hole, a very big one. It will take something special now to pull himself out of trouble here.
It's one of those situations where he's potting balls. What's the plan?
Has he got?
Maybe he's got one. I mean, maybe there's some kind of loss of turn. I mean, I don't see it, but.
No, I mean, loss of turn really is not going to give you any particular sort of advantage, because he's got the ball at the top of the table. So if he does play a loss of turn, all Gavin's going to do next is look to play the loss of turn back and snoop him on the.
He's going to make us look stupid here and play the combo and make the clearance. Play the combo, get a double, highlight reel.
Well, he should be promoted straight away to Pro Series if he gets these. This will be something special. Yeah, I don't think he played the run through to knock the yellow in and try and leave himself on. I'm not sure what that was there, but it's certainly good giving hand the table back over to Gavin, and he's in control now, being back at the table. Should take these out. I mean, this is it's a finish that's on. That ball there on the left hand side, just above the white as we look at it, that's pretty much your last ball, and then the black goes in the middle, it looks like. So I think you should be looking to take these out.
I think the other thing that's probably worth bearing in mind as well is, these players are new to the Challenger Series. You wonder how much experience they've also had with the rules. I mean, I don't know them, they might have had loads, but if they're fairly new to the rules as well, then they're still learning about the tactical side of things. That's a massive part of this game as well.
Yeah, definitely. It depends on the neck of the woods they're from, I suppose, like with local rules, like you've mentioned, and also, obviously, previous to that, world rules and many different types, black ball, etc. And the tactics kind of pattern, if you like, and the way you play the game changes depending on the rule set. So, yeah, it'd be interesting to see if they do know kind of what knowledge or understanding they've got of these international 8-ball rules.
Yeah. I mean, it's all it's all good. The first 3 frames were breaking clears. Doesn't matter what rule set you're playing, you do that in any rule. But when it comes to these more tactical exchanges, and maybe you look at that first, at the start of this frame when you said there's no point in going for these, just put in a blocker or try and get some advantage on the table, and that just maybe a little bit of a lack of understanding of how the rules play out.
I think so. I think it's proven the point really a little bit with. I think looking at this first frame we've seen, that hasn't really been, like I said, a break clear opportunity. I think Gavin's definitely got the little bit of the upper hand when it comes down to that little bit more knowledge, I think, on the tactical front. Maybe that is down to the rule set or just from his own kind of brain power, if you like, when playing in those situations.
This is nice control. Random Acuity says that he used to play County A with Gavin in Cumbria, and it was World Rules that they used to play. And Patrick's Gaming Channel has asked, where can I watch the next gen? We will have some action from the next gen on this table, actually. I think, I'm not sure exactly what the schedule is, but I think we will be showing the latter stages. I just did a bit of a walk around the Challenger room. The boss man, Mark Quirk, is up this weekend, the chairman of Ultimate Pool, and we went over and watched some of the next gen players. How fantastic is that? Those youngsters are just incredible. Jimmy Croxton came over and some of the youngsters were asking for photos for them. Opportunity for those youngsters to rub shoulders with some of the great players of the game. I mean, I remember when I started out my journey in doing this, and I remember one of the first events I did, I was stood in an arena getting my photo taken, and I think it might have been the start of the Supreme Series, and I'm stood, I've got Phil Harrison and Mick Hill's in there, and I'm thinking, for a tennis fan, I mean, I'm a big fan of the game, but for a tennis fan, it would be like, getting to know and I've got a lot of friendships out of this, but getting to know and be friends with Djokovic and Federer and all, the top names, it's fantastic, and the youngsters will be exactly the same, seeing their heroes almost, like these guys that they see on TV, getting their photo taken with them and having a chat to them. It's just such a brilliant opportunity. Yeah,
definitely. I was one of them myself. I'm a bit older now, but I'm very much the same as you. I'm a big snooker fan, and when I used to go to Maplin Telford Centre to watch the snooker and things like that, and you've seen almost like your idols, people that you watch on TV, and you see these players on a Monday night, on different nights, on weekends, and you aspire to be those players. So having the opportunity to go and watch them live, or to actually as you mentioned there with Jimmy Croxton, to meet and greet them, it's exceptional. And every single player as well, which you've got to, it's hats off to them. They're taking all that in their stride, and they're giving the next gen players the opportunity, and they're talking to them and letting them ask questions, and it's brilliant for the game, and it's only going to inspire more people to play this wonderful game.
Kieran Hewitt saying that Adam doesn't play county, he just plays local league.
Okay.
I tell you what, for a local league player, he's having a cracking weekend. Amazing.
I imagine with the standard he's playing at, he's won probably a fair few local league titles, I would imagine. Maybe not just team events, but singles and alike.
And while we were talking about next gen and so on, it's a really steady clearance again. Gavin Simpson Allen, really nice.
Yeah, navigated them well, confident finish, and levels the scores at 2 each. He just, to me, I mean, early doors I know, but he just seems that little bit more competent, and have that little bit more better patterns, and probably, as we mentioned, that showed in that first frame we've seen there, where it's turned into a rules battle almost, and a bit of a knowledge battle. I think he has the upper hand if it comes down to that stage at the moment. So
and that may just come a little bit down to experience. I mean, the guys are mentioning here that one of the players is a county player, the other is a local league player. I'm not saying the county player is going to be better than the local league player by any stretch of the imagination, but he may be more used to these kind of pressure environments, and when you're out there playing that one frame to decide the match, and all your mates are watching. That's a similar pressure. So maybe he's just handling the pressure slightly better at the moment.
Yeah, certainly took the words out of my mouth. That's exactly what I was going to say myself. That having that county experience will certainly probably put him in better stead for situations like that last frame we've just seen, and also the pressure element as well. Like you said, single frame pool. I always think team pool is harder than playing for yourself, because you've almost got a team of 10 other people on your shoulders, or even more if you've got to look at the substitutes, and you don't want to let everyone down. So this is quite a dangerous shot, because if he's playing the red, we might have been trying to play into the middle and break out the black and the red, and he could have easily cannoned the black into the corner pocket. He went into the corner. It's a very good pot.
Chance for yellows. I think the yellow just above the 8 ball will go to. It's whether he can get the potting angle to go to left centre. He's just taking a look at that now.
Delicate shot bridging over the black. I think if he can drop this one in and hold for that one above the black, I think it pretty much opens the frame up to him. And it also depends, obviously, if the black itself actually goes past the red into the corner. If not, if he has the angle, he could sit slightly high on the yellow and just free the black open. It's all going to depend on this, if he can queue over the black and get onto it, but the way he's looking, it doesn't look like that yellow probably goes.
Kieran saying that Adam, this is a lot with Rich Gifford and Jamie Murray. Well, there's a couple of experienced names, Jamie Murray. And obviously Rich Gifford has been part of UP for some time.
Is there one of the Welsh internationals?
Yeah, very good players. Really good to hear from you in the chat box, guys, because obviously, you know, a lot of these players are new to us, so it's really good to get a bit of background about them. Thank you very much for your input. Don't forget, if you do get the chance, please do give this stream a like. That would really help us get this out there over the weekend. Even better would be if you could share it to your Facebook pages. I know, you know, some of you have got your mates are playing today in these Challenger games, and I'm sure that you've got mutual friends who would love to be watching this. Probably don't know it's even on. So it would be fantastic if you could share this across social media platforms, across your Facebook and Instagrams and so on and so forth. It would be amazing to get this out there. It's a free stream. We're here all weekend, and I just want to let people know that it's here. It's a brand new thing to Ultimate Pool, and as I said, I don't think people are quite aware of it yet. So the more that you can share it, the better it is for us.
Yeah, it's created a lot of exposure for the lesser known, you know, so to speak, within the pool world. So yeah, it's definitely worthwhile sharing. Tell all your friends, family, etc. And it's always good to watch your mates for many different reasons.
Just seemed to quit a bit on that shot, didn't he?
Yeah, decelerated there. Yeah. I think he's tried to play the controlled like stun screw back up the rail to leave himself on the one in the corner by the black, but he's decelerated there, and that's caused him to almost feather the red, which has put him into a bit of a less situation. This is all going to depend now on the yellows.
He's had another look at that yellow just above the 8 ball, and I mean, from the overhead a second ago, I don't think it goes. So
I think if he gets there where he's looking now, he can almost turn it over using a little bit left hand side. So if he gets just low on the yellow, if he plays a little bit of left hand side, he would be able to drop it in. So I think there's an option there, but it's got to be quite an accurate position. That's an excellent part.
That's really well controlled. Is it going to reach?
Oh, no, it just fell short.
Oh, look at the position he got.
It looked like it was going at first. That's what I said. It was a
me too.
Kind of preempted that a little bit too early.
I don't think the red. Does the red go to middle? The one that's next to the 8 ball.
It's hard to see from
very tight.
Very tight. Yeah.
Can't, because if it did, he'd go for it now. So.
Oh, it must do. He did play. He was looking to play for it earlier, like I said, when he was playing the red down the rail. So
yeah, he's got it.
There's a strong chance it does go.
Yeah.
Played the plant well. Made sure he didn't put the other red into a bad position.
He'd dearly love an angle here, just to be able to run through and just nudge the 8 ball out at the same time. But I think he's just the wrong side, which is why he's playing this ball.
He's coming essentially the top of the table now.
Yeah, he was looking for that angle where he can just
free it out.
Just free the 8 at the same
the red
time.
being over the hole, yeah, that's probably a better option. Wasn't it better than me then?
Yes, just looking to glance the yellow on the way up the table. Just free the 8 ball. Doesn't need to do too much with the cue, but it should naturally.
That's the shot.
Yeah, very nice.
Played that well.
it's another one of those. Just let the cue ball do the work. Probably just a trace of left-hand side, not too much. Just let it come back out into centre table. Take your medicine. The last thing you want to do is go too wide and leave yourself behind the yellow. Don't try and get too cute with it. And he's overhit it a fraction, and that was what I meant. I mean, you could be on the bulk line here.
You've still got a shot at the
and
black.
You've still got a shot at the 8 ball. I mean, it's absolute sacrilege to overhit.
Definitely, yeah.
You've got such a big margin of error.
Yeah, you've literally got, what, 5 foot to play almost, you know, as long as you're not anywhere near a yellow. But that's where it comes down a little bit to the occasion, the situation, the kind of event. It's just that little bit thinking you want to be perfect just to make sure you don't, make that small error and miss the black, but almost trying to be too perfect there is sacrifice the position. It's a fantastic double, brilliant double, and he still managed to take that frame, Nick. I mean, he was
Kieran, who we've been talking to.
I don't know if we can see that again. It was a brilliant shot with a
we might be able to. Okay, no, sorry, the action replays aren't working at the moment. Kieran was talking about Adam, and he said he's sat in the crowd watching at the moment. He's playing on the next gen.
Oh, right.
So he's got the YouTube on the chat whilst watching the game, and
brilliant.
Yeah, fabulous.
Yeah, it was a really good double. It was he put himself into trouble, realised that the black would go past the yellow and double into the middle pocket, so played it well. Pressure shot, managed to get it, puts himself in the lead again for the 3rd time in the match.
Toe to toe, these guys. Nothing between them. A lot of unwanted topspin on the cue ball there quite often means that you haven't timed it quite properly. Just as you come through, your cues come up a little bit. You don't quite get the same timing through the pack, but it's not a bad split.
I've noticed that his break, he's a lot of different to a lot of the players I've noticed this weekend. Some people opt in for the cut break, and he particularly there, his break's a lot more softer. So a lot of players play quite the strong front ball break, if you like, at a really hard pace. But he's played that quite controlled almost. So I think maybe that's just his style of break, but it's not a bad result. That yellow, the only real difficult red here is the one as we see that he's looking at now. The black, unless it doubles in the middle, I don't think it goes past the yellow on the left hand side, so that's quite a tricky shot. I'm going to play the off the red screw onto the red here, I think. Yep. I don't think that red goes. He's not on it now, so I think he's behind the red on the right, the yellow on the right, should I say?
Well worked out, clever little shot.
Deserved a bit of a better result, really. But
did, yeah.
The only problem is if you're playing a shot like that and you're trying to use almost your opponent's colour to pop one of yours, there's always a danger that ball's going to, impede your own. And that seems to be what's happened here. I'm not sure if he can drop this in.
The problem
still be on the red.
Problem is for him here, if he doesn't make this clearance, then he's going to be in all kinds of bother. Just 3 balls left on the table.
Looks very close to that yellow for me.
Yeah.
That's where the camera trickery's got me there, I think.
Absolutely, yeah.
Lack of experience
in
doing this.
No, we all get caught though.
Looked to me like he was glued to the yellow almost there, and he wasn't going to be able to play that shot. It's okay now. If he can drop this in, he's got to be careful the yellow doesn't come back up and snooker him on the red. So this is going to be played pretty controlled. Always got to go the opposite and play it quite firm and try and move the yellow out of the way. But at the same time, I think he's looking to leave an angle on the red to free the black out. So it's a lot to for the. Yeah, let's just drop it in. He'd have been okay if it had gone, but it looked tricky to me where the red went, to be honest with you.
Trying to work out if there's a loss of turn, but there isn't really, is there? No way to.
He could screw off the yellow now and pot the red over the hole and almost try and snooker him behind the other yellow that's by the bottom right hand corner.
There's quite a lot of components to that shot, though, isn't there? It could be. Yeah,
I think that'd be my option.
I'm with you. Yeah, I like that shot actually.
I think that'd be my option. It doesn't look too difficult. Even if you almost double kiss the red, you're probably going to still get the snooker.
Yeah.
It's not an easy shot by any means, but I think position of the yellows at the moment he's got to do something to try and create that opportunity.
Yeah.
It's whether he sees it, I think.
Yeah, I guess the question is whether, I mean, what else is there? So,
Exactly, yeah. The danger he's got, if he plays it off the other yellow, almost the one as we look at it, the bottom right corner, closest to the red, he could still leave the opportunity on the other red.
Yeah.
So I think he is playing that shot. So he saw it. It's just how well he controls it now.
I think he's... He's looking at...
I think it's definitely the right shot, in my opinion. It's almost an attacking safety shot. You're trying to make something happen rather than try a containing shot maybe and try and force your opponent to make a mistake next visit. There we go.
Great shot.
Fantastic shot. We didn't want that to go. Oh well. It's a bit unfortunate. It's very unfortunate, in fact. He's still got the chance to snooker him, but it's much more of a delicate shot now, and it's one of them ones that you don't want to overhit or underhit even, and not reach the cushion. He doesn't deserve that because I think he played that very well.
Trouble is, it's really hard to get the cue ball safe at the top of the table because it's difficult to get it across the left-hand side of the table. If you leave it in the middle, you're going to leave some kind of thin cut. But then I guess you've got the safety margin of the 8-ball.
I think he's going to get away with this. It's going to go right behind the black.
Ooh, wow.
Now, I don't think he played that. No. I think he played the pot, but he'll be very happy with the result.
You could see the reaction when, with his cue afterwards, he knew he'd hit it way too far.
He kind of whipped away at it, kind of in disgust that he missed the pot, but I think he'd prefer that than the pot, in honesty.
That's great result.
Mind you, if the yellow had gone, he's perfect position on the one down the rail,
True,
so he'd have been happy with either one, I think. This is a tricky shot now, especially because with the international 8-ball rules, after you make contact with the object ball, you have to hit a cushion. So it's not one of those ones you can try and come off the 2 and rest behind the red. It's something you've got to make something happen now. So almost need to give Chris Mellon a call and ask him for his assistance on this shot. So it's a good attempt.
Yeah, very good. I guess if there is any saving grace, it's those 2 yellows are a little awkward. But he's got ball in hand. I mean, he could literally just bang one out, pop the top one out and leave him snookered behind the other one if he wants to. He doesn't need to attack from here if he doesn't want to. I think he's probably going to, though.
Yeah, the middle bags play quite nice on these new Rassen tables, so I'd be looking exactly what he's doing here. Drop that into the middle and then take them on the left-hand side, and then the rest of them kind of fall into the pattern quite nicely. Just get this one right. There we go.
Important frame, this one as well.
Yeah, he'll put him in a 2-frame lead. So I think we'll see a little bit of daylight between the two when we get to these for the first time in the match. It's been pretty much nipped up all the way through. I think wide on that one. He's not left. I think that's a big bag at the top of the table, the double with the red. Now, probably looking at it. That's a poor miss, though, you have to say, especially for how he's composed himself right the way through the match. That's, I think, is the difference between the tiers, Nick. It's the consistency level throughout the game. Yeah. It's just having, the same level of play all the way through a match. It's a big pocket off the yellow. Too narrow on it, and he's ended up. I mean, that's even better now, really, for Adam. He's should now be happy to take the yellows. He can almost play the yellow at the bottom of the table, leave himself an angle on the one he's closest to now with the white, and free the black out. And he's pretty much guaranteed himself the finish.
Yeah, he's missed a couple of nervy ones. He needs to put them behind him. Absolutely right. Perfect angle here, just to cushion first and the 8-ball a nudge.
There's not really any danger playing the shot as well. I mean, sometimes people say you don't need to move balls when they don't need to, but there's no danger with that shot because with the yellow being over the top pocket, it gives him a perfect opportunity. He'd be very unfortunate there to leave himself no shot on either yellow.
Yeah, just needs to control this. Doesn't want it to ping. Yeah, plays it with drag. That's really nice.
Just pop out. Don't want to leave yourself low on the yellow though. You'd rather be further out because low means you bring into the cannon on the red. So you want to bring yourself. That's perfect. That's fine.
A bit of Weetabix on that one again.
Yeah, he's well overhit that one.
Yeah, he's had 3 Weetabix for breakfast. There's a couple that he's overhit
Probably
now, isn't it?
Yeah, it seems to be on the the penultimate or the actual the black as well, which is you can argue the most important ball. And he's done it twice now.
Perhaps just a little adrenaline because he knows how big this is. I mean, if he gets this 8, that 2-frame lead in a race to 7 gives him such a great position. And I think he kind of saw that in his mind.
Yeah,
a little adrenaline rush.
I think it will be his break as well next, isn't it? I think
yeah.
So. Certainly would make a big chance if he got that finish too, but put himself under pressure now. Me personally, in these sort of situations, I tend to go full-blooded for these because I'd rather commit and have the opportunity to win the frame myself than play a half contented shot and think, I'll put the black onto the top and or leave him no shot on the red. I'd rather take this opportunity, but
he's worried about the in-off. But I mean, surely the in-off's only in play if you punch the 8. If you play this with kind of centre ball, you're going to take that out of the equation, aren't you?
Yeah,
top spin?
I think you'd be playing with top spin. I think he's more dangerous going in off playing it the way he's playing it, in my opinion, like a stunned screw shot.
And he makes the pot so much more difficult.
Yeah, much more jacking the cue up and elevating the cue. Makes it much more difficult to control the white and to make the pot. So I think if he just strokes this and controls it, he won't be anywhere near pocket for the in-off.
And I think he's realised that.
There we go.
Beautiful.
No, he's
I thought that was there.
Yeah, it did look like it might have just dropped off the far jaw, but no, he's actually. That's a frame really he should have won there. So we're going to be all square, I think. Again, for the 6th time in the match, but.
Good day to you, Kingy. Nice to see you again, tuning in from Australia. I hope everything is good there.
To create the angle there, so I think he was pretty much straight, and he's used the pocket with right hand side to punch over to create the angle. So that's a pretty clever shot there.
Just for a split second, there might have been a little bit of concern as that cue ball was tracking
Heart
towards
was
the middle.
racing a little bit as he was watching that one, but managed to get it.
All square, 3 frames apiece. And,
not much to separate these two.
No,
not at all. But I think Adam's definitely going to be the slightly aggrieved of the two. He's had the opportunity there to go 2 frames. Big difference between 4, 2 and 3 each, as we always know.
The players convening at the top of the table. I'm not sure what the hold-up is, whether it's...
I didn't see anything wrong in the frame, so
no.
unless he's just going for a toilet break or requesting that. Not sure.
No, not me.
No referee being called or anything, so I don't think there's too much of a...
Maybe just a bit of a frame analysis between the 2 players. They seem to be having a chat before the game, so it's been done in a very good spirit.
Yeah, there's evidence there as well. Adam, shaking his head there as he's racking up the ball, so he knows that was a missed opportunity in that frame to get that lead in this match. So show his composure now. It's almost this is where it tests you. You've got to put that aside. It's only 3 each. You're not down. You're back to level pegging and try and forget about that and move on to the next frame. That really can be the most difficult thing. Sometimes those errors stick in your mind and you keep going back to it over and over again. I've done that many times in the past. It's something I'm working on myself now in my game. To realise if you've made that error, brush past it, move on to the next frame, start again, almost regroup. So be interested to see how he handles that. It's very easy to keep having flashbacks and thinking, what could have been. So it'll certainly show his character.
Yeah, there was a famous quote from a golfer. I'm not exactly who it was. I think it might have been Jack Nicklaus or Palmer or somebody like that. They said that if you make a mistake, 3 steps down the fairway, you should have forgotten about it, because if you can put it behind you, it has no positives whatsoever to dwell on. It can only build up negativity in your mind. So if you know, it takes a strong person to be able to put that out of their mind and just forget about it and say, right, move on and improve from there. But yeah, I say probably Jack Nicklaus or somebody who literally 3 steps down the fairway to the next shot, forget about it, move on to the next shot.
Yeah, definitely. I think, and that's brilliant, because you can almost do the same thing in pool as well. You know, that's the end of the frame. While you're racking the balls up, try and put some positive mentality into your mind. Don't be thinking about that missed opportunity in that frame. Try and think about the next frame and how you can put it right. So, yeah, that's a really good food for thought there, Nick, I think.
So quarterfinals from the Pro Series. Event 1, we know that Ian Alley beat Tom Cousins 8 frames to 7. The 2 roomies, Shane Thompson and Carl Sutton. Shane Thompson's beaten Carl 8 frames to 1. That's incredible. And coming up now is going to be Craig Waddingham against Aaron Davis. You can watch that action on the main arena table through the Ultimate Pool app. And I can tell you that you can get all the action this weekend. A couple of days of action left for you to watch. A month's subscription is just £4.99 if you use the promo code YouTube Wigan. That's going to get you a month's worth of pool for a £5, which I think is fabulous value. There's a lot of other content. Not only this weekend, you get the Monday night pool, but also there's a lot of training videos. There's a lot of coaching stuff. There's some really good content from Nick Hill. There's a lot of things on there. So yeah, a month for a £5, and you can catch all the action from the main arena. If you decide to stick with us, then you are more than welcome.
Yeah, it's very much worth that money. I mean, if you have it for a month, I personally would recommend having it for the year, because the content on there is exceptional. You know, I've watched all the videos myself. You know, even being what I would like to think a high-level standard player, you know, to a certain extent. But I've watched all those videos and learned so much as well. So, yeah, I definitely see the value in it, and I think I'd kind of encourage you all to go ahead and do that, especially for the pool content, but for the actual videos, for the Ultimate Pool content itself is excellent value for money, really. Yeah, this is a good chance now to. This will be a good tester for him. If he can get these, that'll kind of put the mistake in the last frame out of his mind. Yeah. If he doesn't get these, that's when it might start, swelling a bit more in his mind and thinking, that's 2 opportunities I've had.
Yeah.
So, these have got to go, really. They're not too much of a tricky. There's only really one shot that should cause him any difficulty, and it's the transition from his penultimate red to the final one, which is obviously should be the one that's at the bottom part of the table. Gives him nice access to the 8 ball. He's just got to get the pattern right here. He doesn't want to be trying to play one of the top reds to get down to that ball, because it makes it more tricky.
Yeah, it's a tough ball to get on, because you've got those 5 yellows guarding the path that you want to get to, and you don't really want to be playing it from the left-hand side of the table, because then it's tougher to land on the 8 ball.
Yeah,
it'd be interesting to see how he navigates this.
And the right pattern is here to drop this one there into the middle that's on the ball line, then leave yourself a slight angle, so you almost want to be closer to the left-hand middle pocket than the centre of the table, to then just punch the white across, because there's a lovely little area on the right-hand side of the table about 3-4 inches below the middle bag. If you're anywhere there, you'll be able to be on the red. So that, to me, is the perfect place to be. This is now looking like he's going to leave himself a bit more straight on the red, because he's not gone through enough.
I think what I was looking at, what he was showing us a second ago, was playing from this angle, and he's looking to come side cushion, playing with check side to get the cue balls kind of through the gap of the 2 yellows. Maybe target the yellow that's the little triangle that's there. Target the yellow that's on the right hand side of the C3 through the gap.
Almost at the bottom of the break line, the vertical break line. Yeah.
But he's almost come too far there. He's probably come an inch or so too far, and that's why now. I mean, then he was looking at playing it off the yellow, which you don't want to be doing that.
I think it's fraught with danger, though, going that way myself, because going this way, if you can in that top yellow, almost at the top of the triangle of those yellows, you're going to be snookering yourself.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you can too low down, if you overhit it or underhit it, you might not be on it. But as it is, he's played that very well.
What a shot!
He's played that really well.
Yeah, not much margin of error there. And when you think about some of the other shots that he's overhit quite badly at the back end of the frame, that really was.
He's coming to the the right-hand side of the table as we look at it, though, which is what I said was the perfect area myself. I thought that was where you would need to be taking that finish from. Whether you come off one cushion, I prefer myself to play that as a as a controlled stun shot across the line, but there's more margin for error playing down the line of it. But he's got that, and he can put the previous frame out of his mind now and take credit in the fact that he's gone 4-3 up.
Yeah, that shows a lot of character. Gavin Simpson-Allen has been asked the question again. He keeps responding to it in a positive manner. He's hanging on. I mean, he's playing really well. He's made very few mistakes. Probably made less mistakes than Adam in reality. But yeah, I mean, Adam just keeps getting these clearances.
He had first bite of the cherry in the previous frame. I'm not sure if you saw it, but he opted for yellows and he ended up snookering himself.
Yeah.
So he'll be a little bit annoyed at the fact that he probably had the first chance there and probably should have been looking to take 4-3 lead. So he'll be a little bit frustrated by that potentially, but he's got to put that in his mind now and look at the layout he's got in front of him, which isn't amazing, to be honest. These are quite tricky if you're opting for yellows. I think Adam will be quite happy seeing him looking at having a go at these, to be honest. Both players still looking composed, not flustered. Don't appear to be any sort of lack of confidence kind of drapes at the moment. Still looking quite comfortable out there, so that's a good sign.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's one of those situations where you're very happy to see your opponent get them, and almost one of those situations where you say, Gina, if you get these, good luck to you. But I fancy coming back. I fancy coming to the table at some point, and if I do, the reds are a really good layout.
Yeah. This is the key shot now. If he saw it, I think he's looking to punch this yellow in, screw down the line of the table, and almost try and flick the red in, and play the skill shot. Which, if he gets it, will be a fantastic shot, and he'd be unfortunate not to land, to leave himself on a yellow. But if he has any contact of the cushion falling, or the yellow, he might not leave himself on anything. So it's quite an attacking shot if he's opted for go for it. For it.
That
works. Come out absolutely perfect.
Wowee, what a great shot.
Yeah, fortune favours the brave. I think he deserved that. He foreseen the shot and played it and executed it pretty well. So, yeah, very good shot. It's just how he navigates these now. It's almost, do you want to kind of screw off this one over the pocket and try and cannon the red that's on the bault line to the right hand side. If you cannon that pretty much full, you'll be out, but it's just navigating this rail on the right hand side of the table. Just drop it in and avoid it. Come back across it almost. Which is what he's tried to do. See, for me, I think I'd have been looking to play that a little bit more confidently and almost screwed into the red. It was quite a big target to aim for, and if you get any contact really on that red, you'd be unfortunate not to be on that yellow that he's closest to now. So, but he's still got an opportunity here. He can pop this long red, the long yellow, past the black and in between the red on the right hand side, and play himself into the gap to leave himself on the yellow that's not very close to the bault line. It's just how he, if he can make this pot. He's been a pretty proficient potter so far, so we'll see how he goes with this one. Yeah, excellent pot. A little bit thinner now on the yellow, but he has options, so at least he's still at the table. Concentrate on the pot now, because I think it's natural almost to come off 2 cushions. If you get the right pace, you might be able to hold for it in the bottom right-hand corner. If you don't, you almost might be able to come round it and take it into the middle, even middle. So just again, focus fully on the pot here. Cue ball's pretty natural. There we go. Not too bad. You take that. Bit of a tricky shot with the cue ball being close to the rail. But again, these middle bags of the Rassens play quite nicely. So if he drops this in. Yeah.
That's a top clearance. That
Excellent
really
finish.
is.
Yeah, very good.
Under pressure as well.
Yeah, 4-3 down, staring potentially if you miss that 5-3 in the face. And yeah, he took those pretty well. And again, we're all square again, Nick. Great game.
Yeah, that was a super developing shot and took full advantage of the result as well. Oh, wait. Race to 3 for a place in the final of their first Ultimate Pool event.
And almost a certain tier move, I would say, as well. And it's a live tiering system, I believe. So one of these players could almost find themselves, or even both of them potentially, into the next tier at the next event.
Wow.
So that's that'd be be great for both players to see that. Imagine playing one event, getting a fantastic result, and you straight away into the next rank.
That would be amazing.
You may even move up 2 ranks potentially, I think, depending on what points you make. So we'll see what happens there. It's all, of course, the Challenger Series is all just one big series, one big event. Obviously, I know there's the tiering system, which is great to see, but almost it's one big tournament. So, and with the live ranking system, if you have a few good weekends, you could be moving up. If you have a few bad weekends, you could be moving down. So, it kind of suits depending on your, if you like, your current state of play. You could be having a bad patch. We all know cue sports go up and down. So you could be having a bad patch and you might think, well, I'm really going to struggle to compete at tier 1. So you might be able to have that step down and feel a bit more comfortable in lower tier, build your confidence back up and take that move up, and rightly so. Yeah,
that's a really clever system. That was a good, solid break from Adam. Good connection. Cue ball straight back up the middle of the table, but it's been a little bit unfortunate. I don't think he's got an opener.
Certainly not on reds.
Yeah, certainly not on reds. It's just looking now
that's pushing the boat.
That's a big ask.
Yeah, I think he's looking at the planned double potentially, but I mean that's pushing the boat out somewhat.
I mean, the one he's closest to, a cut back to middle. I mean, is that not got more chance than the planned double?
I think so.
I mean, it's tricky. So
either option is quite tricky. I think he's better off just playing a controlled safety here and maybe handing the table over. There we go. Yeah, saying you have a go at those if you fancy them. I mean, that's the right decision. It's the first time I think we've seen him hold back, because most of the time I think he's pretty much tried to go for something, as we saw. I think it was frame 4, was it? I think potentially where we saw Gavin get the upper hand in that battle, 4 or 5. So I think he's made the right decision there, because he could have almost pushed the boat there, tried to create something maybe with that double plant or whatever he may have opted for, and if he didn't get it, he'd have almost been handing the frame straight over to Adam, to Gavin. So I mean, that's the right decision.
It's nice.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Although he has left a chance here with the reds, because if he fancies queuing this long red into the top right hand corner, they aren't too difficult, really. I think everything's got a pocket.
Yeah, it's almost one of those situations where you couldn't get it that safe, but you're throwing the gauntlet down and saying, look, I'm going to leave you a long, tough, straight one.
Yeah.
If your back arm's good enough to get it, then fair play to you.
Yeah, asking the question, as they say.
Yeah.
But if a little bit more thought there, and he potentially could have brought the white a bit more further over and behind that yellow, so then he probably wouldn't have been leaving him anything at all, really. But either so, he probably may have still left him a red in the middle on the left-hand side. So I think the previous shot by Adam was a very good shot to leave him tight to the yellow.
I recognise more and more people are joining us. So we've got Nick Finn and Alex Bailey talking you through this Tier 3 Challenger semi-final between Gavin Simpson Allen and Adam Jenkins. We're in a brand new venue in Wigan. We've moved from the Grand Hotel in Blackpool, where we've been the last few years, and it's really nice to get out into this much bigger venue. 87 tables across 2 rooms. This is the pro room, and there's like what you can only describe as an aircraft hangar the other side, which that's a really good pot.
Yeah. Perfect straight queue in there. There you go. There you can see the arena. Absolutely fantastic. This is the pro room. So there's 5 pro tables here, and then the challenger and pro tables, as you see over the far corner there, as well as that cordoned off area there, which is the practice room for the pros.
Yeah, the game you're watching is down just to the right-hand side. You could just see Gavin sat in the chair, Adam came into shot. So it's the far right side of the view, just behind where they are. That's the main arena that we saw.
The other arena has over 70 brass and tables in it.
Yeah.
Which is, I've never seen so many pool tables in one room in all my life. So, yeah, it's a spectacle to see up front. And there's over 90 tables here.
I think it's 87.
87,
yeah, the view is to. Well, I mean, I was talking to Mark Quirk earlier. He was the chairman of Ultimate Pool, and he said, I said, what do you think of it? I said, this is what, this is part of your dream coming to fruition. And when you started this journey, you had the 5-year plan. This was all part of the 5-year plan. Now it's starting coming to fruition. He went, yeah, it's good, but he said, I want it bigger. He said, I want 200 tables.
Well,
I want 200 tables. I want 1,000 players. Sorry, I want 2,000 players. I want 5,000 people watching.
Yeah.
It's just.
Why stop there? Yeah, I suppose.
And I think that's part of the strength of Ultimate Pool is that they're never satisfied. And let's be honest, that's the way it should be. You should never be satisfied with where you are. You should always be looking to improve.
Yeah.
And,
I was about to say, I'm a big believer you can never achieve perfection.
Yeah.
And it's something about it can always be improved. Something can always be better, whether it be your game, whether it be the platform you're playing on, everything like that. So it's a very good attitude to have. And over the years that I've been involved with Ultimate Pool in terms of playing in the events and things like that, it's just getting bigger and bigger and growing from strength to strength. And I must admit, I was a bit speculative myself over these weekends coming, but it certainly put aside any kind of concerns or worries that I had. Not that it mattered me personally, but as a player on the tour, it's something you've got to keep everybody, or try and keep as many people as happy as you can. So yeah, very good.
And the whole thing is it's just an iterative process. You're always looking to improve. There's been a few things this weekend. Obviously, this table doesn't have a referee. There's a team of referees, and they've got 87 tables to cover. So they're spread thin. They didn't have the right amount of people and the budget to be able to put someone on this table. Has been absolutely fine. The games have been flowing anyway. But later on in the series, then each one of these tables will have a referee, and they'll be timed. Someone mentioned the other day that the lights over these tables are slightly different to the lights on the right-hand side of the arena. Again, that I think that just comes down to a cost thing, and as the sponsors come on board, as more money comes in, then that will change, and there'll be more consistency.
Yeah. It
was always going to be that case. I mean, the first event was going to be a learning experience, and the second one, you'll just see improvements right the way throughout the year. It'll get better and better.
Bigger and better, yeah. I can't see any reason why. I mean, how great would it to be seen, let's say, like the Pro or the Challenger 1 or something, and you have walk-ons and the players get announced before they come out for the matches and stuff like that. It's just like the snooker, you see the walk down from the Crucible stairs and things like that. That's going to be amazing to see if eventually one day it could kind of transition to that, and 5,000 people, 10,000 people in the crowd, with Mark's stream. So it'd be amazing to be part of that, and hopefully one day that's something that I'll be able to experience myself. But what a great platform for the next gen. I certainly, at the age of, the youngest we've got 11, 12, I think maybe. Yeah. Imagine, playing on this sort of standard at that age. So it's given a lot of players an opportunity to kind of realise a dream. It's a bit of a wild one there. Yeah,
unlucky to get kicked off, but there's always that danger when you let your arm go there. You just run out of position on the red. I was wondering how he was going to try and get across the side of the table for that last red, especially with the traffic around it. It was always going to be low tariff.
Yeah, it was the shot before where he's played a good part, but he's not realised the pace control on the shot. He cannoned into the red and then pushed that red directly in front of the black. If he'd have controlled that a lot better, he could have almost you know, left that as a more accessible red, which has caused him to then have it to look at play a pretty, you know, extreme and awkward positional shot to get himself back on that, and that's what's caused him to make the mistake. So good chance here now for Gavin to try and get the lead. Looks like he's going to go for these, so yeah, I mean, I think a better option would be to try and force Adam to move one of these reds. Well, not one of the reds, but mainly the one by the back. So try and force him into a position where he's aiming for that one. And look at a snooker maybe. And at the same time, try and bring that yellow off that he's brought off. Well, he's decided to look at going for them, so he's feeling confident.
I would just mention again, guys, this is quite a lot you're watching at the moment. Only 20 people have hit that like button. Do smash the like for us, please, because it really does help. The YouTube does its thing with its algorithms, and more people get to watch this stream. It really does. I can't underestimate how much it does help just hitting that like button. It's just one little press. It's just there at the bottom of your screen. If you could do that for us, that's all we're asking in return for this free weekend of pool. And this YouTube stream is going to be prevalent right the way throughout every weekend, every event this year. And, it's a platform we're trying to build.
Is the other Challenger semi-finals and on the same YouTube platform? Yeah. That's good. The black's in a tricky spot, so I'm not sure if he's looking to play a yellow off the red here to try and free the pocket. Of course, the danger with that is that it brings the red across into the path of the other yellow. So if he's looking to do that, probably looking here then to pop this one maybe and move the black on this shot. Yeah. Of course, he's got the two over the middle back. You know, I think the top one's the only one that goes.
Let's get some side on it.
Yeah, it's got to hit this well. It's almost like it's not a shot you want to hit hard, because too much you're not going to make contact with the black. You're going to be high of it. You've got to cue this, so it's more about the action than the power on the shot.
Yeah, the more pace you generate, it's also got a chance of skidding as well, isn't it?
Yeah, he's not deciding to go for that.
Yeah, I don't blame him either.
So he's looking to try and leave himself a better angle.
Just needs to hold up. Brings up I mean, it almost wanted a full ball contact on the red. He left him okay.
He's not got rid of his problem ball, though, I would say. You know, earlier on in the finish, that's what we say a lot of the times. You want to try and attack your problem ball as early as possible. In this particular finish, it was the black. I know he moved that yellow off the rail with his opening shot when he had ball in hand, but this has left him to be in a position now where he's either going to have to leave himself a double or try and leave himself an angle now on the yellow to break it out, which I think it's almost certainly going to be a double. Well, this is playing this will come up and down, but then of course there's no guarantee. Yeah, he's going to leave himself. It's just short there. And they have to look at potting the yellow and try and hold on the red, but that's mightily thin now. It's even thinner than we can see on the screens there as well. So bit of foresight and playing a shot earlier on. Probably the yellow he's got there that he's left to last. He could have played that off the red, or even the one that was slightly higher. Move the black out earlier, but move the red out earlier to leave himself on the black. So he's played that well. Use the red to bring the white, the cue ball up the table. Now he's got a shot
left, I think, as well.
Yeah. Concentrate on the double, make the double, take the lead. Some people might try and play this as almost a safety double almost, and try and leave nothing afterwards. But I think if you just give yourself the opportunity and play to commit to the pot, which it has to, but it's high.
Has it blocked the pocket? No.
It squeezes past, and it's again a shot just to cue this and leave yourself on the red. But hits it well. We've been tied to the cushion.
Ooh, needs to get there. No.
It's not there. I think he's got a double. That's his only option, really.
Yeah, I mean, you you can't play a snooker here because it's just a one cushion simple escape. You're almost guaranteed to pop the 8. So he has to try and take a double. Unless, can he just flick it down? I mean, he could.
Painted off the black, yeah. He'd be happy with that.
Very nice.
Very good shot. I don't think he realised he didn't go direct, so he's actually used obviously the black to make it a bigger pocket. So yeah, good shot.
And Gavin just can't seem to get his nose in front, can he? Adams just
two chances
ahead every time.
Yeah, 2 chances to do so though. Like I said, when he hit the 2 frames before, a frame before, he had the chance to do it and he didn't, and then that chance there really has gone begging as well. So yeah, he's not going to be too happy with that. We're 2 away now for Adam in this race to 7. Nick left us just for a toilet break, so it's just myself here with you guys. Hope you're enjoying the pool weekend, and I hope you're enjoying the commentary so far. So Adam taking the lead there, 5-4 in this relatively high standard match in this Tier 3 semi-final. Excellent break there from Gavin. Give himself a good chance. See, they're opting for the front ball break. Very well controlled. No danger of the white going anywhere but the centre of the table, pretty much. Cued it well. Tricky layout really on both colour sets here, because of course the 2 yellows at the top left hand corner of the pocket, of the table, sorry, they're quite tied up. So he's opting for yellows. Probably the better of the options, because obviously the fence he has down the bottom right hand corner of the table that we looked here, bottom right corner, where the black's situated. So then I think he'll be looking to play this yellow that's closest to the top left hand corner, come across and maybe cannon the yellow or the red, and how he feels and what angle he's got there. Of course, playing that shot was always going to be trusting to a bit of luck, and that's exactly what he had there. He's played the shot well, but come across and cannon the yellow, which has left him not much of an opportunity here. So I think it'll be a safety shot now, playing off the yellow on by the top right hand corner and dropping the white in behind the yellows in the middle of the ball. Yeah, that's an excellent shot. And leaving Adam in a bit of pain here, because there's no real easy escape. Certainly no one cushion. I think the yellow closest to the right hand, top right hand corner pocket. I mean that stops the out to the right hand side of the table. So yeah, so you can see there he's pretty much wedged between the yellow and the cushion. So yeah, this is a horrible position to be in. That's an absolutely fantastic effort. And, you know, I take my hat out of him there to all that effort, to be honest with you, because he was so close there to making contact with one of the reds and getting himself out of trouble. So, you know, although he didn't actually make the escape from the snooker, he still played an excellent shot. But, of course, that is ball in hand. So Gavin has an opportunity here to try and recover from the mistake he made, if you like, in the earlier part of this frame. I don't think the plant's on, so I don't think he can play the yellow that's closest to the red. No, as we can see there, the red is actually stopping. Camera trickery probably confusing me again here, but it looks to me like he could put the cue ball in between the two yellows at the top of the table and pop the one that's closest to the red. But again, you know, the players have a better view in real terms than myself there, of course. Camera can be deceiving. So I think he might be looking to play this one down the rail and play the breakout shot to move the red or move the yellow. This is a tricky shot. Might be a reason why he's opted against it. Yeah, see, he's back to what I originally thought. I thought he could play. Nick has resumed.
No, I agree. He can get to the potting angle this one for sure.
Yeah, I thought he could, and maybe he's only just realised it. But yeah, there we go. I thought it was on from the start. Maybe the camera didn't deceive me on that one. It was the right shot. Golden rule, as they always say, never leave a plant till last, but I don't really think he has much of a choice on this particular option. But of course, the ball's been so close together and being so close to the pocket, it's not really going to cause him too much of a difficulty. So if he screws through the gap here and leaves himself on the rail, ideally straight would be pretty much perfect, or a tiny bit of angle. Only behind the red though.
Just okay, I think.
He's going to be queuing on the left. Looks a lot more trickier than it is, but
yeah,
he can just drop it in there and kind of take his medicine and accept a longer plant. But with the yellow being so close to the pocket, I don't think it'll cause him too much of an issue.
Yeah, the only problem is playing the plant at distance. You've so much more chance of losing the object ball, like the first ball that you're making contact with, because now you can't be quite as accurate.
Yeah, definitely.
A lot easier to hit this thin and then lose the yellow up the cushion.
Yeah, but of course hit it fat and it doesn't actually go. So yeah, I think it just I think it looks pretty much straight. So I think he can, as long as he, like you say, controls it, plays it at a nice pace, it'll be okay. But there is always the danger here he comes across the yellow and cashes it too thin. And he has it too thick, and yeah, that's the result there, which is again not a huge. Well, in the grand scheme of things, he'll certainly prefer to obviously be at the table, but he's given another opportunity here for Adam, which he shouldn't really have had, to be honest.
So we did a late yesterday evening, myself and Simon were on comms on this channel, and we did a Q&A session. Which was really good fun, but I've got an important question for all the viewers now, because I know nothing about horse racing, and it's the Grand National this afternoon. Who's going to win? Please give me a tips, because I need a winner, and I don't want the favourite. It's got to be something that's got a bit of value, just a little each way bet, you know, sort of, just, you know, someone just give us a 33-1 winner. That's all we need. Yeah. That's all we need. It's not much to ask.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah. Myself, I'm a Milena Kakuna.
What's that, sorry?
The Milena Kakuna, I think it is.
All right. Easy for you to say. I can't even pronounce that.
Try saying that when I was trying to talk a bit last night. Yeah, so I went with that. So 14-1, I managed to get on that one. So I fancied that one. Cheeky £10 each way bet on that.
Nice.
So we'll see what happens. I don't have the best of luck with horses, so it'll probably fall.
I mean, I've literally got such little idea that I messaged my wife and said, can you get my 12-year-old lad to have a look through the list and see what colour he likes, or see which name he likes the best, and that's the one I'll have a bet on. Because you've got to have a bet on the national, haven't you?
Yeah, definitely. Even if you're not a gambler, it's just what you should do. Yeah, of course, not far from here as well. About 20 minutes.
Yeah,
I think.
20 minutes.
Yeah, it's not far at all.
Yeah,
Aintree.
yeah.
So.
The commercial director, I don't know what his role is anymore. Scott Ryan just popped in and said hello. I have no idea what he does. Does a bit of everything. Does a lot of travelling to America at the moment. Very, very involved with Ultimate Pool USA.
Well, there's worse gigs to have in that respect.
And the bashers just come in the room. Mr. Tony Holgate.
They're all coming in now.
Oh yeah,
Coming out the road work.
he's a man who's graced a few pool tables over the years.
Indeed, yeah. Very well known. Veteran of the pool world, as they say.
Veteran of a lot of things.
I think he's pushed. Yeah, there's another mistake there from Adam Creepton when it's a potential for the opposite. When it just gets to a point where I think there's a finish there that it's not quite simple. He just seems to lack that little bit of, I mean, say knowledge or ability, if you like, to take the correct manner. So he's put himself.
And again, it just comes back to that little lack of experience.
Yeah.
You know, at this level, we know there's probably a step up in some ways. Not maybe a step up in his standard, but he's obviously a decent player, but a step up in terms of the whole coming to an arena and playing in this kind of environment. Yeah. And the other thing is as well, these races for 7. If he's an out-and-out league player, quite often you're only playing single frame pool. Yeah. So it's I mean, the 7's not a long race, but it is a different challenge.
Yeah, it's a completely different kettle of fish, really, because like you say, you're playing for yourself, but again, it's not a long race, but you'll be surprised how much fatigue you can have out there, and you make those little mistakes, and it becomes a mind game, and it does completely change the longer you're out there, in these arenas and in these events, and of course the actual stage you're at as well, being a semi-final. So that itself is something. Oh, this is absolutely amazing effort! What a shot!
Oh my goodness me! What a ridiculous shot!
That's something they need to clip and put that into the highlight reel.
Oh yeah.
That's a Chris Mellon escape. Look at this. Absolutely fantastic.
Ridiculous. And a bit unlucky. I mean, if he hits that with another 2 inches of pace,
he's on the yellow.
That is fantastic.
Yeah, that is a phenomenal shot. He's actually got a shot to nothing here, because I think he can afford to play the double on the yellow, and potentially still leave himself on the black, or we could go full-blooded for the safety and try and put him behind the black. So he's got himself out of a world of pain there with that shot, and that was an absolutely fantastic shot there by Gavin.
Yeah, that's a worldie.
Worked it out very well. Yeah, now he's put Adam in all sorts of pain. That is such a very difficult shot to get out of. I don't think he can go that way. It's too close to the black to avoid the contact. Wow. That is well and truly wedged in there. I think he's actually against the black and against the cushion. So this is potentially answers on a postcard. Unless he can get to that part of the cushion with... You normally not to play this with check side, but of course being so close to the black, you're in danger of obviously hitting the black by playing the check side, so... Not sure if you can get there. The camera angles looks like he can't get anywhere near there. Going that way. I don't think that was on. He's so close to the black there and so close to the cushion that he's played directly into the bottom cushion, and I don't think he could ever make contact there with the Reds going that way. Very good shot there from Gavin, and right, he deserved that. I think after that escape.
I was just about to say, absolutely, he deserves everything he gets after getting out of that snooker, and what a shot that was. That one's definitely
four cushions, I think. It was 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 4 cushions.
Definitely going to make the highlight reel.
Definitely.
Just got a little list where we add in all the big shots. Need to make it into social media, and that's definitely going to be there.
Brilliant.
5
Sure,
each.
he'll live off that one for quite some time in his local area. Yeah, and we're back all square again. Best of 3 now to get a chance into the final.
What a game.
Yeah, brilliant game.
Let's take another look. It's worth looking at this one again.
Yeah, this is absolutely fantastic. I think Mellon's worried now that he might be losing his top spot after working this one out. This is an absolutely phenomenal escape.
Oh, we're frozen at the moment. We'll see if we can see if we can get it going for you. We'll come back to that one.
Oh, here we go.
Nope,
There we go. 1, 2, 3. Oh, it was a free cushion. He didn't hit the bottom rail, so he managed to catch the pocket just before. But I mean, equally, I know it wasn't anywhere near as difficult in terms of the shot level, but the shot afterward that he put into was absolutely brilliant as well. The screw shot, he screwed the white directly in behind the black and left him no escape. It was spot on, and it gave himself the opportunity to secure the frame. So 2 excellent shots, one after one there. Missed the break there, but I think it was Adam's break, so I think he's at the table now. Yes, and look at the options. Yellow is slightly favourite, I would think, in terms of if you're going for yellows for a finish, though, with the more opted choice.
Very quiet chat box today.
How many viewers do we have now?
Got a few hundred.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Tend to build up as the day goes on. I think we had 700 or 800 watching late last night. But,
Got 100 minds by the sounds of it.
yeah, they're really quiet
Yeah,
today. They're
there's
not
not
saying
much
much
going
in
on,
the
is there?
in the chat box.
Maybe it's me.
Even my I worried that my chat wasn't working for a minute. Even nobody's even come up with a horse yet for the Grand National. I might have to go with your tip.
Yeah. If it wins, I'll only take 0.5%. Small percentage. Commission I'm on. Yeah, guys, get chatting if you've got any questions, queries you want to ask, anything about the tour or anything about pool in general. Me and Nick will do our best to try and answer those for you. Great to hear from you, your thoughts on this match and anything else you might have watched, and if you're competing in the event, tell us your thoughts on the actual venue and everything so far. Of course, as Nick said, please share, like. All helps to continue the growth of this excellent platform that we were able to experience and play this beautiful game on that we all love and hate to play so much in many different times.
Maybe they muted us.
Maybe, yeah. I think it's got something to do with me. Maybe I don't think you've had the effect of that before, but maybe it's me. That might get him going, actually. If in the commentary, if you want me to stop commentating,
Yeah, you've done a great job.
maybe say something.
Very natural, for sure.
I've enjoyed it. It's been good. Adam's opted for yellows, I believe. So he's looking at taking the finish. Be okay here because the natural pattern really is take this one that he's looking at now to the bottom left hand corner and then clear the bottom yellow. This is going this way is a slight danger because yeah, I don't think that was the right shot. I think if he takes the one closest to the cue ball now and then clears these two and screws up to the line of the tail with that yellow, almost certainly goes past the other yellow into the top right hand corner, and then it's a natural shot just to drift down into the gap to the right hand pocket and play the black into the corner. So I think yeah, he's put himself into a bit of a predicament now with these yellows.
Yeah, Dandolf, this is the new Rasson table, and really good feedback on it so far. I think aesthetically it looks fantastic. They've made a few adjustments to it from the original, and I think it plays really well now as well. Generally, the feedback's been good.
Yeah, beautiful to play on, beautiful to look at, and all round just a fantastic table. To be honest with you, I'm a very big advocate for them. The new version is absolutely spot on. You'd be amazed at the subtle differences, but it's such a big thing. But the fact that the entire playing surface all the way around the table is completely flat.
Yeah.
That is, something you don't get in any cue sport. There's not a cue sport out there that has that. So that is, it's actually something that's a pleasure. It's enjoyment to play on. There's no difficult cueing shots, if you like. Now you just got to focus on cueing the ball off a rail. There's no awkward plastic sticking out on the pocket or awkward metal bits, raised, etc. It's very good.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's worth mentioning. It's it's a reasonably high price point, but it's made differently. Like it's got it's a steel frame. All the cushions are bolted to the slate, so which should give us more consistency. The adjustment of the height is easier. I mean, it's a quality piece of kit. Daniel Fisher asking when the matches end. Yeah, we're here all day. We're here all day. We're bringing you action live right the way through. Last night we finished about 11:30. I don't doubt that it's going to be similar today. It's a long old day. And in the meantime, Adam Jenkins makes. Oh, did we have the race wrong?
Yeah, I'm not sure whether we've got it wrong or whether they've got it wrong.
No,
but,
I've been going by the
screen at the bottom,
the screen at the bottom, which says race to 7. And
the tier 3 has been it has been raced to 6 all the way through.
It has been, but it does change.
I thought we'd been semi-finals.
Yeah, it just changed at the final rather than semi-final. So we've totally missed the end of that.
Wow,
we're talking about the table, and we didn't even realise that the players are shaking hands.
Oh wow.
Well,
that was a fantastic finish. I was watching for it. It was a brilliant finish to clinch the match.
I didn't even get a chance to big that up because I didn't realise. I mean, I thought it was just Adam Jenkins going to the hill, and I was just about to say that. But I mean, what a clearance in the deciding frame under pressure.
Fantastic.
And you could see. I mean, I saw him kind of swinging his cue and urging that ball on to get to the last yellow, and then obviously found the gap between the two reds to come up and play a great 8-ball. I mean, that was really a super finish under pressure.
Yeah,
apologies.
Sorry everyone.
I was literally going from what was on the screen. You could see it as well as we could. So we'll get that right for the next game. We didn't realise, but and apologies to the players when they watch back, because we totally undersold the finish.
Yeah, massive credit there to Adam. That finish was exceptional. Anybody at any level would be, well appreciative of that and happy to take a finish out like that to win a match.
But just going back to the game in general, I mean, what a standard all the way through. Obviously, a couple of mistakes traded by both players, which you would expect. But the fact that Adam just, he just kept his nose in front. Gavin just kept coming back at him. But it shows, you've got to say from the winner. I mean, how well he's done there. Like, what kind of fortitude that's shown to just keep getting that frame ahead all the time. Yeah,
the resilience that both players showed, really, to stay in touch with each other all the way through, and to not let up at, if you like, at any point, and no one really got a clear. I don't think at any point there was more than one frame distance between them. For the entire match, no one got into an astonishing league, and there was no massive comeback. It was pretty much, level, dead all the way through. And respect to both players there. They've, it was a shame there was a loser. To be honest with you, the standard was exceptional, and the finish at the end was great from Adam, and he deserved everything he got from the match.
So, thank you very much for joining me on Comms Now, Alex. That was really good. I really enjoyed it. And we're going to be back with the second semi-final. I'm going to be with Tony Holgate just as soon as you can see they're resetting the table as we speak. And we'll be back with the action very, very shortly. We'll see you soon.
All the best. Cheers, Nick.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, welcome back to Wigan, Robin Park. This is Challenger Tier 2 semi-final between Richard Browning and Sean Greenhall. Richard Browning has won the lag and has elected to break. This is a race to 6. I'm Tony Holgate. I will be joined by Nick Finn at some point. He has disappeared off into the hills. Have another look at Richard's break. Makes that red ball into the corner. So looking at the table there, reds look very, very nice indeed. Perfect on the red at the bottom. Now he can just float this into the corner, leave himself on the red on the cushion. And really should be fair. Well, I'll say straightforward, but he's got to pop this one down the rail. Red into the top right hand corner. Just came up a little bit short there, Richard Browning, but this should be okay. Pump this in and come off the side rail, back across. Yeah, played that very nicely indeed. This is a positive start from Richard Browning. Trying to stretch across the table here, so this has now made it slightly more tricky. He's played that really, really well. Nice control with the cue ball there. And in wriggles the black, and it is 1-0 to Richard Browning as Nick Finn has returned.
I wriggle into the comms box.
Who?
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. Yeah, so this is the second of 2 semi-finals. The first semi-final, Jason Crozier and Gavin McArdle. Jason is 5-4 up and on the hill against Gavin. Richard Browning, first frame on the board, and Hells from Pontefract. Sean Greenall setting up the balls at the moment from Burnley, and we've got a lot of excitement over on the main arena table. And the pro quarter final, I think I just heard that it's just been forced. The buzzer beater is forced a 6-red shootout. I think you can catch all that action on the Ultimate Pool app. And don't forget, you can sign up to that app. You can sign up and watch all the coverage this weekend for just £4.99 using YouTube Wigan as a promo code. It's Craig Waddingham, it's Aaron Davis over there at the moment, and it sounds like Craig Waddingham was in charge, and Davis has found his way back into the game somehow, and I'm pretty sure that it's a 6-red shootout to decide who goes into the semi-final. But we focus on this match. What's going on over there, Tony?
Well, just Aaron Davies has just played the most amazing shot against Craig Waddingham. There's only 7 seconds left on the clock. Craig snookered Aaron, who's on the black. He's played 1, 2, I think 3 cushions, potted the black, and it's taken it to a 6-red shootout. So if you subscribe, you can get on, you can get that done quickly. You can go and watch that right now. It's going to be, in the next 5 minutes, there's going to be a 6-red shootout between Craig Waddingham and Aaron Davies. Brilliant. For a place in the semi-final. It's been an incredible match. I had to go over there because I just heard the screams. So forgive me for charging over.
That's all good. Another JMO's getting excited. Do you know there's something going on over there?
Well, generally that's when the food's been delivered. I have to say that was an impressive start from Richard Browning. Break and finish. And also because it wasn't easy, and he left himself stretching over the table to play his last red. And the control and the pace and the way he hit it from, you know, a very stretched, not a very pleasant shot, quite a thin cut. He played it really, really well.
He's just taking a little time just to try and work out this pattern. It's a bit fiddly. There's a lot of traffic in and around that 8-ball spot. So he just needs to work out how he's going to go about it. They've all got a pocket, but it's not a straightforward finish by any stretch of the imagination. Play the yellow to bottom right, whether he can squeeze the cue ball through the gap of the 2 reds. Certainly have to thread the needle there. If he's looking at the one down the cushion, it's a big angle to try and hold. So this is going to be a touchy-feely shot whichever way he goes. I think the gap is there between the 2 reds. He's got the angle to find it. But then, you know, even if you find that, how do you then get back across for the ball on the left-hand side cushion? Lots of work still to do. A little flick on the red, wanted to come through the gap, and flick on the red to cover the path. So probably now has to play a double on the ball on the side cushion, but then he's still got a problem on this yellow at the bottom of the table. So interesting to see how he works this out. Just drawing stumps. Sounds like Craig Waddingham has done his part in the 6-red shootout, posted a pretty quick time.
I can just tell you, Craig Waddingham, that's going to be double checked up. I'm not sure if he has. It's very close to the world record.
Wow.
It's 15 something.
Wowee. I mean, Aaron's quick, but
this is Craig Waddingham.
No, I mean Aaron's quick, but he's
yeah.
going to have his work cut out.
You can just see over the top of our commentary position over to Stephen Jameson and Mark Shepherd, who are actually commentating on that match at the moment. There's a huge roar in the arena, so I don't think he has quite toppled Brian Halcro's records. I think he's still intact, but it was very, very close.
It's now the first time that Sean really gets an opportunity, gets his hand on the table to get in amongst this match. the opportunity. He's up the table. Let's have a look at his path through to this point. Sean Greenhill has beaten Shy Hardwick in the last 128, 6 frames to 2. In the last 64, he's beaten Aaron Joseph, 6 frames to 2. Then a closer game against Steve Nesden, 6-5 in the last 32. Last 16, comfortable win against Michael Richards, 6-1. And then to get to this point, he beat Jack Malloy 6-2. So one close game, the rest of it he's been fairly comfortable. So solid performances from Sean so far this weekend.
Well, I can tell you there was a malfunction with the shot there, the stop clock on the Craig Waddingham time. It didn't start on time, so his actual official time was, I think it was 21 seconds. But Aaron Davis, I can tell you, has gone there and just hit 16 seconds. So Waddingham is gone.
He was fast.
I'll tell you what, if he'd have really stepped up, the world record was there for the taking as well. It was there. But what an incredible match they've just had.
So let's focus in. Yeah, a little ironic tap on the table. So he realises that he's put himself into a bit of bother here. There's nothing down the table. It does have the edge of the red at the top of the table. I don't see much else other than making an attempt at the plant. A lot of good things can happen from that. Obviously you could make the plant, but also you could push a red over that right hand corner pocket, which can do good things for you. Should still be in control of this game, but it's all about this next shot. I think he's just looking to see if there's a touching ball, whether he can play away, get some cover at the bottom of the table. Maybe even just glance off of it. What is he looking at? Is he looking at a plant? If it is touching ball, he could plant the 8-ball onto the red. Oh, it suddenly becomes very important if it is touching ball. That's a pretty good option if it's there. I guess it can't. We'll never know, Tony. We will never know. I can only imagine it wasn't touching ball, because if it was, the 8 and the red looked like a dead set plant. Could have just played straight into the 8-ball. Obviously, if it's touching ball, you're already deemed to have hit your ball. So you could play into the 8-ball and plant that red into the pocket. It looks, as I say, to be dead set. It's got some cover across, though, which does create a bit of a headache, because now the 8-ball doesn't go into either of those bottom pockets. It only really goes, the only obvious pocket is the right centre.
Well, that was a fabulous shot that Richard Browning's just played there.
Yeah.
That was right up there at the highest order to judge that screw back. All he's got to do is leave an angle on this large yellow, and he can come down. He can get a cue ball either side of that black ball and have the black in the right hand centre.
Would have liked to have been just off the cushion, but the angle looks okay.
Yeah, she just run the cue, but if he'd have played that with a bit, just topped it through a little bit.
Yeah.
And it'd have given himself a wider angle. Should be okay.
It's all about the pace. Needs it to run. He's going to have a shot, but it's going to be a very, very thin cut.
Yeah, see, the thing there, he could have afforded to hit that a bit harder, obviously, because even if he came a bit further back, he could have had a long black into the top corner as well.
Yeah, you're right. Much better to overhit that than underhit. So in a race to 6, already this is a very important ball. Doubles it,
nice.
Just to the top lip though. A golden chance for Sean to get the nerve settler, as we like to call it. That first frame on the board, always so important. Tricky little plant though. and some pressure on it. He has to make it.
Well, it's a frame loser if you miss it.
Nice shot. Still going to have another tough one. He would have loved to have been closer to the side rail and play the plant on the one that's near the cushion. It looks now that, you know, if he can't get across there, he's going to have to pot that in his own right, and that's a much tougher pot. It's a way easier ball to plant than it is to try and pot in its own right. So red to middle, and top right, come back over to the left hand side of the table. His last pot, or his last red, is going to be a pressure ball. You go back to that first shot he played, that plant, and I know it was tricky, but you know, looking back on it, could he have done a bit more with the cue ball to try and get it over that left hand side?
I'd be tempted to play the double there. You see, you play the double when he's dead straight on that red into the middle. I mean, you should make that. The red's over the bag and the black's over the middle. Now he's got this down the rail. No, he should stop the white dead and he'll have a straight black in the corner, but little test of cueing.
Ooh, wow.
And he failed that pretty badly.
Yeah. It seemed to, it just all went wrong, didn't it? The whole dynamic, it just seemed to snatch it a little bit. Just the wrong contact point on the red. Just maybe picked the wrong line.
Well, it is Richard Browning that's now 2-0 in front. So we didn't see that. Black would have tapped it in.
So Richard's route through to this point, last 128, his first game, opening game. Richard Browning beat Michael Dujardin 6 frames to 2. Then it was Wayne Wotton 6-3. Carl Marriott in the last 32, also 6-3. And then he beat Lachlan Taparic 6 frames to 1. A close game in the quarter-final against Mark Blackshaw. A heel game. Richard came through 6-5. Brings him through to this point, currently leading 2 frames to 0. You've got to say, of the two players, he's definitely settled the faster. Often what it's about at this level, he who settles the fastest. It can be quite an intimidating environment. These players, you know, may not have played too much in front of the cameras before. Very different vibe in this arena to what it is out in the main challenger room. I'd say over 60-65 tables in that room. Reds, all the reds have a pocket. He was just looking at the red that's right next to the yellow, just in the middle of the table, and I think it does pass. I think it's decided it does. If it doesn't, he's got a nice angle. I was going to say he's got a nice angle to come up and give it a nudge, and I think that's what he tried to do. But all he's done there is cause himself another problem. So hope for Sean Greenall. Certainly fancy getting to the table in this frame now. So don't forget, we're live here all weekend on this YouTube channel. We're also live on the Ultimate Pool app, where you can visit at ultimatepool.co.uk. Subscribe. Catch action from the main arena table, which is just full of excitement today. First game out, Ian Ali beat Tom Cousins in a deciding frame to knock Tom out, and then the good mates played each other. Shane Thompson beating Carl Sutton 8 frames to 1, a convincing victory by Shane, refinding some of the form that he had a couple of years ago. Seems to have deserted him a little bit in the last season or so. And then pure excitement in the last frame of that 6-red shootout with Davis beating Craig Wardingham. The last semi-final still to come. Use the promo code YouTube Wigan to get yourself a month's viewing for £4.99. Price of a beer.
Depends where you drink.
That's true. That is true. 2 beers in Wetherspoons, half a pint in London.
Well, what Sean should be doing is plotting his yellow and then kicking into the 2 balls above. Well, I was about to say that little cluster there, and he's played it very well.
Left a nice angle as well to come down and give the other one a bump. It's just the right side. Can certainly nick a bit of the middle pocket if he's a little bit straight. Outside red of these two does pass to top right. He's looking at it now. I like the other shot personally. He needs to deal with this red.
It's on yellows.
Miles away. Ignore me.
I'm trying.
Most people do. Won't be the first mistake I make today, Tony. It's already been a long day. Long day yesterday. We finished at 11:30.
Oof. Well, I don't know what happened there with Sean, but he's certainly not settled. It's amazing the difference one arena from another can make. Imagine what it'd be like if in the big one. But so you've got a fair little crowd probably to the left here as well that will be in the tiered seating. So you know there's a lot of nerves out there. Of course, these players don't have the added pressure of having a shot clock either.
Strange one for me, that, Tony. I mean, he was looking at the other ball to see if he could screw off the bottom cushion into the problem area, but surely the shot he's just played, if he screws that back and leaves it high on the red to middle, he's got options depending on the angle he leaves. He could screw straight back into that cluster. He could come off the bottom cushion. Oh, he's left it there. He's in no man's land. Caused himself a big problem there. Double to recover. Still has a problem though. Left it right till the last. All the eggs in one basket here. Has to come out.
Well, he's got to play this quite thin now. Left-hand side on the cue ball off the top rail. But also, when he nudges it, he's going to have to make sure he gets on it as well. And he's gone wide.
Played it with side. Played it with side. And
He had to play a little bit, but not that much. It wasn't a very easy shot to play, to be fair. But it was 2 shots ago. He played the wrong shot completely. He could have played the other one into the centre and directed a screw shot straight into that and kicked it out. And now he's giving away ball in hand as well on top. So reprieve for Sean Greenall.
Just look at him. He can get to a bottom angle, the yellow from above. Pretty sure it passes to right centre so he can play short position. Just pop the cue ball in behind it and play it to middle in the turning. Unless you can see this, then fine. It's obviously tight. No, it's definitely there though. But it was just guarded a bit more when you see the overhead. It's a slightly different angle.
Well, this would have been my last ball in the match, but got to be a little bit careful here. Bit of left-hand side now, just run it off the bottom rail. This should settle Sean's nerves. And in goes the black, and Sean Greenall gets a one on the side of his scored board, and it's now 2-1 to Richard Browning.
We see an overview of this pro arena. Some fizz into that break. Oh, there's only 4 balls in the bottom half of the table. Go well, he's timed this. Serious power through that pack. Balls flying absolutely everywhere. You flush them like that, you almost can't fail to make a ball. But it means there's a lot of traffic in that top half of the table. A lot of balls on top of each other. Very tricky. Bones out of that. You can dislodge one of the yellows. If it takes the yellow to top left, you can dislodge the one that's just below it. Just a mess. The yellow on the right hand side is sandwiched between those 3 balls. There's a line that you can take it. And he's looking now, it does go into a little pocket. Still got a ball tied up at the top of the table, and what do you use to get that out? I don't blame him. I really don't. Don't see much value in attacking from there.
What a decent attempt there, just trying to develop that red. You want to develop the balls, you want to push the game forward, you want to try and develop an attack at the same time. If you play too negative at these rules, you will get caught out.
Yeah, I agree. That kind of situation, there's enough, there's enough work to do on the yellows that even that last shot, you may have been able to take a bit of a liberty and just get the red out into the open and just say, look, have a go if you want. I mean, it's a horrible finish on either ball set, but as you say, in that defensive shot, you want to be promoting. It's the same as chess,
because you get players in a situation, you do see it when you go down the ladder a bit, is where they're trying not to lose rather than trying to win the game.
If it was me, I'm probably just trying to break out, maybe play the red in the middle of the table and try and break out those three at the top of the table. The yellow has still got the ball tied up on the left-hand side. If you're going to take a liberty in this frame, do it now and just get all your reds out in the open and create some pressure. The reds are just too tied up at the moment. Yeah, that shot doesn't do anything.
It's a nothing shot. It's just, you know, a bit, I don't know what to do shot, really. It's just,
I think, you know, somebody's got to take it by the scruff of the neck almost.
And see, if I'm Richard Browning and looking at the start of the match, and when Sean's missed a couple early doors, Richard Browning had broke a dish the first round and got 2-0 up, I'd be pushing all day long now. I'd be opening everything up.
I mean, if you look back to that last shot where he pushed that red over the other side, had he split up those three reds, a lot of good things could have happened, and it would have put pressure on this finish. Whereas at the moment,
I said that's where the psychological bit comes in. Now then, if Richard starts pushing the balls open and Sean starts taking out finishes, then you obviously think, hang on a minute, now he's settled. But while somebody's unsettled, because he looked a bit edgy, did Sean, I'd just had him bang on the table all the time, you know, just with pressure shots.
Looks like he's got the angle here to take the one to middle and come up and try and, well, he has. I think try and develop the ball at the top of the table. I would have preferred to leave that yellow because it's a recovery ball.
I kind of get it because he didn't have a massive angle. This is a better line in to the yellow, because you can get if you get the red half ball here, you push red, the yellow and the cue ball together.
The problem is if he doesn't land
he's
on
been
the
lucky. Well, I'll tell you what, no he hasn't, he's too straight. Now he can't get on the yellow at the bottom. Now the shot here is to just play this very gently, leave the yellow over the back, and try and leave the cue ball stuck behind that red.
Trying to,
we just sort of play it just left of centre into the yellow. So just, all right, you're going to leave probably a long red into the bottom left hand corner, but you'll be covering this bag sort of anyway. And that's pretty good. Shot now for Sean is to clip off this red, cue ball into the bottom rail, over to the right hand side rail, and try and get behind the three reds that are in a group there. Well, tell you what, that's an even better shot. Good thinking there from Sean Greenall. I didn't even see that one. I was so busy thinking of getting the snooker. And that's the loss of turn. And a very, very good shot indeed from Sean Greenall.
Taking away the natural angle as well for the one cushion. The red's just in the way of that. As you can just be able to find the line. It's a tight one. The knuckles almost in the way. Just needs to miss that red. This one needs a bit of side. I'm not sure it's there. That red is just banging the line of the angle that you want. Play the shot with a lot of side. Flicks the ball, needs a cushion, gets one.
He still makes Sean favourite now for this frame. Can have a go here.
Yeah, the way the yellow's situated as well, it's a free go. Nice controlled shot. You can take the top one of the three, just bump into the other red, and it'll be on the one at the bottom of the set. Well, there's a dozen different ways you can play this. Just selecting the screw back and go the same pocket.
She's looking a bit more composed now, is Sean. I think he had a bit of early nerves right at the start. But they have now disappeared.
Yeah, he pegs it back. He's 2 frames behind. As you say, he wasn't finding much fluency. He looks a better player now.
Yeah, far more composed.
Pop across and you see the main arena table. Stevie Dempsey and Rob Warren. That's the 4th quarter-final in action. Stevie Dempsey just 2-1 up against Rob at the moment. Mention it again that this is available on the Ultimate Pool app or ultimatepool.co.uk. You can subscribe for a month for $4.99. Use the promo code YouTube Wigan if you want to follow the action from the Pro Series. But now we stick with Challenger. Richard Browning gets us underway in frame 5.
Nice break as well there. Really got the balls moving, made a ball. Just played sort of glanced the front ball but more into the second ball there. So slight cut break there. Both colours are open.
Big angle here.
Wow. I'll tell you what, we've seen them on the TV table, that and that staying out. That's a very similar shot. I don't know how that one's managed to drop on this one, but
That's a risk of snooking himself as well. Just can get through to this. Maybe can't quite get the potting angle, but you can definitely turn it over. So play it with a touch aside. Not much you can do with the cue ball though. long tester. Top right pocket, and the cue ball through. Somewhere near the middle pocket. Just like that.
Super pot. And I'll tell you what, it's been a decent finish here. Maybe had a red that wiped its feet, should we say. But it's a good response after losing 2 in a row. And as that one wriggles in as well. It's for 3-2.
Hello to Merc Nation, nice to have you on board, nice to see you watching and hope you're enjoying the action. Sean Greenall breaks frame number 6, another very nice break. Tap on the knee, the appreciation from Rich Brown. Great contact here. Gets everything moving.
Yeah, he's got a big break, Sean.
Nice look at reds.
Yeah, got to go reds. You've got to take this one at the bottom. Easy start. Get the cue ball back into the middle of the table somewhere. If you can get over sort of, I don't know, just past where that red is, right in the middle of the table, then you can start trying to dissect these reds and get this frame up. One and get yourself back level.
Yeah, the red and yellow that are tied up next to each other at the top corner, they're pretty much a dead set 3-ball plan.
Well, if you wanted to now, you could actually, off this ball into the top left, you could try and move them. There's so many different options here. And it wouldn't be a bad one because you're leaving the ball over the bag, you're still going to have that to go out. So I think I might go in here, and he has done. Played that nicely.
That's lovely.
Yeah, it's a good shot there from Sean. He's usually a different player from that played the first 2 frames. Now he looks like he's now in the match rather than dreading the match. Yeah. But when you're not used to being out there, and you know you've got a crowd watching you, you know you're aware you're live on TV, on YouTube.
Ball smack in the middle of the table. Don't think it goes to bottom left, but it will pass the bottom right, so that one shouldn't be a problem. I think I'd be taking the one to middle now, Tony. I don't know about you.
No, I wouldn't.
Okay.
I'd be playing what Sean's playing.
Yeah.
This little plant. Now go in the middle. Then play the other one in the middle. So get rid of the 2 middles, leave these 2 at the top. Play the one up the rail, and then my last one, if you can just leave an angle, come down and you slide behind the yellow down into the bottom area of the table, that would be me. Probably missed one before that as well somewhere. Now, I don't like leaving the one in the middle of the table till last, because you have to be absolutely precise. Now the angle that he's got here, he's going to have to now leave himself playing the red long into the bottom right hand corner. And there, you see he's just pointed there with his cue. Now you want an angle so you can pot it and come past the yellow with the cue ball. And it's the wrong side. Can he sort of, if he can pinch you inside, just keep it sort of, cue ball, just screw back a little bit so he can leave himself a cut with the black. I don't think powering it forward is going to do him any favours at all. So you need to leave yourself just so you can see the thin edge of it. But if he was like 3 cue ball widths to the other side, it was perfect. He just run it in. It looks like he's digging quite deep. Well, he went for the Hollywood shot, and it's not paid off. And now Richard Browning with ball in hand with, well, that's a sort of dream sort of scenario you'd like, and it's to go back into a 2-frame lead and 4-2, 2 away from the finishing line. And this really formality finish now for Richard Browning. But all just because Sean came just that tad too far. And the angle he had, he was the wrong side of that red, and it was, he just fancied, he probably thought he could come past the yellows. It was a tough shot to play. Just the simple stuff to do now. Browning just this yellow and the black. And in goes the black ball, and Richard Browning now has a 4-2 lead against Sean Greenall, should I say.
Frame 7. Several balls tried to go in, caught knuckles. You see one caught the knuckle in the middle pocket, one in this bottom corner. There's one, there's 2, and there is 3. Nothing goes in, it's a dry break. Red's decent. He's only left the plant here. I don't think the spread passes far one, does it? Not there.
Yeah, and he's left a gap there for Richard. I think I'll play it now as well. First shot. Play the cup with the yellow into the rail, into the red. Play it with a bit of pace, get the keyboard down the bottom of the table, take out those three, providing up part of that ball at the top, and then come back up. I always say attack the biggest problem first. Tackle it at least. I'm surprised he's not taking the two yellows at the bottom. Take two yellows at the bottom, you can't fail but land on that yellow with that angle to play this. Just sort of going a bit around the houses here. Got to play this cushion first into the red so it frees up that pocket for the other yellow that's nearby. Oh, he's off to the other way. I'm going to play this into the middle. Well, it's all about position now, down to these two yellows. And this could get Richard Browning onto the hill.
Just overran it again.
Well, test securing as he power it through with top and left hand side of these, you just run it in and leave himself a shot. Oof. And this is why you take those two balls down at the bottom of the table when you were down there. But then who cares when you can pot like that, eh? What a shot there for Richard Browning. And this for 5-2. And just one frame away from a place in the Challenger Tier 2 final. Impressive pot in there, but I'm still going to say he should have took the two balls down at the bottom of the table.
He's on the hill. He needs one more. 5 frames to 2. Commanding lead. Say it's been a really good display of breaking throughout this match from both, and she's got really good timing and power. Yet again, Same as last time, only 4 balls in this bottom half of the table, everything else at the top end, which, as often happens, just creates so much traffic. We've got all the balls at one side, and there is a lot of play in this frame.
Well, no mistakes for Sean now. His back's against the wall. Lovely little part he's played there. But look at the work he has to do. So this situation now, Richard doesn't have to push. He can just sit there quite happily at the moment, knowing that Sean has got so much work to do with these reds. Sometimes when your back's against the wall in these situations, it can just bring out the best in you. So Sean will be hoping that that is what happens. Well, he went to move it and he's... Wow. I was just waiting for that cue ball to drop in the corner and it's hung. So Sean stays at the table. Well, if I'm Richard Browning now, I get that yellow that's on the top rail out into the open. Sean still has a very bad ball that's behind the yellow at the bottom of the table. So it's like you're one step ahead here. Yeah, that wasn't a shot for me. He should have pushed that out into the open.
Comes back to what you said earlier, though, wasn't it? It's that they're more trying to not lose rather than trying to push out and attack.
Yeah, I mean it's a pretty safe time to do it. Where that red is for that Sean's at the bottom of the table, and another one on the rail as well. So those two. Well, that one's dead. The one on the rail, you can't smash that in to knock that out. So where Sean is going to develop those two balls, or certainly that bottom one, would have to be off one of the reds at the top of the table. And that, well, that's not happening. Now what he's done, Richard, he's now given Sean the opportunity to put this red down here, which he's done, in front of the black ball. Now he has the ball to use as a bit of leverage. So, yeah, Richard made a big mistake there. Well, for me, again, I'd be like, you play the yellow now at the bottom table, kick it into the red that's Sean's just put in front of the black and open those balls up a bit. And that is a terrible shot. As he hit a cushion. I think he might have been lucky there because he's hit that so softly. I don't know why.
Looks like Rich has decided it's time to pull the trigger. I'll come back to that yellow at the top of the table. Had he developed that earlier and it was out in the open, this would be easier clearance. He's still got that problem to deal with. A couple of balls he can use though. This is one of them. Problem is with this shot, he's not guaranteed to be on a yellow afterwards. In fact, I'd go as far to say he'll struggle to be on a yellow after this shot. Needs a bit of luck here. Well, the outside of the one of the two, the topmost one, may just squeeze past the red. I think it does off the far knuckle, but then he's got the problem with the other one. Attempted loss of turn, but the red hangs. When he got down on that shot, my first instinct is he was going to play the double. If he plays the double there, I think the frame's in his hands. Obviously, the eight ball's still a problem as well. A bit of play left in this one, you think? Sean's the one that has to make stuff happen. Richard only needs one more frame. Sean needs 4. To go from here, surely it's the ball to top left. Sorry, top right. He's got the one down the rail. So if anyone's recently joining us, you're watching the Challenger Tier 2 semi-final between Richard Browning and Sean Greenall. This is Ultimate Pool, day 2 of event 1. And, we are at Wigan, Robbins Park. Just come out a touch too far to make this ball down the rail comfortable. Still fancies it. Nice shot. Has he finished? Don't know. I mean, he can play across and he can still pot it, but can he avoid the cannon? He could. Looks like we're going to 5-3. Sean Greenall dispatches the 8 ball in frame number 8, pulls it back within 2 frames.
Yeah, and Richard there paid the price for not developing those balls early. He could have pushed Sean into a worse position. And he gave Sean the opportunity to get those 2 reds at the bottom of the table, get in front of the black, and ultimately Sean won the frame. As we look at that fantastic Ultimate Pool arena, there's the main table. You can see Stevie Dempsey there, the hammer. Seems like they're playing Rob Warren. We'll have a look at that 6-5 there to Dempsey. Plenty of time on the match clock, so I wouldn't be thinking there'd be any 6-red shootouts there. Very tight affair, as you'd expect in a quarter-final of a Pro Series. And you can go and join Stephen Jamieson and Simon Webb. You get your codes, subscribe, go and watch the end of that match, and also later today we've got the semi-finals and the final.
I was going to say that Richard holding all the cards still, because he's got this 2-frame lead. He's also got 2 of the 3 remaining breaks, but that's come up dry. But all the balls, well, 13 of the balls, all within about 2.5 feet of each other.
Yeah, but it's not that bad. It's, you know, you pop the first red in there. If you could, you hit into, so you got the 3 reds, so you pop the red into the corner, hit the outside red towards the middle. If you rub into that, the finish is there. It's on.
So he's looking at yellows.
I have no idea why he's looking at yellows.
Much tougher prospect.
Yeah, well, I think so. I mean, okay, right, you can make a case, but it's where those 2 yellows are just behind the 3 reds. Reds were easier, I think. Okay, you got a ball on the rail, and maybe that's what's made Sean's mind up. He didn't fancy it down that rail. But I think this is far more finicky.
Yeah, looking at playing a cannon onto that yellow, try and push it up towards the middle, leave him on the one down the cushion. No.
not where you wanted to land. And also you got the yellow near the black as well. That's awkward.
On the main arena, Stephen Dempsey is on the hill against Rob Warren. I think the scoreline is 7-5. And he's breaking for the match. As Tony already mentioned, you can subscribe. Use the promo code YouTube Wigan. Get yourself a month for a £5.
Well, Richard Browning, he just played the ball up the rail.
Yeah, you can take a liberty here. He goes, all sorts of bother. And I think I might have gone for it.
I don't know how he's hit out very, very thick, isn't he?
Well, I assume he wasn't.
No, he's obviously not trying to pot it, but he's trying to doubly make sure he didn't pot it.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
No,
it's not a bad shot to pot it.
Exactly, yeah, that's what I mean. I wasn't being facetious. I said that, but I would definitely try for the pot. Because you've got a free go then. I know you're trying to promote it and get it into a better place, but, you know, in or over is surely a better place.
Always find it strange, you know, because we've moved to these rules now, you know, where there's no the old 2 shots carry and the 2 shots and visits and all of this palaver, and then you know, with these rules, it lends itself to, you know, you want to be on the front foot. It's all gone very, very negative for no reason.
Yeah, where Reds were looking pretty good, there seemed to be a pattern. They all had a pocket. Now they're a bit of a mess.
Yeah, that's a very good shot there, Richard. And he's done the right thing. You've got to take the ball by the horns. He's obviously, you know, if he just sits in there now with Sean's, you know, tried to sort of clam the balls up, you know, it's a massive mistake. He needs to go for this. He can just develop. Now, if he doesn't want to go now, you've got the 2 reds there. They're the awkward 2 balls. Just brush them apart. Leave the cue ball stuck to the yellow. Open them up. No shot for Sean, there's nothing. He's not going to play the yellow that's next to the black because that completely frees the black. But if you leave him stuck to his yellow, he'll have to play away from it.
Probably comfortably back in his hotel room with his feet up, awaiting the winner of this match, and probably quite enjoying what he's seeing with these 2 players just struggling a bit at the moment. Is Jason Crozier. He's through to the final. The final will be played at 8:45 this evening, so if you're interested in watching that, tune in at 8:45. So it's going to be Jason Crozier against, looking favourite at the moment is obviously Richard Browning, but Sean Greenall still got the time to allow to come back. He's done the first job, he's won one of the frames. So it was 5-2 behind. We take the yellow to bottom corner and then play the one that the cue ball's nearest to now. Just flick it off the red into the middle. No thoughts of attacking.
Well, that's a bad shot. He's left in game. You can cut that. You can cut that red into the centre. Might even be able to play the other red into the top corner. Okay, then you've got to be careful with the cue ball here. But if you get the cue ball right up in the head, there is a chance here to win the match. I don't think he's seen it. Well, you've got to have a go, because where the yellows are, I mean, well. That was the shot. Brilliantly played there by Richard Browning. And the balls are all there for Richard Browning to book his place in the final. Oh my word. You have to play that at pace. I mean, that's your last ball there. That was to get on the black, that one.
Welcome to anyone joining us from the main arena table. I know the action's finished there just for a short while, so you may well be coming across to our YouTube channel. You're watching the Tier 2 semi-final between Richard Browning and Sean Greenall. Richard at the table, he needs one more frame.
Well, he's dug himself out with some tremendous potting earlier in the match, and he's done it again.
Good position, shot required.
I played a thin cut here in the bottom left.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I wouldn't be dribbling that one across the table.
Very difficult to land with a good angle. I guess if he finishes somewhere near where
Well, see, if you play the other one thin, play the cut, you come up, you get the cue ball up into the middle of the table.
Yeah.
You will leave an angle where you can screw it, the red into the corner, bring the cue ball off the side rail and back him up behind the black, or into that area up onto the bolt line.
he spotted it. I think he heard you.
Well, he's made the pot, but he's by putting that aside on the cue ball, he's narrowed the angle. Now then, can he screw that cue ball up past the three yellows and into that area just past the middle bag? If he can, he could be home. He's played that well.
Too wide.
No, it's great.
Oh,
That's
it's
a great
fine.
shot.
I thought it was just going to go.
Give me his due. I'll
Yeah.
tell you what. And, you know, he played a ropey shot a few shots ago, but he's dug himself out of a really bad situation, and this has been good at the end from Richard Browning.
Yeah, I thought he'd never hit that for a second, but it's perfect. Oh my goodness me.
Oh, can you believe it?
Well, I mean, you'd expect him. He's still a massive favourite. Look at the yellows, but Sean with a chance that he should have never had.
And to be fair, Sean gave him the opportunity when he left him with match on.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a bad miss there from Richard. I'd say a little bit of nerves. Saw the final ahead of him and just had a little bit of a twitch on it.
Not to be.
Well.
If that
It's been a
yellow,
strange end to, quite a weird match, I have to say.
really was. If that yellow sits across in front of the 8 ball, there would have been some fun and games there, Tony.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's not over yet. I'm saying nothing.
Very nice. Well done. Congratulations to Richard Browning. He makes his way through and books himself a place in the final. That's going to be at 8:45 this evening against Jason Crozier. Very good stuff. There were some nerves in play there for certain, you could tell. And who can blame them? It's a big moment for all these guys. More action coming your way. Next up, I believe, is going to be a semi-final from Tier 1. Don't quote me on that. I think that's where we're going. I'm trying to pull up the... my scoring app is not working at the moment, so I'm unable to get across there, but just know that we're going to be back with the action in just a few minutes, so stick with us. I think it's going to be a semi-final from Tier 1, but I'm not quite sure. See you soon.
Good afternoon, welcome back to the action as we pick up coverage of the Challenger Series. We've seen Challenger Tiers 3 and 2, now we are at the semi-final stage for Challenger Tier 1. Niall Sweeney at the table, taking on the man from Malta, Gary Carr, who's sat on the top right of your screen. Mark Shepherd with you for the beginning of this one. Race to 6 as we've been playing throughout the weekend so far. Big moment for these players. Not only the fact that they're getting their well-deserved moment in the limelight, having fought their way through the early rounds to get to this point, but also this is the final step on the journey towards qualification for pro status. You can win a Challenger event, Challenger Tier 1 event at least. That's usually enough to get enough ranking points for pro status. Obviously nice to be able to do it at the first weekend. It's the first of 4 Ultimate Pool Series weekends we'll have across the course of the year. Reaching a semi-final will still be decent ranking points for both of these players, but probably not of itself, well, definitely not of itself enough to be right up at the top of the rankings. So focusing on getting one stage further and getting to the final and ideally lifting the trophy, very important to both of these players. Slightly messy layout Niall's got here. No problem, obviously the 2 balls on the left hand side of the table. Seems to have, for the time being at least, committed himself to going the attacking route here. I feel like he's going to have to use the ball above the 8 ball as the breakout ball. Unless he can force an angle here. Could load this up with left hand side and try and hit the cluster. Well, that is what he's done. Played that well. He's actually been a bit unlucky there. If he catches that yellow slightly fuller and the white stays on the right hand side of it, he'll be in prime position. How much of this red can he see, if any, in the middle of the table? It's unlucky if he's snooked on this ball. Quite a difficult shot to force the angle from where he was. It was ideal playing it like that because he was able to break out the ball while still having another ball to save him elsewhere on the table. See the potting angle, attempted the double. Finn has just stepped into the commentary box to join me. You've had a busy old day of it so far, Nick. You've done a couple of Challenger events back to back.
Yeah, it has, yeah. Only 2 matches, and we've taken the best part of 4 hours. So it's been good, though. Been a couple of good games. The first one was nice and tight, went to Hill. And we thought, because of the graphic on the screen, we thought it was a race to 7. We totally missed the end of the match. Players shook hands. We were like, oh, hang on a minute. Thought one of the players had just gone on the hill, but it was actually he won the game. But yeah, that was a really good tight game. There's a couple of players here that we're familiar with. Gary Carr, obviously from Malta, one of Maltese international players, isn't he? We've seen him on Ultimate Pool before, playing in the pairs game. Gary Carr and Niall Sweeney, a very, very good player from Ireland. Very well known over there, and a really good stick.
Got the graphic corrected here. This is a race to 6. The confusion came from the fact that we've been playing different length races. The main Pro Series is a race to 8, the Women's Pro Series is a race to 7, and the Challenger a race to 6. Had that error creep in a couple of times. This one, though, we are confirmed as a race to 6 from the start.
Loves his pool. It's from Ross Common.
Well, not as played, but he'll settle for that result. Almost a good clearance from Niall at the beginning. Just went a bit wrong trying to break that ball out. A little bit scrappy since then. Having said with such confidence that we were correct about the length of the race, we've double checked and we've realised we're in fact not correct. This Challenger 1 is a race to 7, so apologies, our graphic is wrong. I don't think we're going to be able to amend that just yet, but we will keep you up to date. Verbally, it is a race to 7. That's our current best guess anyway. The rounds up until now have been a race to 7, so you would absolutely expect that to continue. The final is scheduled to be a race to 8.
Yeah,
we'll see later on.
Understandable confusion actually, because a lot of the races have changed. The Pro's gone from 7 to 8. The Challenger last year was 6 all the way through to the final. So it looks like this year they've made, obviously it's our first weekend, so we weren't really familiar, but it's races to 6 in Tier 3 and Tier 2, races to 7 in Tier 1, and races to 8 in the Pro. Every day's a school day.
Obviously that does make sense, but quite a lot going on, as you say, this weekend. So many different events in play.
Do we know if the other semi-final's been played yet? I assume it probably has. Do we know who's through that one, or is it in play?
No, that's actually just started on the table next to this. Jack Schofield against James Nesbitt. They've just kicked off, no score yet
Nice.
in that match. And then the final provisionally scheduled for around 7:30, although we're, as a result of the late running of the previous 2 matches, maybe a little behind on that. This is the second feature table you're watching here, which is going to be live on YouTube all weekend. For those that want to watch the latter stages of the main Pro Series, we'll be back on Ultimate Pool TV at 5 o'clock with the first of the two semi-finals. Then we've got the Challenger 1 final, so the final involving one of these players on Ultimate Pool TV after that. Then the Women's Pro Series final, and then the main Pro Series men's final. So 5 matches still to come on Ultimate Pool TV. If you do want to subscribe to that, discount code YouTube Wigan, all one word, $4.99 for your first month.
And the evening session on the main arena table will start at 5 p.m. tonight. The schedule for that table, as you mentioned, is Pro Series 1, the two semi-finals, and then we go to the Challenger Tier 1 final. So whoever wins this one will be over on the main arena at 7:30, which you've already said. And over on this table, we're going to watch the Challenger 3 final and the Challenger 2 final. It's after some action from the ladies' game. So a really good mix of matches tonight. Gary Carr draws first blood.
He's forgotten his break it is, even though it's only the second frame. Easily done.
Yeah, it took a little while that. Both players had a couple of chances, didn't they?
Yeah, I mean, it's not entirely surprising. Semi-finals always seem to have that added pressure. Such a big difference getting through to the final where you're going to be the winner at best or the runner-up at worst. Somehow that seems a much bigger thing than just being in the semis. There's that pressure to it.
Yeah, and there's also the intimidation factor of now playing in this arena environment with a camera on you, knowing that lots of people are watching on. Gary Carr's played in front of the cameras before. I'm pretty sure Niall has as well. But, we certainly saw it in the Tier 3, Tier 2 finals with players just taking a little while to settle. The Tier 3 final started with a the Tier 3 semi-final started with a real bang. Actually, there was 3 breaking clearances to start things off before they start getting a little bit sticky in the frames.
Lulled you into a full sense of security about the scheduling.
Yeah. And talking to Simon last night about the fact obviously there's no ref and no clock on this table. The desire would have been obviously to have an equal on all of the arena tables would be to have an equal footing to have them on the clock. That will develop as the season goes on. It's just one of those things. It's iterative improvements as we go on. Obviously, this is the first event where we've got 87 tables in action, and the referees are spread thin, so we didn't have enough refs to actually man this table and have 2 referees, because you need a referee and a timekeeper as well. But that will change as the season goes on. Expect to see those changes, and these players will be played under time conditions. Hopefully by event 2. An attempt at a development shot, but it's just gone awry. Comes off the side cushion. Finds the in off. Now with ball in hand. Yes, useful to have a ball in hand because you can develop from here, but certainly can't go game from here, you wouldn't think. Looks to be a little loss of turn at the top of the table would be in order here. Red onto the yellow, plant the yellow into the pocket, leave him snookered on the 3 at the bottom of the table. Would give Reds a nice advantage here. Now sees that shot straight away. Not a difficult snooker to get out of, but ooh, I say that, he's gone around the back of the pack. So ball in hand again. So I think we'll see more of the same. I think what Niall should be doing here is knocking the red out that's behind the 8 ball, just developing that and leaving him snookered behind the 8. Do you think, Mark?
Yes, I mean, if that's the positive shot, isn't it? I guess if he's not entirely confident, he may choose to tidy up on the right-hand side cushion maybe first, just try and promote a few balls into easier places.
Yeah, you could try and at least pop one of these balls that are on a cushion and then maybe go up the table and try that shot. Yeah, that's probably the dumb thing actually in hindsight. Probably worth now taking the one on the right hand side. He's dead straight on it. He could squeeze straight back. In fact, he could probably leave the cue ball where it is and then take the red that's just above the yellow to middle, go up table and then play that snooker that I suggested. Doesn't have to play the snooker, he could try a developing shot, but I just think that's the easier option. Just bring that red out.
Seems like he's slightly caught between options, doesn't it, in his own mind? I mean, you could just absolutely go for the clearance. If you're considering a safety, there's some merit in leaving the red that's in a line with the yellows just so that you've got a guaranteed snooker, or a close to guaranteed snooker if you play in the middle of the top cushion.
He's left an angle here that he could try and power through a top spin and just cannon into the 8 ball and that red if he wants to go super aggressive. By no means has to though. Several ways around this now, it's just all about personal preference. I don't think I'll go gung-ho here personally. That's still okay.
Trouble is with that shot, as well as he's played it, if you don't land nicely on it and he's not perfect on it, then it's not as easy as safety. I mean, he can still play off the one, play the snooker behind the black, but it's not as guaranteed as it was when you had that red in the middle of the table.
I certainly would be attacking from here, just running behind the 8 ball.
A change in the commentary box. Nick Finn steps out. Needs to be joined by Jaden Billingham, who had a great run on the Challenger Series last year. I guess lots of happy memories, Jaden.
Yeah, it went well, to be honest. I lost my match early to Liam White's 8-5. Played alright. Still another couple of years to go yet.
Tough school, obviously, coming up from the Challenger, playing in the pro event. It's no easy, well, tons of easy matches in the Challenger, but definitely no easy matches in the Pro Series.
Oh no, definitely.
So this is the second frame of this match that you're joining us for. Slightly scrappy first frame. This one, Niall has played a bit more carefully to try and grind out this opportunity.
Races? No, racing.
Yeah, sorry, we just corrected that graphic. We've had a bit of confusion because different tournaments have been played to a different length today, and we've been cutting between different ones. The Challenger tiers 2 and 3 were races to 6. So, 1-1. What have you made of this weekend as a whole? It's a pretty amazing arena that we're playing in here.
Oh yeah, it's class. It's next level. The table's playing a lot better as well, which is a good sign. But small improvements for the ultimate, so hopefully it carries on.
Yeah, it's nice as well having all the tables the same. In previous events we've had different styles of tables in the match arena. There's been 87 of the new Rasson Apollos out, so everyone's playing in the same conditions.
Yeah, I think it's better than what people have made out to be as well, to be honest. They've done a good job with it all.
Yeah, it seems like the tables have been one of the things that's been the most consistently positive feedback. It was hard to get things like tournament formats. People have different preferences, and you're always going to get some people that would rather do it a different way. But the table itself seems universally pretty popular.
I think they're a big step up from the Supremes from what I've been playing on.
Yeah, certainly when you go back to playing on the older styles of table, with all
It's a great game.
metal work around the side is a bit strange to get used to again, isn't it?
I did say that, yeah.
Yeah, that's a crunching break. A little bit
It's
of
got
congestion at
unlucky
the
there.
bottom.
It's been unlucky though with how they fell. I think you've got to get yellows and Tyson all down the bottom.
Yeah, even though he's got a starting red, it's not very appealing, is it? That red that's tied up in the middle of the cluster.
If the yellow by the black goes, there might be a finish on here. If you can get to the two dodgy ones into the middle as well.
So, yellows, as he foreshadowed his choice. This is going to be the key shot. It's not disastrous necessarily if he misses it, but well, it's not even gone for the pot.
Yeah, he's turning it right. It's a good line at this game is actually. I've played both of these, they're both top players.
Yeah, Gary Carr we've seen a bit of playing for Malta before on some previous Ultimate Pool broadcasts. Niall Sweeney is a good player from Ireland.
I've played both top players. Doesn't surprise me that these are close to winning the title, to be honest.
Just came a bit narrow of the line he ideally wanted, but still a legal shot.
I wonder if he can mess with on the black here if he plays flick off it and play into the black. Or just behind it.
Big match this. In fact, it's the semi-final. It's probably going to lead to a slightly cagier game than it would have done earlier on.
Slice just caught him out there. It's still alright though for him.
When you think back to last year, did you find it an adjustment when you played in the outside tables for the early rounds than in the arena for the later rounds? Or did you find that quite an easy changeover?
The TV tower does play really different to the outside ones, I think, anyway. I don't think there's much difference in it, but the clock management caught me out of it. I kind of re-watched it back and thought I could have taken it for a couple of seconds, which would have killed the clock to probably 6 red to honest, but it's a learning go, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean that's the hardest thing to practice, really, the clock management, because you just don't in life play that many matches that have that shot clock and match clock.
Yeah, I think it caught me out once or twice, to be honest. Dempsey, he was really good on it, to be honest. He kept it perfect every time.
Yeah, he's often cited as somebody that's one of the most reliable players with the clock management. He's obviously had a lot of practice as well. The fact that he keeps getting to the business end of tournaments means he's out in that arena a lot.
He had a really consistent year last year as well, didn't he? Lots of cool.
Scary to play a simple one. You can see a red direct.
I'm not sure what he's playing for unless he's on the double.
Well, yeah, I think he'd probably just played just to pot that to get something going, but he may actually have landed on the double here.
Oh, that's slow scored it.
Well, I don't know if he was necessarily, well, no, not what am I saying, he definitely wasn't necessarily playing for that gap, but that would have been a good result to
He would have
land on it.
I wonder if you can flick off the yellow, wedge it between the black and the yellow. I don't think that yellow goes by the black, does it?
Yeah, it looks tight, doesn't it? If that all went, he'd be on for the finish, but if not, they have to pull back.
If he can push the yellow ball the bag, he's got a free shot at it, really, wedging it. We might be able to flip the yellow up on the black and wedge him behind.
Did pop direct.
It's not that bad. Got to play a good shot here though.
Yeah, ideally he would have wanted to miss the yellow that is cannoned and try and slip onto the left-hand side. But as you say, he's now going to have to pull out one. The only ball he can pot's obviously bottom right, and then he's going to have to get back over the left-hand side for position.
There's a few shots you can play here. You could screw up by blue spot and play the one into the corner, or you could screw by the black and play yellow off the red in the middle, and hold for the outside yellow for the middle. Be interesting to see what he plays. He's got a few options he can do.
Fair to say he's not really rushing into anything. We're not playing with a shot clock on this table, so able to take his time.
I think blue spots the shot, yeah. Yeah, it's a great shot. Perfect. Really good.
Yeah, that's a nice angle. Just can't take the white one off the cushion. I don't know how this compares with his normal pace of play. He's possibly not the quickest player normally, but he's really taking his time to make sure of this.
Complete opposite to what Gary played,
Yeah, Gary's got the showman nickname, and you can see he's looking to play a slightly more positive style. Hardly a criticism, they don't just do what you need to win this match.
Just stand back a couple of inches in and should be alright.
Considering a lot of different angles, I mean, it looks like either, depending on what the angle is, you can either run it through or stun back, as you say. It looks like he's going to have to stun back. Considered all possibilities.
I think stunning back's the easiest shot to race, you can control it.
Well, no, in fact, he had a pretty natural angle to go through. I don't know.
I thought he had more angle than that.
Yeah, I don't know what he was needing to think about if he had that angle. I think that was more just a case of steadying himself than having anything to consider.
Just a little drag shot though. Off the cush. Took the quite nice to us rather than set.
Yeah, it's been a nice clearance in the end. One that Gary kind of set up, ended up kind of chasing after something that he probably wasn't expecting to be on, and then ultimately it went a bit wrong for him. Still a long way to go though. First to 7. You won a challenger event, didn't you, in the middle of last season? I guess you knew at that point you had the pro status pretty much locked up.
Yeah, I won that event, but my target was to finish first out of the rankings. I just missed out by one win, I think, which was a bit annoying. But
Good to aim high, I guess. A lot of players are desperately scrapping in to try and get through to one tournament win.
I had a really good year last year on the tour. Oh, off the tour as well. Won a load of comps, really, which still is just for the long run, don't it?
Yeah, I mean, it must help. Like, it's the sort of confidence breeds confidence thing. Once you start winning a few, it makes it a bit easier.
I obviously I won one, I lost one to Jazz Higgins in the final. I think I made 3 quarters, so it was good overall to be honest. Picked up ranking points and got those.
It was a tough field as well, even though it's easy to look at it and say it's not like the pro field, which is true. I mean, there's still a lot of good names hidden in. You're never going to get a draw where it's multiple easy people. You're always going to have some tough ones in there.
Yeah, there's no walkovers in tier 1. Solid all round.
Niles just stepped out of the arena for a moment. We'll be back with commentary when he returns. So, players back in the arena. Let's get underway in frame 4. Well, that could have turned out very differently. The red only just dropped and the white stayed on the table.
One opening shot there, if you can get knock this in then. It's round to lose really. First shot. Should be easy pattern now for Gary.
As much of a contrast of styles as you could wish for. Gary is racing around the table. He's going to have this finish completed in the time it took Niles to size up the last couple of pots in the last frame. Yeah, I would have liked to take the one to the right centre, but
yeah,
it should still be okay.
if you can drop this in dead weight and go into the middle, then he's only got to trickle the one in the middle back. Readjust. Oh, that's right, just a bit of test of your cueing now.
Yeah, he could have done without this because he could have just kept it all very simple if he'd have got a good position 2 shots ago. Should be fine. It's not a difficult shot, but it's one of those ones because you put yourself in a position you didn't want to. Somehow you add a bit of extra pressure.
He's got a shot to play here. We've got to come off free through the gap for black in the left middle. I presume he'll be playing.
Yeah, it's a kind of natural shot, isn't it, round those 3, but just the fact that you're travelling so much, you've just got that seed of doubt. Plus also with the balls on the right-hand side, you don't want to over-hit it and drop behind them.
It's quite a tricky shot, you don't know when to do it. If you don't want to do it, you're not on the cut of your sleeve. If you overdo it, you ain't got. You might be better off just playing for like half a pinch. Oh, that's a great shot.
Yeah, that's absolutely perfect, really, isn't it? That's the shot we were suggesting he'd play, and he couldn't have played it any better.
That's a nice takeout.
Wow, that's a quick clearance as well from Gary. I wonder how he feels. He's obviously a much quicker player than Niall. Some players don't mind the fact their opponent takes a while, they just play their own game. Others find it a bit frustrating to be sat in the chair for a long period.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, you're going to have to deal with that in such a big field. You're going to have quite a variety of different players you come across.
Yeah, 100%.
Interesting format this year. When you were playing in it last year, split into the 2 challenger divisions, and then the top of tier 1 got promoted. This season we've got 3 tiers, but I think it's done on a more dynamic basis, isn't it? There's some adjustment between events.
Yeah, definitely.
What the final version is, it's a very difficult job for the tournament directors, that, because everybody always believes they're better or worse than where they've been put in the tiers, so you constantly get objections from people.
Some nice hit, but scrappy layout. The records bottom right, these aren't that bad. Boy's face, especially, I think it does.
I'd like to just get a slightly more open layout and get going. Kind of doing it the hard way the previous couple of frames, just to get a nice easy run out. This is the second of the 2 semi-finals. The other one is in play at the moment. Jack Schofield against James Nesbitt. Nesbitt 3-2 up in that one.
So a great match as always.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough final. Whoever gets through to it, you could make a case for any of the 4 players that are still involved.
Just took the yellows, which I don't mind that. These are pretty much, well, not dot to dot, but if you can get onto this left one ball and then walk the rail straight, I think he's alright. Who's playing the kick out shot?
It's that red to drop. It's going to take into a bit of trouble now. Still got clear sight of both balls at the bottom of the table, but the situation at the top is a bit congested.
I don't think that was needed to run a second shot.
And that's often the difference between the players that have had a lot of experience at pro level. Obviously, you've got to be at quite a decent level to play those kick-out shots well, but when people get just that little bit better, they try to play fewer of those shots, just reduce the variability.
Yeah, you can see it's a lot more like twitchy shot. He's playing double there. Good recovery, should have worked today.
Yeah, it was a good recovery from where he was, because it wasn't just a case of doubling that, but he had to play the position. Who does he play here? Does he play the yellow to the centre? Does he?
I think he'll be playing for the skill shot here, to be honest. Drop this in the middle, if he can play skilling, screw back to the cushion, then he's got a big target then to play with.
It's not set badly for that shot. Let's try and be as straight as possible. He's coming around to see where he'd want to be in 2 shots' time when he.
I think he's got to play the skill shot in there, really. Unless he can screw behind and play into the left or right centre. I like that shot.
It's kind of shot if you're dead straight, which he hair off, but it's pretty much straight. It's so much easier than if you're judging it with an angle.
I think with the angle he just had, I think I'd prefer punching on and off cushion, try and get back close to it. Might just be my preference though.
Yeah, he had a good angle for that. It's going to be all about this shot now, because he's going to have to play this in such a way that he's going to leave a red if the yellow hangs over the pocket. Gary getting a bit bored with the weight, just stood up to have a look at what was being played.
Great shot.
Yeah, that was never in doubt, was it? Really nailed that.
Also, just be a bit careful here though, just in case you don't stick behind the red. If the black is left centre, he might play the bottom left one now, come through the blue spot, and then come back down to the... Yeah, I like this shot, kicking the red out.
Gary's got up to watch. I guess he's feeling it's the yellow and red are fairly close together. Not a shot you'd expect your opponent to foul on, but I guess he wants to just keep an eye on that. We haven't got a referee dedicated to this table. The players would call one over if they felt they needed one.
Just got to be careful here. Should we just focus on the pot then?
Yeah, crucial not to miss that, obviously. So now Gary coming round to see what the situation is with that red. We assumed earlier on it didn't pot, so that's why no, I didn't take reds. But maybe if you were just behind, does he feel he could squeeze it in?
It's a good opening pot. Could have done with a couple of inches more just coming off the gush.
Yeah, that's not what he wanted. If he rolled another inch, he'd have been okay with it to the corner, but he's going about as bad as he could.
Well, you would have been happy being short or high. Otherwise, wow. Nice split roll.
Yeah, that's a bad shot. He was so concerned there, trying to play the loss of turn, obviously. So concerned at ending up behind the red that he's a long way short of potting the ball.
I think that was a bit tricky there. It looked at you. I think if I was playing that, I would have screwing the white back up the table, playing it pacey.
Yeah, I agree with you. Before he got down to play it, I thought that was the only way he could play it, and then he seemed to think he could just play it gently. But it felt like you were always going to have to hit it too hard to be tight in behind the red again.
I know the angles are different, of course, to being beyond the box, but I think that was the only shot that was on for me. That looks a bit... I think you can always detail that. Looks not fun. It's good foul. Yeah, I think so.
Nothing really to do with this yellow, just concentrate on the pot. The white's naturally coming up off the cushion for the 8 ball.
It's black then to take the lead again.
So, black safely down, 3-2 to the Irishman. Gary will be frustrated with that, in with a decent chance of taking control of that frame.
I know the play style's hurting Gary, yeah. I don't think it's too pleased with how slow he is, to be honest.
No, I mean, it has been pretty slow, hasn't it? I mean, you can't really complain because the rules don't mandate a shot clock in this specific situation. It doesn't feel like gamesmanship either. It feels more like he's just trying to make absolutely sure of every shot.
For a spot for the final. Is it then not?
Yeah, you can sort of feel from Gary, he just wants to get going, doesn't he? He wants to not be sat in his chair, he wants to be at the table potting some balls.
He is like a rhythm player. If he's in, he's very, very good. But when he's sat down, he doesn't struggle. But that's the way I'm looking for.
Because it just takes him out of his rhythm, doesn't it, when he's sat down?
Yeah.
That's unlucky, isn't it? The yellow back to where he's just bumped it out from. Had some great Maltese players over the years. Often they do seem to be more that sort of entertaining style, don't they?
Yeah, there's a lot of them in there. That's a fantastic shot. That's a very good shot.
Sort of built for TV style. We saw the Maltese team in the World Team Shootout on TNT Sports back in the summer. They were having a lot of fun with that game.
Yeah, it's a great game, wasn't it, if I can remember right?
Yeah, it felt like, I think they were playing England weren't they, in their first match. It just felt like they had so much sort of team spirit and enthusiasm for the task.
You need to be careful, you need to screw beyond the red. Otherwise, go this way.
Trouble with this style.
I don't think that was the right shot. I think you just screw beyond the red, you can play yellow off the red. You can play it at pace, but it gives them both middles anyway.
Yeah, there wasn't a lot of margin for error there, and he's got himself a full ball snooker.
Trying to be a bit cute then, really.
Well, now he's going to have to come and field off the top. No, he's going to the side cushion. You feel like you're more likely to make it if you come off the top cushion.
Yeah, top cushion will go long. Although he's put a red safe there. I'm imagining he'll be back.
Ball in hand. If Niall wants to, he can promote the red on the left-hand side. Play it as a kind of shot to nothing. If he can play it down the table, run the cue ball through to leave a snooker, even if he misses it. Got to start with the ball on the left, haven't you? Seems to be, again, considering a lot of options. But
Might take it as a free shot, to be honest.
yeah, I mean, that seems like the obvious choice because you can play it as a very free shot. You're not going to leave sight of the yellow if you play it right.
That's a good first shot.
Yeah, he's playing it nicely. He's got the wall of reds there, so I had the confidence that it didn't matter if he missed it, but I'd much rather it went in. In a way, you felt like he might not play quite so far down the table, so leave himself the shot for the right centre next. You can see he's playing the middle one of the three to the right centre. Not going to have to go long.
I reckon he'll be taking the one long and then middle and come back to the side rather. You can leave the white where the red is now, we can come back for the gut and he'll be on both. We'll drop it and play one corner and come back for the side middle.
Yeah, he's made this harder. I guess maybe he's thinking that if he plays with that much angle, he can play it as a shot to nothing, take the white over to the left-hand side of the table. So I did have the extra cover there, playing over to the left-hand side of the table. Not that he could have needed, should have needed it, and not that he has needed it.
It'd be interesting to look to come back to top round.
Yeah, he's left himself a bit more angle than he ideally wanted. be fine here. He's got a slight angle to play for the 8-ball to the top right corner. This is going to be really painful for Gary, because not only has he lost a frame that he will feel like he shouldn't have done, but wow. Yeah, I thought he'd just take his medicine and play it long. If he's dead straight, he could play for the middle, but if you're going to do that, you've got to judge it. He's left himself a really awkward shot now.
Just be careful of it, yeah. Might be worth him taking it bottom corner and leaving the white on the side, back left cushion.
Yeah, the choice of 3 potential pockets here. None of them ideal. Yeah, made it look easy in the end, but much harder black than it needed to be. So after all that, Gary was in first in that frame, had a decent chance, but slips behind. Nice, Sweeney leads 4 frames to 2 as we approach the halfway point in this match. Don't know if we're putting thoughts into Gary's head or whether he will be finding this frustrating. I sort of feel like on his behalf we're finding it, that he must be finding it frustrating, sat in his chair for so long.
Frame will play a big part, because not only did the frame should have won, but the frame probably took him 5 minutes to clear the last 6 or 7 reds.
Yeah, it's a tough situation for him right now. I mean, Niall's kind of done the right things. This is going to sound critical, let's talk of the slow player, but it's not really. He's kind of done what he needs to do for him, but it's just not really doing Gary any favours. Obviously, that's not his job to be doing Gary any favours. He wants to make it hard for him.
Nice, good break. Definitely yellowed in the balls there.
Yeah, these are sat nicely, aren't they? Spread well around the table, but everything's got a nice pocket. Let's start with the one at the right hand rail, just then link up to the other side of the table, just a natural positional shot. The other nice thing about the way these are located is there's a sort of logical order. You can just work your way from one end of the table to the other.
Yeah, you can bottom to top now, aren't you? Top to bottom, sorry. I'm screwing it out though. Anyway, I've got a blue spot now, really.
Yeah, big margin for error in the middle of the table, which is what you want as a player. Just play into the zone rather than have to play for too specific a place. Both semi-finals proceeding at a fairly leisurely pace. 7 frames playing in the other semi. Jack Schofield currently 4-3 up on James Nesbitt.
Should have dot to dot now for Niall. He's done the white dead here, play both into middle and black bottom left.
Ball is set up by a decent break. An idiosyncratic cueing style, hasn't he? So he has his arm at more of an angle than most players do.
Yeah, I did notice that earlier.
It's one of those things you never really suggest to somebody to do it, but once you've found a knack of doing it, it's equally quite hard to stop doing it. Yeah, this has been very solid from Niall. This is good match play pool. That's going to finally start to feel like a more comfortable lead. 5-2 it is. Niall Sweeney 2 frames away from victory now in this semi-final. Gary Carr frustrated. You can see that frustration in his body language as he walks up to the table. Frustrated both with the pace of play and also he's got to take some responsibility himself. He's let slip a couple of fairly decent chances.
As long as he can get this frame winning at the momentum, I think he'll be alright. Still breaking.
Well, he'll be wishing we were using golden breaks this weekend. We're not though. It's actually going to be quite a tricky respotting job,
Yeah,
I think.
I've just thought that. It's going to be interesting to see.
So he has to go on the 8-ball spot or directly behind. Just agreeing whether there's space. They're both hoping there isn't space in between those two reds. They'd rather put it just behind the pack. So concluded neither of them wants to take responsibility for this, so they're going to call a referee over to help them. Don't blame them for this. You don't really want to give away a silly foul. I'm not sure what the rule is. If you're the one spotting the ball and you drop it, you do get a foul called against you. Not a very common situation. Just adding to the frustration of the length of time this match is taking. So let's assess what else have we got. We've got all the balls remaining on the table, so that's actually going to count as a dry break for Gary, which is going to feel kind of unfair. You can sort of debate whether that rule's right. The logic of the rule is that the black is basically disregarded off the break, so if it goes down it's just put back on. Feels a bit odd though when you've potted a ball off the break and it ends up being considered dry. Yeah, got a professional in to do the job. Well, also it turned out it's obviously very close because the referee's having to use a ball marker to try and see if there is space. It's not ultimately actually changing very much because there's quite a big cluster of balls there. Oh goodness, no wonder they needed a ref for this one.
Well, who's that shaking doing that?
Oh, good job in the end from the referee. It's quite a messy situation, isn't it? All these balls clustered together.
I think he'll definitely be taking that as well.
Does he consider the positive, play the one to the right centre and then use the one bottom right to open everything up? Well, that's the same difference. He's going to use the one with the ball bottom left.
I like this pattern. I think once you pot it, you're moving the black and the yellow. The yellow stuck behind the red goes bottom right after the bottom right one was potted, so.
Yeah, just going to see if the yellow bottom left will go past the other one bottom right. It looks very tight from this angle, doesn't it?
If it goes, I suppose, down the side on the old and watch down on the back course.
fluid as it happened.
It's on the bottom right one still. You've got to come for the gap of the rest of the right back.
Yeah, I think he's got to take the one at the bottom as well. Doesn't look like he's done anything else.
I think he's looking at swinging off too. Back cushion and back left.
Yeah, I don't mind that. There's a big gap through. Unusual bridging style as well.
Right, he's playing a great shot there, to be fair.
Starting to build up momentum here. Not in the conventional sense of playing quickly, but is in the sense of getting a few frames in a row.
Yeah, you play the yellow into the top left off the tip. Come down a bit. I don't mind the shot dropping it in the middle, playing them in top right and then playing it back down bottom blue spot, really. Just dropping it by brown spot and then taking a longer black. A couple of options easy to solve.
Yeah, it's going to finish between the two options there. Should still be okay, but it's going to have to play a much tougher positional shot now.
I think I'll be chopping this back bottom right. He's got bottom of two bags go anyway, so as long as it's open, he's going to be on a shot.
Just annoyed with himself because he was hoping these could all be simple pots, and now he's going to have to play a more difficult one.
There's a bit of work to do there. Just make sure the pot. Let's play it well.
Yeah, that was a nicely controlled shot. Didn't hit it too hard. Just going to play one more good long shot.
He should put him on the hill. Take his time.
Yeah, I mean it's all kind of steadying himself, isn't it? Because there isn't really much to think about here. There's only really one way of playing this shot.
Wow.
Well, that's no good at all.
That could be a game. Frame change.
Oh, well, that's not great.
I think he'll play the red onto the black here, just try the black and leave the white safe. And the back push. He's left a double for the gap of the reds.
Yeah, not what Niall wanted given the shot he had before, but he'd be very happy just to have a shot at all. When you leave the table with one yellow frozen to the cushion and all the reds in open play, you're not liking your chances. Much quicker than he was expecting.
I think a weird shot selection from Gary. I think if you tie the black up and if you pot the yellow now, he's got work to do. Got to play a safe here somewhere.
Quite a light ball in hand, allow him just to tackle the balls clustered together. Even if he doesn't get ball in hand, it's likely to be left some kind of potted or red. He's got a starter to the left centre. Can go positive. Has gone positive. I think Gary just wants to get going, doesn't he? He's just fed up with the pace of the play.
I think he just wants to try and find a bit of form.
This is nice now. Should be able to take these 3 reds with no trouble. Get the score back to 5-3. Oh, that's careless though. That's made life much harder. Just wanted to get above that, play it into the same pocket.
He's got a shot to play now. That's a good option. You can play it and try and come back between the yellow and red to the side draw, or you can drop the snooker. But you leave it on another hit to the eye.
Yeah, and this is a hit you're less keen to leave because it's near enough the pocket that the right contact could make it.
He has played it quite well because he's stopped the side cushion, he stopped from coming behind. I think he's got to play the free roll here. Back cushion through the pink spot, well, for back two.
This is a big moment, really. If he gets the right contact on this, it could be very good. If not, he's going to give the frame away. It's a big frame as well, given the chances they've both had. Whoever loses it is going to be very annoyed. So, the 2 cushions it is. Yeah, 3 cushions was no good there because he's going to make contact with another cushion after he hits the yellow.
Straight down.
Yeah, he just really wants to get on with it. Yeah, actually, he's not out of this match. 5-2's not great, but it's going to be 5-3 after this. And given the way that frame's gone, Niall's not going to be delighted with that at all.
Could be a bit of a swing in this match now because there was a big chance that went messy for him. I mean, he would draw be 6-2 in front of him and 4-3.
Yeah, and the trouble is once you've had the chance to be 6-2 ahead, it's so hard not to let it play on your mind. The best players are very good at forgetting it, but realistically for most people you are thinking, oh, I could have been 1 away from victory here. Especially as he had Gary in a good place, because Gary was looking a bit frustrated, he'd been kind of frozen away from the table. So he's still got the upper hand. He had a good last break, Niall. He cleared from the last one. To replicate that. Yeah, that's a really good break, isn't it? It's got all the balls travelling. Good connection with the pack.
If he's on the yellow into the top left, top right, so he's playing not top again though. Top down, I think he is.
Yeah, that's the kind of shot you're looking for, because if you do it early on in a frame where he's still got yellows around, it's a free hit and he should have position afterwards.
I mean, you love, well, third to it, you're ready if you could flick it off, or you've got a shot at every yellow then.
Yeah, if you just miss the black as you go past, just straight into the red, it's absolutely perfect then.
You just don't want to skid on the outside and not get any contact in it at all.
It's got a pretty good angle here. Doesn't have to force it too much, just playing a bit of right hand side.
That's a great shot.
Yeah, you could not have played that any better. That's a textbook execution of that shot.
It works anymore. One good shot now. Just screwed 2-3 inches back.
You just know he's going to make absolutely sure of this after what happened in the last frame.
He's played it well. Just one good shot now. Play it into the middle, come back out to where the white is.
So, 8 ball down. Niall Sweeney does get himself onto the hill. 6-3 now in this race to 7. I mean, at the moment it feels like there is only one winner, but at the same time it wouldn't take that much for Gary Carr to come alive. You know, it's like a guy that could throw a few together quite quickly if he got the chance.
Yeah, it was a nice last finish for Niall. It gives him a bit more confidence now, don't it? Oh, big breaks needed now. Oh, he's going to the front ball right now. He's got... Oh, it's a dry break for Gary.
Yeah, that's the last thing he needed. Put a fair bit of pace in.
Little turns into large, and Mark Shepherd exits because he's got duties on the main table, and Nick Finn. Jaden, this it's been Niall all the way, hasn't it? I haven't watched the game, but I've just been looking at the scores. He's been in control.
Yeah, he's he's controlled the match really well. To be honest, this play styles are not suiting Gary. He's had his chances to run him close, but take nothing away from Noel though. He's playing well. Just a dry break from Gary. Noel's got a good chance here.
Do you know if there's a result in the other semi-final yet?
Last time I heard it was 4-3 to Jack. I haven't seen any more.
See if the app will play ball. Struggling to get the scores up, but 5 each.
Oh wow! Right,
Jack
okay.
Schofield, James Nesbitt game.
I've heard that's been a really good game. He's got a shot to play, yeah.
Worried about the red in that pack, isn't he? Tried a full ball contact on the 8th ball to try and get on that red now. It's a tricky one to get on, especially now.
I think he wanted to land low there, didn't he, by pink spot?
Yeah. As I say, the winning frame always the hardest one to get, isn't it? Getting across that finish line.
Yeah, that one on the first frame, I'll find it. There's a pattern you could play. You could play one in the middle, one down the rail, and then come down to where the black spot is. If you can trim that in, you can play the black for the left middle then. I'll drop this in dead white. Oh, wow, it's very dicey. Didn't think he had to play that at that pace.
I imagine he was just trying to cannon into the yellow below it and leave it to the middle. That's
Yeah. I think the only shot he's got is he can flick off it and wedge the white on the back cushion right behind that yellow. And it ties one of his yellows, I presume, don't it?
How's your weekend been going?
Went alright, say it's my first pro event. I lost to Liam White this morning 8-5. They played really well, to be honest. I had a good win yesterday versus Morris and then lost to Dempsey on the stream table.
Yeah, that was some game against Carl Morris, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's
Pulled out
really
all the
good
antics.
player. Yeah.
It's always fun though, that if you just buy into the pantomime rather than just let it get to you. It's just enjoy the event really.
Yeah, they're all tough games on the pro though. There's nothing you can take for granted at these. I learned a lot in the Dempsey match over the management, the timing.
Yeah.
I rewatched it and there was a few points in it where I thought you could have slowed the time down there and maybe killed another 2-3 minutes, which probably took me to a 6 red then.
Is that something you do a lot of? You kind of self-analysis, go back and take a look at how you got on and what you could improve on?
Yeah, I do it a lot. I don't know if it's just me, but I see a lot more shots that I could have played after where I've actually got a bit of time to think.
Yeah, that's really smart. I think that's great.
That's probably only just because you're not on a timer, are you? So you can see everything slower.
Yeah, yeah.
It's got a bit of work to do. I wonder if that red behind the yellow gets into bottom left. I don't think it does.
What was your first impressions when you walked into the arena this weekend?
Really good. It's a big step up for the English 8 ball, I think. Oh, that's a great shot. A bit unlucky that he's tied the black, but he's played that really well. Black is into top left, so he's just got to come down by a black spot now. What's the pro on now? It's semis still.
Yeah, semi-final. The semi-final's just about to start.
Who's in the semis? Who won out of Wad and Aaron?
Aaron, 6-red shootout.
Oh wow.
Yeah, apparently I didn't see it, but apparently Craig just made a bit of a mess in the last frame. I think Aaron had missed a clearance, and Craig just, you know, there was like 90 seconds left on the clock or something. Craig probably needed just to, he started his extension, he needed to put 4 balls. He missed the plant, and then Aaron missed the 8, and Wad put him in a snooker. Aaron played a 3-cushion escape and potted the black.
Oh no.
Like 4 seconds, 6 seconds left on the clock.
I'm going to have to find that.
And then Wad posted 21 seconds, and Aaron beat it by over 3 seconds. 18 second clearance. And they came out absolutely perfectly.
That's ridiculous, isn't it? It's a good shot from Niall. Decides putting through to the final.
So just interestingly, he's looking at this 8-ball Ian Alley against Shane Thompson, about to start on the main arena table. That's the first one of the semi-finals of the pro event, and you can watch that. You just need to go across to the Ultimate Pool, our pool, ultimatepool.co.uk. You can sign up for $4.99 using promo code YouTube Wigan. Oh, I thought he
That's a wrap.
got so close to that yellow on the way past. I thought he caught it.
Good performance from Niall Sweeney there.
Yeah, really good, really nice. And Niall Sweeney books a place in that final, and the other final still being decided at the moment. It's 6-5, I think, in favour of Jack Schofield. So that's just out on table 2, which is right next to this one. And I'm not sure what the next action is on this table. I think it's more. I think I may even have it on a spreadsheet here somewhere. I got a feeling that, yeah, it's action from the women's event. It's going to be Daniel Randall against champs Amy Beecham. So that's coming up very shortly. I think it's roll on, roll off. So they'll reset the table and go again. Jaden, been a pleasure. It was short-lived, but great job, and thank you very much for joining us on comms.
Cheers, mate.
It's been nice to hear from you. And we'll see you all again very soon.
Well, a very warm welcome back here on YouTube to the Ultimate Pool Series in Wigan, Robin Park, and we are at the semi-final stages of the first Women's Pro Series event of 2025, but we have familiar faces. Two former champions, Danielle Rundle taking on Amy Beecham, the 5 times world champion, in our first semi-final. Our second semi-final will see the player of the moment in Kirsty Davies taking on Marion Dew, two former world champions. And we're underway. Race to 7 and delighted to say that I have the last woman standing on commentary with me. Megan Proctor, how are you?
I am good. That was a nice little intro, that, wasn't it?
Did all right.
Yeah. Yeah, all good. Still going in event 2, so happy.
Yeah, and it's the tough period, isn't it, for the players that have made it through to the sort of quarters and then semis, simply because it's the crossover that these players have worked their way through. As currently in action is the first round from the second Pro Series of the weekend. Does that mean your work for the day's done?
It does.
Fantastic.
I am back tomorrow morning. Yeah, and it'll be good to see kind of what happens in this match. I've seen a bit of Danielle this weekend. She's come through Harriet and Casey, and I lost to Casey yesterday.
Both of them in a deciding frame.
Yes, yeah. Casey was a 7-3 win for Danielle, but Jodie Allen...
Oh, sorry, I thought it was deciding, okay.
Yeah, Jodie Allen was decider and Harriet was a decider. But yeah, I was just saying Casey played amazing against me, so Danielle must have really been on it to beat her 7-3, so it'll be a good game.
And obviously Harriet Haynes being the number one player, she's come from behind. I think it was 6-4, I think it was.
I think it was 5-1, 6-2.
Oh, was it 6-2? I think
yeah, something like that.
It was incredible turnaround for Danielle to get the win there over Harriet Haynes. Harriet's the sort of missing link, otherwise it would be the top 4 in the rankings, I believe.
Yeah,
right? Yeah,
I think it would be.
So Danielle must be playing. The first time I've seen her play this weekend, but must be playing some really good pool. Back to the sort of form she showed a couple of years ago when she won her first title. Has yet to get back in and into another final for another crack at one.
Yeah, and this looks like it's a good layout. She just needs to be careful here. I think she'd have, unless this one passes, she'd have preferred to be on the other yellow, but looks like it passes actually. Yeah, fine. So this should be 1-0 Danielle. How's it been being in the new arena setup?
It's been good. It's been really good, to be honest with you. And the one thing I keep saying, and people are probably going, well, yeah, but you're, Ultimate Pool pay me, but they do. But this is still the biggest event I've ever seen in English pool. This it's miles in front of anything that's ever happened before. It really is. And obviously, I'm not sure if that comes across on camera as much as perhaps it could do, but a few examples of that is, we've got 750 players here. There's I think 80 tables, or the final number, the exact final number I'm not sure, but it's around the 80 mark anyway. And the pros have got practice facilities. You've got 450 people prepaid to come, let alone what's come through on the door. We've got crowds for every matches, and it's just a completely different feel. And the exciting thing is, obviously this is the start of 2025. It's a step forward, and Ultimate Pool will already be planning for what's going on in 2027. So, it's another move forward, which is fantastic.
Yeah, definitely. It does feel, especially in the pro room there, it feels prestigious.
Just for a second, Danielle thought she'd screwed in off, but she hasn't. And excellent first visit to the table for Danielle Randall. And she'll have the next break as well. But yeah, just going back to what you're saying, yeah, it feels really special in the pro room. It really does. We've got obviously our 5 TV tables, if you like. Obviously we're streaming 2 of them, but 5 matches on camera. We've got our main feature table, which the winner of this match will play on a little bit later on tonight. And there it is. And we've got I think it's 10 or 12 tables at the back there, right in the back corner. That's the pro room, the pro practice facilities. Have you been in there for a practice at all?
I haven't had a practice. I've been on the early sessions, but I've been in there, and it's just nice to have practice tables that are allocated to the pros.
And they're being quite strict on that as well, like making sure that that it is for the pros, and not letting everyone sort of sneak in there and take over the facilities, because with 700 odd players here, everyone wants to go out there and play. Yeah,
definitely. And they are being mindful as well to say there is a lot of pros here, so there's 3 practice tables there, so just be respectful about the people who are just about to go on to play. Give them priority for the practice table. Just little things. Yeah, it's good to be a part of. I think I seen Danielle talk about her break. She was really struggling with her break in her first couple of matches, and since moving to the cup break, she's found some success, as you can see there, with a nice split.
Taking on a 3-ball plant to start with, it looks like. Yeah, very nice.
And that just opens up everything there.
Can't play the 2-ball, of course. You can't play the yellow-red, but you can play red-yellow-red. And, well, with the finishes just taken out, you'd fancy her to go 2-0 here.
Yeah, with this not being in the main arena, there's no timed... Well, no timing at all, no shot clock or...
No, that's the next stage, really. I know plans are in place. I'm not as involved with Ultimate as some people think, but I am kind of involved in the production side, and I've been involved in those meetings, and it's coming. It's coming.
I thought you were involved in everything.
No, I'm absolutely not. I'm very much not.
What I have really liked about this is the content. So JMO doing the walkthroughs, Aidan, it
the
feels...
social media team's grown as well. That's what's incredible. I mean, a lot of talk in the pool world about different organisations through the years and all that sort of stuff. But what Mark Quirk and his team have done is built a business, and that's the difference. That there are, I don't even know how many people employed now by Ultimate Pool, but it's a big number, and and that means the social media team has grown significantly, and led by Aidan Mevlett, and the apprentice, as I like to call him.
I feel like it feels modern now. It doesn't feel like an old man's game of pool. It feels really modern and fresh.
Probably why we've got 128 of the next gen playing here this weekend. Incredible to see them all piling in this morning.
Danielle can just take this either to the corner or top 3 for the other middle, whichever one she prefers.
This is some start. This really is. Having not seen Danielle play this weekend, obviously very much noticed the results, especially the come from behind win over Harriet Haynes. So you know she's in form, but the way that Champs has been playing, her status in the game, her and Harriet have kind of separated in terms of number of titles on the Pro Series, the Women's Pro Series. That you kind of went into this match thinking that Amy's going to hold the edge, but she's going to have to come from behind if she wants to win this one and show that she's going to put Danielle under pressure.
And she's not done anything wrong so far. Danielle's just been really clinical in 2 very good finishes. So, yeah, I think Champs just wants to get her arm in now and get a frame on the board.
Yeah, let's see if Champs can find her break. She does have a huge break when it's working. Yeah, that's not worked, and you have to say, and obviously that it's very notable that we don't have referees for this match. We have roaming referees. This was a dead pack.
Yeah.
This just didn't open. The Champs can't blame anybody but herself.
I feel like that was similar to the first frame though as well. They really didn't split. These look congested, but the reds are all there. The yellows are probably all there as well, but reds do actually connect up quite well if you just mind your work.
They all go, don't they? Yeah.
They do.
No, it's a really good layout for reds.
I think in Danielle's last match against Casey, she was really struggling with the break, switched the cut break and dished off 3 back-to-back. So she's really found a break that's working for her. And if Champs' break doesn't work, you can see this being really one-sided.
One of the areas that Danielle struggled with for a period, and I think a little bit before and after winning the Women's Series a couple of years ago, was being quite aggressive and then getting ticked off. And when she beat Harriet, that wasn't the case in the final that she won. And if the pattern of the match continues like this, she needs to continue to play well. Obviously, this is a great layout that we fully expect her to get out on, but she doesn't want to allow Amy in with an easy counter.
Yeah, and this looks easy, but one smidge the other way of where you need to be on the reds, and it suddenly just becomes really difficult. I think she's fine now to take middle, and then left corner, right corner, back in the middle. But she's landed okay there.
Yeah, Nikki was moving next to nowhere on the next 3 shots.
Mm-hmm.
I think you can chalk this one up.
Just wants to make sure she doesn't flick off the yellow here and the white travel.
Yeah, she could see she just wasn't happy when she played that last one. Careful not to get too high up the table.
Oh, she can easily avoid the yellow, that's okay.
Yeah. That's us looking for problems
It is,
from the
isn't
commentary
it?
box.
Yeah.
Oh, this is some start from Danielle Randall. It really is. 3 straight off the break for Danielle, and
Here comes the cut break again.
yeah,
Probably.
2 of them off Amy's break. Amy's going to have to find her break, get into this match. Just a reminder for following us here on YouTube. It will be Marion Dew taking on Kirsty Lee Davies in our second semi-final, which is a match I am thoroughly looking forward to. I'll be on commentary for that one with Barbara Taylor.
Yeah, that'll be a very, very good match. I've seen a bit of Kirsty. I've not seen any of Marion's games this weekend yet, so yeah, I'll be excited to see how she's playing. Clearly playing well. She's in the semi-final.
Yeah, we're talking about very marginal things, and you probably can't answer this as one of the players that's sort of very much in the hunt for these titles. But for my money, and I'm not. This isn't me discounting Amy or Harriet or anyone else in the game. The 2 players with the biggest ceiling. When Marion plays at her best and Kirsty plays at her best, that we're talking about very fine margins, but they are elite. It's just they can run them out for the whole match. It's so exciting to watch.
Yeah, 100%. And you've got Colette here now as well, and
Yeah.
we've not seen. This is her first event. We've seen it with Marion actually as she came over. Just to see Danielle not hit that as well as she has been hitting them. It took a bit for Marion to kind of settle, and then she started winning titles and doing well at these tours. I think we will see that with Colette as well, and Colette's another one where her ceiling is extremely high.
Yeah, agreed. That match that Colette and Marion played at the World, that was in the Masters though, I think, wasn't it? But at the World Championships from last year was absolutely incredible.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, I agree. Kirsty there's so many that can just blow you off the table, and the depth of the women's is just increasing. We've got Geraldine that's just come over now from France, and as I say, Colette's there, just as we see champs miss the yellow.
Yeah, scoreboard pressure, tough layout, not the trickiest of first balls, but the layout wasn't inviting, and that's her first shot in anger other than the break, and comes up wanting.
Yeah, it looks a difficult layout. I'm just wondering if Danielle chooses yellows here and bumps this yellow next to the red out, she can probably play the yellow off the red in the middle, and then it frees for this yellow next to the red, and they're actually all there. She's got a difficult one.
Yeah, probably got a little bit too deep into that one and wanted the yellow, not the red, but I think that was her plan. Now probably has to move the yellow that you wanted to use to pot off the red to open up a pocket. Might be time to pull back. The reds aren't great, but there is a couple of balls to do some work with, so it's not an absolute dead layout for Amy. Could be aggressive if she wants to be, so that means Danielle has to be careful with her safety shot. Be interesting to see how Amy goes here then. 2 reds on the left hand side, the sort of 4 in a line. It's the 2 middle ones that the problem. The rest are all absolutely fine, but you've got a couple of balls to do some work with. Certainly the one into the centre pocket.
Yeah, there's loads of opportunity there to move these two that you're not very happy with.
Looked like she was just looking at the shot you were thinking about with Danielle, but I don't like that, because you're knocking the red down the table potentially into more traffic, and she has pulled away from it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she looks like she's trying to play red cushion off the yellow, and even just take the bag if she doesn't get it.
Yeah, solid play. Tough layout for Danielle now. Yellow on the right hand side is a problem ball, and one on the bottom cushion's a problem ball, and still the one on the left hand side. So everything in Amy's favour with that shot there. Well, they have this tactical exchange, Megan. I want to ask you about. Amy was announced into the Iowa shootout. She's obviously been playing a lot of American pool. How cool is it to see Amy Beecham in a tournament that Shane Van Boning's playing in?
Yeah, so
it's
cool.
so cool.
Yeah, when Shane was announced, I was like, how do we get to America? I do really want to. I've personally never played any other cue sports other than this, and I just think it'd be good to be a part of. So yeah, I am planning on that being a goal, probably going into next year. Even just to be a part of one of those would be really good. So if I could tell you which one I'm going to go to, and then you could tee up Shane.
We'll do our best.
That'd be brilliant.
Yeah. It won't be Shane, it'll be another one of the American stars for sure.
Yeah. I mean, you've already got Tyler there as well, haven't you? So
he's actually unfortunately had to pull out. He's he's having an operation. Just unfortunately, that's the way the schedule happened, because he got called up to the Premier League with Matchroom. It meant he had to move an operation, and that fell and clashed with our event, which is a shame.
Yeah, but he has played other ones, hasn't he? So he's definitely part of Ultimate Pool USA.
He's actually very much part of Ultimate Pool USA. He's a league operator for us, and therefore a big part of the team.
Yeah, very cool. Danielle,
this is brilliant, by the way. This visit's the best of the lot so far. If she can finish this one off, she's got a long way to go, though.
She has, and if she was just the other side of this, she could have stunned on and off the cushion, left a cut down the rail, and left the one over the bag as her last ball. But she's going up to come back down now.
I think if you can get to the top cushion, though, which would be middle of the top cushion, you can play the diagonal of the table.
Mm-hmm.
So basically trying to hit the middle half of the bottom right hand side of the table, basically above the bottom right corner pocket. You've got a huge margin of error.
She's just
almost looked like she was trying to get there off that shot, which is slightly strange to me.
Yeah, I definitely agree with yours. I think the black just, I don't know if the black put her off, that line that you're thinking about, but
maybe. Maybe the red at the top of the table, because she was going to be to the right hand side of that red at the top of the table, so it was making sure you got past it. Other players in this situation, and maybe lower ranked players or less confident players, would have just played the loss of turn at the top, got another snooker, and then looked to go. But there was absolutely no reason for the champs not going here. The only reason for playing the loss of turn is to make sure there isn't a good ball on the table should Amy actually miss.
Yeah, definitely. And I was just thinking, I'm glad that she's not played the lost turn. Being 3-0 down, sometimes it changes your thought process. She never would do that any other time. So just because you're 3-0 down, this is still the right way to go. And it's good that that's showing in a shot decisions. I don't expect her to miss these. Should just be happy to get one on the board.
Yeah, this was off Danielle's break as well, wasn't it? So it would only be one breaker serve down. It won't, 2 frames, but it won't feel too bad. And Danielle played that nice shot to land on the yellow to bottom right. She may have feared the worst of 4-0.
Yeah, I know Champs really loves the USA, everything about it. So she looks to play in that as much as she can.
Yeah, the dates for the next 2 have already been well, they're not being announced, they've been agreed, so they'll be announced soon, but she's been given prior notice to try and work her schedule. That's how keen she is as she gets herself on the board.
Yeah, I don't even think it, like, obviously the game's a massive part of it, but just the environment, the way she describes it, everyone's super supportive. Like, it's a completely different mindset and culture around sport in America, isn't it? So yeah, that's just what I want to go and experience. I think it'd be so cool.
Yeah, I mean, I can vouch for that. I've been out there a lot over the last 12 months, and the positivity, people are pleased to see us. They're really thankful for everything that's being done. It really is a great place to be. Just checking in the score of the pro semi-final, and Shane Thompson 4-0 up. He is flying this weekend.
I seen Shane play on Monday night, and he looked in top form.
As good as I've seen him for 2 years, I think.
And he did say he was concentrating more on the English pool, wasn't he? Like, before events, really putting in some time rather than...
Yeah, just doing things the right way around.
Yeah.
So he's going to, he's still playing in China and America, but he's playing in China and America following the big major in the UK. So he actually goes out to Iowa in a few days' time, and will be out there for a couple of weeks, comes home, and then goes out to China for a few weeks. So
what a life,
yeah.
eh?
So he mixes it up, but doing it the right way around to prepare for these. So he's come into this tournament on the back of, I think, of 3 months solid practice in this version of the game, and it shows.
Yeah, definitely. He looked unreal on Monday. This is a much better break from Champs. She's just working out the pattern on whichever colour set. I don't think she's on an easy red from what I can see, and she's got one to the bottom left. I think yellows are going to be her choice.
I actually don't think yellows are too bad, though.
Yeah.
I mean, every yellow's got a pocket. Again, it's just the route. But that might annoy her slightly. The only one to really want to get on would be the one just below the right centre pocket. The yellow below the 8 ball goes to right centre, so anywhere near straight on the yellow bottom left gets you on that one, gets you on the 8 ball. So it's can you get to that position? And perfect place here would be straight in on the yellow past the red here, but fortunately you can't see it. I think I like coming down. So you use the one at the top. That's the only one you can pot. Excuse me.
Yeah, I was going to say if she finished, I think it's fine going this way as well.
But I was thinking use the one at the top to get down to right centre to get on the one on the right hand side. Then use the one that she's on now to connect back up.
Yeah, this is I think she's just going a different way. I think she's maybe stunning over. Well, she can take this into the right centre after this, and then...
I think it's the same connections, but she's going to clear this bottom corner first.
Yeah.
And then the 8 ball can come into this pocket rather than a centre. It means the one on the rail will be her final ball, but that's okay. She'll be perfect on it. She should be anyway.
She looks alright, doesn't she? She just roll this in. Just going to be bridging over this red now. Shouldn't be a problem, and I know she didn't want to be straight. Straight wasn't the end of the world, actually, in fairness.
Yeah, a few turns of angle's nice, so just to get the cue ball out without really having to force it, like that.
She's fine.
Beautiful visit to the table from Amy.
Been a great match so far from both of them.
Yeah, fabulous. See Shane there, 4-1 ahead. Looking to try and get himself 5-1 in front. You see in the bottom corner, Danielle Randall's just getting herself ready to break off. There you go. And it's going to be dry.
Yeah, look at those yellows.
Yeah. Oh, look at the 8-ball. It's the only problem ball.
Looks like the 8-ball actually goes. We'll have a look in a minute, but it looks like it goes into the corner. Does it? Oh, no.
No. Goes in the centre, but getting to it for the centre is not ideal. But you do have, I suppose, if you can leave yellow left centre pocket as your last ball, and you can just bump into the red, you're on the 8-ball. So just finish a touch high, but you can manipulate the pocket to land there. So that has to be the goal here.
Yeah. She has also got, if she wanted to right at the beginning, she could have moved it, just stunned into the red.
Yeah.
She's got one over the bag. She's got yellows plenty to be on afterwards if she didn't feel comfortable landing on it. Oh, I think she thought she missed that. Wiggled.
I think she's going to try and move the 8-ball here. Just the way she was looking, rather than leaving the yellow there to play on it delicately, whilst there's a yellow over the bottom right-hand corner pocket, just pop it into play.
Yeah.
Beautiful. That's nice as well.
And there was no risk with that shot at all. It would have been impossible not to be on a ball. She can just top this through for the middle.
Wow, that's a huge miss right across it. Well, I know that Amy missed one in her first actual attempt at a potton, which was in, I think, in frame 3, but that was jarring. The hard work was done. Just hold yourself straight there, and you're going to get out. Big moment in the match if Danielle can capitalise and counter here.
Yeah, this is really important as well. I think, like, punishing Champs' mistakes, knowing you're not going to get many mistakes from Champs. When they're all there like this, just keep yourself together and clear up and go 4-2 ahead. Because Champs knows she should have got those, so it's really time to punish her. Danielle's just working out these two as she's going to clear this one now, so it's just the black probably. I think if Danielle is thinking about leaving this one on the rail,
I'd like to have seen her try and come past the 8-ball there and try and get a bit straighter on that red. Deal with that one and the one on the cushion, then use one of the other balls at the top of the table to try and come down nicely on the 8-ball. Probably top right would have been a perfect ball for that. There's a little bit of work to do here to connect these all together.
yeah, I think I'm probably now in situations as in this, I'm taking the one that's next to the cue ball and just leaving a lot of angle on the one on the rail and coming over for the black in the same bag. But like you say earlier, we would like to have got rid of that one on the rail.
Yeah, it would have made life a lot easier. That's why she's taking a few extra seconds on this shot. Just trying to confirm in her own mind which way she wants to go about these, because it's all important, really. Which way do you? I'd be tempted. I'd be tempted here going top right to try and get on the one that she's nearest to, straight. So pull it down, and then left centre gets me on the one on the cushion, and then you've got control to give yourself angle.
Yeah, similar. I think I'll take the one that was closest to the cue ball, and then
So back yourself to make the trickier pot.
Yeah.
Because you're there, yeah. Well, you can do that because you can pot really well. when you miss every other pot you go for, like I do, you can't think like that.
Yeah, I'd have probably just backed that I was going to pot it. I probably would have missed it, you don't know. But just because I was there, I found myself there, take it then. And then the same route, though. She just needs to make sure that she isn't straight. The only thing I will say is she's come the other way, so she has got angle. It probably wouldn't have been the worst thing in the world if she was straight, because it's a pretty makeable skill shot with the black hanging over, blocking the yellow.
Oh, brilliant.
That's a great shot.
Shoot it like a dream. There's always such a temptation to overcut that shot because you're trying to force the cue ball across, but just cued it in beautifully, and this 8-ball to punish a big error from Amy Beecham. Danielle Randall back 2 in front, and it looked like for all money we were going all square.
And that'll make her feel really good that she'll think I've run out of position, but I've still managed to nail a hard pot there. But yeah, I was just saying, if she did land straight, I think the combination shot, not skill shot, the combination shots on these tables like go quite well. And if not, you've covered the bag.
Yeah, which
it's probably in her head.
Which plays well when you've got, Amy's got other balls down there and it's the 8-ball. That's when it really does play well.
Yeah.
3-0 down, you're not thinking too badly for Amy because it's been all Danielle, but now that she knows it should be 3-3, all of a sudden there is some pressure ramping up, especially with Danielle. Oh, and that's the worst break she's hit in the match.
It is, and they're just not popping either. That might have been Champs's contact with the pack, but if you just watch, they're just not moving.
Yeah, caught the front ball half ball. That was very much her error there.
And not an easy layout.
These are the situations that I always think I'd like to see Danielle be a little more mindful of, in terms of don't just start potting balls and go gung-ho. If you don't feel like the finish is there, then how do you improve your chances to win the frame? That's something I think she's improved at quite a bit over the last couple of years. And she isn't going to chase anything, just happily turns the table over.
Yeah, not left anything for Champs except for a yellow in the bottom left. Black's tied up, yellows aren't amazing, but they're probably the favourite set at the moment.
So do you take yellows and play safe, or do you just play safe?
I might get the colour, get a colour set, and bump the yellow that's next to the red out, try and hide the white and the bottom rail. We've got the left bag covered, and Danielle's in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, I think I like that. It wouldn't even bother me. She's going to go the other way and go reds. It wouldn't have bothered me if you'd left a red on doing that, kind of almost forcing, or teasing Danielle to go. But Champs misses her a red, so it remains an open table. Now what does Danielle do?
And that yellow that was an issue, Champs now moved. Now I'm thinking the black is still an issue. And I still quite like yellows. I mean, I don't know if the shot was on to play the red and bump the red out. It's a very aggressive shot. I do still like...
Yeah, I liked yellows. I'm with you. I still like yellows there. I liked yellows because you can play one of those two yellows you can play off the red, and everything's open then.
Yeah.
Yes, there's a yellow that you've got to be careful on getting in right centre, but the problem was that the starter was probably the long straight yellow to top right, but that shouldn't have been too much of a problem. the way that she's playing.
So yes, you've still got the problem there with the red. I imagine that was Danielle's next part, but again, it was what were you doing after the double? Maybe she was trying to bounce the white out a little bit more and play double and then go. But yeah, I just think percentage-wise, it was, yeah, I think yellow's probably my choice, and I probably wouldn't have been going, but just yet. It's hard though, isn't it, sometimes, because if you feel confident, you feel like you want to take in, and you can see something that maybe I'm not seeing, you feel like you're going to go.
Yeah, obviously when you're out there, you can see the layouts very differently in the routes and the connections. I think Champ should take this one to bottom right. It's not a free hit, of course, because Danielle's got a double on that red on the left-hand side if she can't break it out. But if it goes in, the rewards are a good chance to win the frame here for Amy.
Yeah, now yellow's a huge favourite. I think if she can play it, I quite like the red that she's closest to as a loss of turn, and leave the white as welded to the side cushion as she can. You're not leaving much. But I don't know if it actually passes the red.
Yeah, it's tight, isn't it? It might go. Got to be very careful. The yellows aren't that bad. Well, she's going to try and get this red out, play a loss of turn.
See, I think that she's just tying up the yellows.
It hasn't really tied the yellows up. That's the problem there.
Yeah, you've got the one that's to the left. She can send down.
Yeah, although from the overhead, it looked like there was more of a shot on than it is. Maybe it has tied everything up.
That ball might have been the right ball actually to play the double loss of turn. I think that yellow over the bag is quite key to the game. So just as we see Champ's pot, that I think she did try and nudge the yellow out, but now Danielle has gained some control from playing that previous shot. And the black is now in play.
Such a big frame here. Danielle wins it 5-2, 2 away.
And I like the loss of turn here to actually bump the red across. So loss of turn in the right corner and then try and bump the red onto that corner too. She's potted that one, but yeah, the thought was there.
Now that she's made it, does she get tempted? Dangerous.
Just taking back some control. This is difficult now for Danielle.
There is angle here for Amy, but 3 dead yellows, or not quite dead, but awkward. Didn't see the value, and nor does Amy.
Yeah, yellows are in charge here as well, so I don't know if that red passes in the bottom right, Danielle. That makes a difference if it does.
That's just made things worse. Trying to be aggressive, trying to go off the top cushion into the area and just rearrange the furniture a touch, but glancing blue on the 8 ball is all she could manage.
She wants to try and hide. She can't hide both the plant and the bottom left. So has to pick one, hasn't had either of them actually, so Champs will probably decide to go here. She can play bottom left and then middle.
Possibly. I think it's still a lot of work. She's aggressive though.
Yeah, being hampered over that is not ideal. What you don't want to do is go for them in a place where you're like completely in control and free up everything, miss, and Danielle suddenly goes 5-2 up. And if that red passes the bottom left,
I don't think it does. I don't think there's any damage done there. Yeah, there's a double on the one above the 8 ball. Not sure there's not much you can do with the other red though.
Danielle can play a good safety though now. Leave the white on the top cushion, bounce the red out, hope to get some sort of ball in hand. Champs is just thinking about, she can see the yellow, but she really doesn't want to push any reds into a better position for Danielle. Like that. If Danielle can land straight in behind the red into bottom left, she could take the other bottom right. Sorry, she could take the other red bottom left.
I think she can get straight. I mean, obviously she can get straight. You know, just a turn short of straight, half a turn would be perfect. And drop the red in. Yeah, this goes. This is a mistake from Amy.
That looks perfect to me.
Actually, I think it might be 2 straight. I think one more. If she pulled up a roll short, it would have been better for her.
Yeah, she doesn't want to be the white be so close to the red.
You want it to fall on the cushion, don't you, just to get that touch of separation.
She was actually the wrong way. And Champs is in control here now. There's no benefit in Danielle getting that bottom bag.
Nice to get the snooker when you play this shot. So clip off the yellow, pop the red. Just got to be careful not to move the yellow too far. You'd love the cue ball just to come to the left-hand side once it's hit the red. And get the snooker. Even if she doesn't, there's no open pocket for that red, so it's not too much of a problem.
What she could do is pop the one in the middle and then play a loss of turn. if she wanted to, but I think this way is probably the best. Just because it is a little bit awkward, that one there. Yeah. What she doesn't want to happen now is both of them drop, because she's not going to be on the next one. Unless she is going aggressive and playing the combination shot. Yeah. They do just fall in, so you're quite confident that you're going to get them.
Yeah, that was full-blooded as well. 'Cause to hide the red, you're snookering yourself on the yellow as well. So purposely pulled back to make sure you could see the yellow. There would have been some sort of manufactured shot for Danielle had the combination not gone in. And good enough to make it. And this 8-ball to win the tactical exchange and go back within 1. Looks like Danielle's just popped away from the arena. You can see there Ian Alley still at the table, still fighting against Shane, but back firmly against the wall now with 12 minutes to play. Needs to win the next 8 frames, or at least 3 of them, to get to a potential 6-red shootout. Shane Thompson needs just the 1 frame to get back into a Pro Series final. He already has 4 of them. Looking for number 5.
I watched a bit of Ian Alley's game versus Tom before, earlier today, was it?
Yeah, it was first thing this morning, yeah. You're playing brilliantly. That match was back and forth. Well, you see in the bottom of our screen there, Danielle is ready to go.
There are some of the women's pro matches going on as well.
Yeah,
there are, yeah.
Danielle has made a ball.
Yeah. Here's a question for you. Obviously, Danielle, a new mum. You may have the answer to this, because I don't. Her partner, John, plays on the Pro Series. What do they do if they're both scheduled to play at the same time? That's a good question.
There is a lot of help. Danielle's sister's here today, and Theo is really cute, so anyone you ask really will probably take him. Yeah, similar to before really, everything does go, just need to be mindful. This will open everything up. Yeah, it was really good that she'd landed on that. And now, in perfect position. Tell Danielle's like free flowing out there as well, because she's not playing super quick or anything, but she's just seeing it really quick and playing at a really nice pace. Just want to take her time on this one.
She's keying beautifully. Really is. Okay, got a little bit, lost in that tactile exchange. That can happen. It's the cat and mouse nature, but hasn't stopped her from taking the chances when they come and they're wide open. She's looking great. This is good. I've seen her for a while, the way she's playing.
Oh, I thought she'd missed that then.
Wow, I think she thought she'd missed it, and that was straight into Amy's corner pocket as well. That won't be lost on Amy.
Little eyebrow raise there, Chance.
2 away now for Danielle Randall. The scenario I talked about may well come up today in terms of if Danielle goes on to win this match. John will be playing in Pro Series 2 at a very similar time to Danielle's potential final.
I'll tell him, Simon, that you're available for...
come and jump on commentary.
Oh, that's Champs got lucky there that one, it didn't go straight enough, and then didn't get kicked enough. We just watch this again. Goes very near that middle bag. Twice.
Yeah. And the yellow goes in for good measure as well. It's not, I thought it was going to be a brilliant layout, but that red is really awkward to solve, and the yellow is even worse. So, tough here. Tempted just to get reds and then play a clever shot, getting the red at the top out, and then in theory give yourself a better chance next visit.
Yeah, I think just leaving the... I don't think she's going to go full-blooded because you have to be on that red. I think my choice would have probably been to just leave the white welded to the yellow. She's played that well, because if she doesn't land on the red, then she's not on her next ball.
Two good shots, really, because when you're playing for a breaker shot like that, your margin of error is quite small, because you're playing for a very straight angle, where any angle there, you can't get to the cannon. So, two very good shots on the trot for Amy, and now the layout does look good.
Yep, this looks perfect for corner, middle. This is a really good reply from both players. They've had a really tactical frame where Champs obviously come off favourable as she's won the frame, but Danielle's come back, dished off her break, and Champs as well, hopefully, is going to do the same after a... Sometimes they kind of drag you down, those kind of frames, don't they?
They can do. It's been a high-quality match. I mean, the only real, the major error was Champs' missed ball to the top left corner when she was primed to make a clearance off the break. Other than that, it's been very, very good with a very intriguing tactile frame in the middle.
So interesting, isn't it, that obviously on the outer tables... Oh, this isn't ideal, though, just as we...
Yeah, what's Champs
done
here?
In a minute.
She and off both ways. Very close. Can't believe it.
She's not happy with herself there.
You could see she wasn't happy on the shot and got down twice, and then eventually got down and played it, but absolutely on the halfway line.
I think she's playing the double here, isn't she? I think she's going to have to play the double. I don't know if the double's a little bit on off actually as well.
Yeah, it's a strange one, isn't it?
Yeah.
That the double's in off, but also so's the cut. You'd have to really, because you're on the cushion, it's very difficult here.
She has played double.
Oh, good shot.
Yeah.
Good shot. Pressure shot.
She'll be relieved there because she knows she shouldn't have been in that position. Yeah, I was just going to say it's interesting that I wonder if it goes in. It's in their heads or in Danielle's head. Don't know how long these guys have been playing, but ordinarily they would have been on a match clock. And I mean, it's been quite quick, hasn't it? But
I still think we'd be tracking. There was quite a long tactical frame there. We could be tracking towards the end.
Yeah, and the play is just completely different. Danielle maybe doesn't push a boat out, doesn't go for the clearance at the end of that tactical frame. Yeah, it just adds a different dynamic, doesn't it?
It does, but both players knew at the start, didn't they?
Oh yeah, definitely.
As much as Ultimate Pool is kind of pushing the boundaries with the match clock, but still the majority of pool played is outside of Ultimate, and oh dear, they're kicking off for Danielle. The point I was going to make is a lot of the Women's Pro Series matches are played without a match clock anyway, so it's not really out the norm.
No, just for this stage. Really.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Tricky-ish layout. Does the red pass top left? No. Yellows are an option here, aren't they? That yellow's accessible by the 8 ball. Not sure if the 8 ball's a good one to drop in the left centre. It looks very awkward from here, but I think I like yellows.
Champs agrees with you.
It is a tough layout, but a layout that Champs could make look fairly comfortable if she's precise with her cue ball.
Yeah, the black. I thought the black was a little bit more over the bag. I was going to say that they could have she could have played the one in the middle off the black, but it's quite far onto the cushion, isn't it? It might drop in, but if not, she could play it off the black, and the black would be going naturally up to the yellow on the rail. Two different camera angles tell me that the shot's on and the shot's not on.
Yeah, I think you could. She'd like to be straighter on the yellow to left centre. That's your connection to the two yellows on the left-hand side.
Yeah, it looks like Champs is taking them your way and just landing on the yellow, leaving it as a last ball. Do you think that the black does go into the middle? Just needs to be good on this, that the gap is not big. Just toying here with taking this now because she is on it, but the red that is on the middle line, if you will, is huge, and she's thinking she's probably snookering herself. Yeah, she's completely decelled on that. Just wants to be careful here that she doesn't come off the cushion, hit the yellow and knock the black.
Yeah, she's got herself in a mess, isn't it? This is such a key moment in the game. She keeps getting back within one and not being able to then make that final jump to get back all square. And, okay, well, that's going to make it awkward for Danielle, but Danielle just has to be patient. She's going to get the better opportunity to win this one.
Yeah, completely in the driving seat.
Makes the double off the red. I think she's putting herself into trouble. But you can see there they have finished in the main arena, and you can see Ian Alley is getting himself ready to be interviewed by Stephen Jameson. Ian Alley was miles behind to Shane Thompson, and he has made the most miraculous comeback to win the match, 8 frames to 7, and knock out the 4 times Pro Series champion and get himself into a Pro Series final. What a match.
Danielle's just going to use the red to knock the black out. Didn't think she'd be doing it from here. Oh.
I think she was trying to go into it there, and
Yeah.
that went wrong. Wasn't sure if she could play the red off the 8 ball to do it that way around.
That's exactly what I thought, but I thought she would be clearing the ones, or at least one of them at the bottom of the table first to get a bit straighter on it. I quite like pulling back now, to be honest with you.
Amy, yeah, I agree with you. Amy sat there going, please keep going.
Yeah.
Because if Danielle pots these 2 reds and then she moves the 8 ball, it's dreamland for Amy. Whereas if even now at 2 reds to 1, she's favourite here.
Yeah, no, I don't think that was ever the shot was before playing the red in a controlled way off the black. She now needs to pull back. However, I would have been pulling back and leaving a red over the bag, because Champs is just going to nudge the yellow and not want to move the black. So at least you've got like a safety ball, whereas now...
You know, this has all come down to Danielle not being patient enough for me. I understand there's a finish on if you can be confident enough to play the breakout, but you could just force Amy to make it. So big shot required here for Danielle. Yeah, that's not bad. I was wondering whether you'd try and get the cue ball to the bottom cushion, or I didn't like it playing to the top cushion because I thought there was a return on for Amy, but putting the red there and this angle, it's not good for Amy. This is hard to keep this safe. It was a really good choice of shot from Danielle.
Yeah, I mean, I quite like just leaving the white on the cushion, bottom cushion, and she makes the red, just try and get your yellow out a little bit and put that pressure on. And that's all that Champs can do, really. Unless she can just nestle and not free the black up. I think it's quite hard.
Yeah, I'm with you. Get some separation, come down the table. Make the red as awkward as possible. It's so difficult that you'd love to get the yellow in play as well, but it's so hard to make all that happen. That's what makes Danielle's shot so good. I could see safety options for Amy if you had left the cue ball at the top of the table, but here, not so much. Well, at least the 8 ball's gone safe from Amy's perspective. And if the natural path has got cue ball going towards the yellow, it's going to be tough to get on, but I think it's just inside it.
Yeah, I think the bag's in play, if anything. That's perfect.
Oh, lovely shot from Danielle. Yeah, maybe a little bit aggressive in the previous visit, but that safety shot was fabulous, and Danielle Randall goes one away from a spot in the final. Amy Beecham now needs to win the final 3 frames in this match to get herself into another Pro Series final. Reminder, following this match, we will see Marion Jude taking on Kersley Davies, the former world champions. And the match going on to the main table will be Aaron Davies versus Stevie Dempsey. If you'd like to watch that one, then Ultimate Pool TV is where you need to go. Promo code YouTube Wigan to get a discount on your first order. This is a good chance for Danielle. Get it done, get it wrapped up early. Don't give Amy any hope. She's taking her time to try and work it out, though.
Just knows how much of a big moment this is to get her over the line.
It's the longest she's taken on any shot in the whole match. conscious of, obviously in the new match and shot clock era, that if you haven't figured out what you want to do within 30 seconds, you kind of question, in this sort of situation, can you overthink it? Can you kind of talk yourself into problems?
Yeah, I think my only thing that she's probably thinking of is which colour set to go. I think the reds are the ones with the yellow on the side cushion.
Again, I agree. Reds are the set. It's just there's no good ball for the 8 ball. But the 8 ball's not terrible, but it's doable.
Yeah, and the way that Danielle is playing, you back yourself to get on that 8 ball, and you back yourself to pot the 8 ball. It's not a horrendous place for it to be. You've also got a lot of reds there to, if you really wanted to just knock it out, you could do. Just got to back yourself here, I think.
I mean, this is very jarring. I mean, we haven't been timing this, but this feels like it's been a good 2 minutes or so since she's had the cue ball in hand. Maybe more.
These all go. There's no issues here. I think the only concern, as I said before, is the 8 ball. But there is room there to take that into the bottom right. I think she's a little bit concerned about the red in the middle of the 2 yellows in the middle of the table, near the triangle spot, if you will. But that passes bottom left and left centre.
I'd have been tempted, may have been tempted to leave a red at the table. Just one. Guarantee yourself a shot at the 8 ball that way.
See, now you've got to take the one bottom left, stun over, take the other one bottom left. I don't know if she's going to move the black, just because of the way that she's gone about this. But the one she's playing now would have been the ball, so.
That's not where she wanted to be. Playing on the one on the bottom cushion. Okay, so she can go centre pocket here, but that's not what she was playing. I get the sense she's just trying to be too careful here. She's played a really free-flowing match. When she took out the first 3 off the break, it was all just rhythm, and she continued that even with a tactical frame in the middle. And here, I mean, we're probably 5-6 minutes into this visit, she's played 3 shots.
If she can get past the yellow, this isn't the end of the world, because she can play the red right centre and leave the black. But it's just quite awkward now. I just think that yellow, if she's screwing back, yellow's massive, isn't it? If you screw into the face of the yellow, you leave yourself high on the one on the cushion, and you are out there. Just like that. She's gone far enough.
Overhead makes it look like it's incredibly tight. Maybe not quite. I think she is on this. Yeah, I think she's on it. You can see from the main that she is. So. This is fine. Off angle. That was a little nervy, that one. Wanted to come up the table. If she makes the centre pocket, cue ball comes up the table. Another 2 turns straight or just past straight was where she wanted to be. She's off angle, but I think you just have to play it and leave yourself a thin 8 ball.
To be honest, I quite like the double.
Just to the bottom corner.
Just with those yellows where they are, just back yourself to stun this red in, and just play the double dead weight. think she was coming across, but
Still play the double.
yeah, doubles. I think the doubles were the shot, to be fair.
Yeah. It's trickier from here than if she just sort of held it off the cushion. But still makeable. And it is a double for the match. She's got the line, but not got the pace. Just needed hitting.
And it's probably the worst. She's obviously got the Champs in control here and doesn't have to go, but she hasn't got the cover of that bag. And Champs can play the one on the cushion in a way that she frees the bag for both yellows. So I think Champs will be going here and will be quite relieved. She can pull back and play the white behind the yellow. With the black near the bag, I think I prefer just going here.
Champs is clinging on to this match by her fingernails. And she's going to take this on.
This is the key shot here.
Slightly overhit.
This is not ideal.
No, far from it. That's a very positive shot to take that one on. If she's landed straight, it's no good. Turn of angle, maybe quarter turn of angle.
The way she's looking, she looks like she's feeling alright. She's screwing, she's still over.
Got into too much. Too low on the cue ball. And now in trouble, because if you go off the top cushion here, you're going to leave the 8 ball on. Has to make this off the cushion or get lucky.
Not the worst leave in the world, but
Yeah, not at all.
Danielle will be happy to be back at the table.
Depends on how cuttable the yellow is. I wonder whether there's a very good sort of double option with safe. No, it looks like she's just playing full out here. She is, and she can't make it. Wow. I wondered if you could clip off that and leave the cue ball near the top left corner, whether you're leaving anything on or whether you could have played the cross double. I think if you play the cross double, you do leave the yellow on, so probably she ended up trying to dig into it rather than sort of going across it. Might have had to be a cross treble potentially rather than the shot I was suggesting, but ultimately that was full-blooded from Danielle Randall, and it's going to cost her.
You do feel like these things change the momentum of a match.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Danielle herself knows how to turn around matches. She's won matches from the situation that Amy was in this tournament itself, so very strange frame that one for me. Danielle, you have to say she did everything right in terms of the way she went about her original clearance, just missed the double. Took an awful long time for it, and then that was almost rushed, if you like.
Yeah, I just found herself rerouting a lot, but probably because of the first ball in hand, and you've got so many things you can do. You just got to pick one and go with it and back yourself. And the way that Danielle's been playing, I thought she would have had those very quickly. I was just talking about her pace. As soon as you get to 6 in a race to 7 on the hill, maybe it just changed it. And that's the best break probably we've seen Danielle hit.
Well, we see her do it again. This is there. This one doesn't need to be overthought. Just take this in your normal rhythm, because these are all there. You've got your natural starter, you've got your natural connection, and you can see she's immediately getting down to play these.
It's kind of like Danielle knows her break and is really comfortable with where they land. And when she had the ball in hand, it was Champs's break with Champs's, leave, and she just overthought it. And she looks really comfortable now. Thought she was a bit low there, but she's perfect.
Yeah, absolutely perfect here. 4 balls away. Hard to see how she can go wrong here.
I do like, after this one, clearing the black pocket and coming back round for the middle. Probably just preference. But to me, that is just easier.
I think the reason I wouldn't have done is simply that if you finished a little bit high or low, then getting on the 8 ball isn't as guaranteed, whereas you're coming around to the same area of the table and the 8 ball would go.
Yeah.
Just get yourself to the... Just follow through here, really, and use the top cushion. And, you can't really use 2 unless you're fully confident that you're not going to go in off. So use 1, plot it thin, your trace of check. Or you could just hold if you wanted to. And she pulls it back and go. Yeah, there's so many different ways here.
Yeah, I think just whatever you're comfortable with. I'm playing this into the right middle, probably.
Yeah, not moving the cue ball.
Yeah.
Agreed. Just like that, she worked it out really nicely. No movement on the cue ball on those last 2 shots. And this 8 ball for a break clearance to get the victory. At the second time of asking. And in it goes. What a response to the previous frame that was from Danielle Randall. What a match she has just played as well. Very high quality. Really took it to the 5 times world champion. And she gets over the line by 7 frames to 5. And she's back into another Women's Pro Series final. The only question left is who will she play in that final later on tonight? Will it be Kirsty Davies? Will it be Marion Jude? We will find out after the break. Welcome back, everybody. It's time to find out who Danielle Randall will play in first Women's Pro Series final of the year. Will it be Marion Jude, or will it be Kirsty Lee Davies? Both of them incredible, both of them capable of incredible performances out there, but it will take an incredible performance to match what Danielle Randall has just done. She was incredible during that match. 5 or 6 off the break, I lost count. It really was a very high quality performance and really took it to the 5 times world champion. Anyway, on to this one. And it's Marion Jude with the first opportunity, and it's a good one. As I welcome Barbara Taylor to the commentary box.
Hi, Simon.
How are you?
I'm not too bad, thank you.
Yeah, we got world champions in the arena. We got world champions in the commentary box. It's great.
Yeah. Nah, the standard over the last couple of days in the ladies' event has been unbelievable, to be honest with you. I watched most of that semi-final, the first one, and I thought Danielle was just out of this world. It's probably the best I've seen her play in a while.
Yeah, I'm trying to think back to a time where it could be the best performance I've seen her play, really. Just obviously there was a tactical frame she lost, and then she just missed a double to win the previous frame, where it looked like she was just getting a little bit careful, should we say, on the clearance to win it the frame before she actually won it. But to respond with another break clearance, it was a brilliant performance. And Amy, had a couple that got away, but she was really taken to her.
Yeah, I think also, I think it's quite apparent now that Danielle's obviously back on the table, putting the work in like she was before. Obviously, the little one come along, and the hard work she's putting in is really showing. But like I say, I've seen some unbelievable standards in the last couple of days. I think the ladies' game is definitely going up and up and up.
Yeah, agreed. Obviously, adding Colette Hendrickson to the series this year, and it really has made it a step forward, I think. And obviously, we've already got a bunch of really big hitters in the game.
It sounds really silly though, but I also think the setup, the tables, everything, the bar is raising all the time, and the players are responding to what the conditions that they're being given to play in,
Looks like Marion's going to start one off the break here. 2 balls away, perfect position to do just that.
Simple 8 ball for a 1-0 lead for Marion. It's a lovely settler in the semi-final as well, especially against somebody of the calibre of Kirsty Lee, she's been almost like machine-like lately, hasn't she?
The last 6 months or so, she's been brilliant, playing a really high level.
I actually had a conversation with her yesterday, and she was saying that she's played the most in the last couple of months than she ever has. However, she was saying she's getting to the point where she doesn't want to see a pool table, whereas when you go in event to event, you're quite keen when you get there and you want to get on it. But she said although she's seeing the rewards for it, she thinks she may be doing too much.
Yeah, so it's trying to find the balance now.
Yeah.
So reverse clearance in the opening frame. Now Marion's first break. Drives Kirsty Davies' first opportunity in the match.
It's almost sort of cued straight across it, hasn't she?
Yeah, didn't get anything driven through the pack there. Good layout to respond with a reverse clearance of her own here, just to pick the right pattern and make this one look quite simple.
Again, that's a clever little shot, because the 3 yellows that are in the centre, are or could be a little bit tricky. They needed. There's not many homes for them, and that red was blocking that bottom right-hand pocket. And they're the little shots that, when you're coming into the game as a new player, you probably wouldn't see. And I think it's a great example for the players that are just coming in and coming through, maybe the ladies that are on the challenger side, to watch these matches and see those little shots, and that they are literally match winning.
Yeah, changes layouts really, doesn't it? Makes life easier. Could have done with another turn back, I think.
Yeah.
There. You wanted to follow through and have both yellows in the middle of the triangle area back to back. She has to take this one left centre and then play the one over the corner to get on the last one. That's tricky.
I think the only other thing she could do possibly is actually pass up to the top. It's a handy. No, it's handy.
Yeah, she didn't play for that.
No.
Nice little bonus for goes to the E. Good as this to start the match. Both players starting one off the break, each other's break, but
it's an easy game, isn't it?
Yeah, it's an easy game from here. They're making it look easy, that's for sure. Brilliant stuff on both. And this is the second semi-final. We've got plenty more still to come here on our YouTube channel throughout the rest of the day. Challenger 3 final will follow this semi-final, where we'll see Adam Jenkins taking on Mark Bell. And then we'll have the Challenger 2 final. We're going to see Jason Crozier taking on Richard Browning. Challenger 1 final will be the next match on the main table, the TV table, over on Ultimate Pool TV, before we have the Women's Pro Series final. And then, of course, the Pro Series final to round out the Saturday here. It's not a bad night's entertainment, is it?
To be honest with you, the whole layout here, the whole setup, it's it's something that, I mean, the amount of people in terms of just the general public coming in and buying tickets and coming in to watch, it's pretty special out there at the moment, and I think the players are right on all the levels, you know, whether it's the next gen or they're mixing and matching and popping in and watching each other, but I just think everybody's rising to the occasion, and I think it's been a bit of a really good spectacle.
Yeah, I agree. It really has. Just everyone's, I think, when they first arrived, really, kind of taken back. Really, don't know what people were expecting, but it is a major step forward.
It's a step forward, but I also think as well, you can, obviously being involved in organising as well, it's not actually just lip service. The players are feeling like, something that's being done for them, and I really do think that they're rising right up to it and grabbing the opportunity,
What shot that is from?
It's a monster.
And
I think the difference as well is that the last semi-final and this one, it actually looks effortless, and it's always been a comment that I've particularly made about when you're watching the men's pool, that the ladies are literally making it look effortless.
great angle on the red to bottom left to get back onto the one that she can play the plant. So not necessarily guaranteed to go well, this one. Gone well though, it's a lovely shot.
She played that well.
Just controlled it through the gap really nicely.
she's took these out so well to go 2-1 up.
This is the best one of the three so far. First two, the layouts were open. This one needed to be worked. The work that she has done. It's 8-ball for 3 straight off the break, and 2 of them to Kirsty Davies. First one off her own break. This for a standard. Straight off the back of the previous semi-final. I didn't note down the finishes off the break, but between the 2 of them, they played, must have been, I think Danielle must have had 5, and Amy certainly had a couple, so it must have been 7 or 8.
Yeah, it's again, you look at the ladies' game and the progression over just such a short space of time. And we've had this conversation, haven't we, where in the past there was no real reason to go out and practice, and put the hours in and the work in, because the exposure wasn't there, the tournaments weren't there, and now they are. You can see the impact that's having on the ladies' game, and it's amazing to watch.
Yeah, across that one as well. Got square of contact, you can see the spots
Yeah.
spinning and still not driving through the tacks. So break not firing here for Marion so far. And after taking out the first frame off the break, off Kirsty Lee's break, she's had to sit and watch since then.
I never thought I'd see the day where normally when you're talking about pool, and especially the men's game, you say it's basically going to come down to the break, and we're getting to that conversation now where we're saying the difference between a ladies' match is actually the quality of the breaks. I never thought I'd probably be having this conversation,
Yeah, it's a big factor.
Yeah.
It really is. Danielle broke a lot better than Amy Beecham did in their semi-final. Took out a ton of finishes off their own break. Was cut breaking, but huge success. So the first mistake, should we call it a mistake? The first non-clearance off a break in the match so far. Not really a mistake. That was kind of knew what she was doing and what she was leaving if it didn't work out.
I actually thought she was going to go for the plant into the middle. The 2 yellows that are to the right of the black, I thought she would have started with them, and then she could have worked her way back down onto that one, but there's no point me questioning Kirsty Lee Davis.
Yeah, she had her reasons. Red off yellow, is that what she's thinking? She doesn't have to go here. Could pull back, try and win a tactical exchange, make the yellows awkward. I think that's what she's looking at, to be aggressive here. Took it to the corner instead. That has not worked out well.
I didn't know if she was going to go up to the top, whether she could actually have almost just held that, because that red that's below the yellow, she's closest to now, actually went into the left centre. But obviously I think there was a little bit more angle on that shot. But, and again, both, she's almost got into a pickle, and apart from that yellow that's on the left hand side with the red by it, they're all available for Kirsty. That's a great shot.
Yeah, pick that one out. Digging pretty hard here, still not landed on the next ball.
Oh. I don't really see much benefit in that. I think I might have been tempted to push the red that's on the left-hand side and just try and make that bottom left-hand corner a bit messy and make her work for it.
Yeah, left a half chance on, I think, here.
Yeah.
No, just playing safe. Wasn't going to take it on. That was very thin, or she could have played the plant. There were the two options she had.
Yeah. She can get the angle right on that one, on the one on the left-hand side to the left centre, to break open that red. But I think the yellow is bottom right is blocking. You know, both bottom pockets are blocked, but there's just no easy plot. To be able to develop. You know, not so sure she's got the angle off of it on this shot. Wow, she's played. That's an excellent shot. If that red sneaks past that yellow into the bottom right corner, that was a great shot at that pace as well. I know the middles take them, but that was played really well.
Yeah, I just felt that this frame was all going to end up going Kersley's way, and that shot there could really have turned this one round. Well, that one hasn't, although it does kind of hold her in the frame. It doesn't give her any advantage.
Second prize. I think, to be honest with you, the only thing that I can see Kirsty being able to do here is obviously play the plant and then use one of those yellows that are on the side rails to actually play the double and try to play it in off of the red to move the pocket. Oh.
Making both isn't ideal. I was thinking the other way around. I don't know about the red, whether it passes to right centre.
Yeah.
But to me, I was thinking, can you find a loss of turn and hide the white? You know, not necessarily in the first shot, but maybe second shot.
Yeah.
That was the way I was kind of looking at it.
I think the red does go into the centre though.
Yeah,
so
I do, but I wondered if you could risk playing the loss of turn and sliding across when there was 4 yellows there, because even if you left the red on, you're leaving a thin clip from an off angle with no way of getting on the other red. I mean, there was margin.
Either that, or she could actually play the yellow into the centre, the right centre now, and push the red on towards the cushion, and play your shot, next shot, sending the white ball onto the middle of the bottom rail. Again, it's all about percentages, isn't it? You're almost gambling that they're not going to be able to clear up from what you leave them, but I don't think Kirsty will be happy with that shot. I don't think that's what she was looking for. She's looking to either tie up the black or the red, and I think it's done neither, to be fair.
In a match that I think we're going to see an awful lot of finishes from the break, you just feel like this is a frame where these tactical ones can carry an awful lot more weight, almost worth a little bit more than one.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that at all. She just wanted to leave an angle to be able to disturb them down there. I'm not so sure she's got it. I'm not so sure it goes now. I think it's stuck on the red. But now maybe it will be the time for your shot.
I think the red still goes though. Okay, it's awkward from here. But
Off the yellow, do you think?
to be honest with you, I just think I'll play the red. They're loose at the top.
Yeah.
Get the cue ball to the top of the table. What is Kirsty going to do?
I think she'll have to take that yellow at the top. I think she can...
Do you think there's enough? I don't think there's enough. Maybe, but I think she's got to play into it.
Do you think? I think it goes at the top.
Well, she didn't take it on to the middle previously, and she's on it to the middle this time.
No.
It's an interesting...
I think,
Do you think it goes to the
I
top?
think she's going to have to take it to the top. I think so. Like you say, she turned it down last time, so I think she's going up the top.
I'm not sure that was on. Maybe. I mean, she obviously felt it was.
She didn't play it with the conviction that it went, but
Try should cost her the frame. Should make these last three. They're not absolute certainties, but shouldn't be any issues.
they're just a little bit fiddly, aren't they? I think at 2-1 down, and after the, like you say, the tactical battle that's been played, you would have liked to have them a little bit easier, an easier layout, you know. Such a good QS though, Marion. So, 2-2.
Yeah, very long, drawn-out frame though. This frame lasted more than the other three put together. 2-2. Both players need 5. Long way to go in this one. But let's take a look at what's going on. Pretty quiet in the back there now. That means a lot of the other matches are now finishing, and the focus will be very much here on the main table. There's 3 more matches still to come out there. Stevie Dempsey was in a world of trouble here, but managed to get back within 4, 6-2.
Yeah, I must admit, when I was watching the First Ladies semi-final, they had Shane Thompson, Ian Alley, and the place was packed to the rafters. It was, yeah.
Yeah, I think we'll see that as the night progresses more as well. I think we'll see that more people filter in for that pro final, women's pro final. Of course, we've got the Challenger 1 final before that. That's the next match on the TV table. Challenger 2 final and Challenger 3 final will be seen here on the YouTube channel. They are the finals for today. Next gen and disability finals will be tomorrow.
And are they going out as well?
Yeah, we'll cover those, yeah.
Brilliant. Again, you just can't, when you see the bowls like this now when you're watching the ladies, you just can't see Marianne or Kirsty Lee missing at this point.
Even that one was a tough shot, but never felt in doubt.
No.
Crunched in. Pretty sure the 8-ball's comfortable both ways here, so this is really as good as it gets layout-wise. Yes, the reds make it look trickier, but it's not bad at all. Try and use the red here just to hold the white. That's why Marianne's digging. Use the yellow as well. That wasn't intended. Now, has there been some damage done with that red? Does it block the 8-ball to bottom left, which is, well, she can see the one over top right. I was going to say, if she has to leave the one over top right as last ball, that's where you'd want it to go. But
yeah,
I'm pretty sure it goes the 8-ball goes bottom right. And where she's left this, you can get to that very easily, so kind of solved a little headache at the top.
Yeah, I think she's took this out really well, and all she's got to do is literally just stun this down slightly towards the centre pocket line. She'll be just dropping this in for a 3-2 lead.
Very good from Marianne Jude. We're back onto the finishes after the tactical frame. Now, Marianne's biggest issue in the match so far has been her break. She has not hit a break well yet. Small sample size, she's only had 2 breaks, but both quite poor, came across both of them.
Again, you've got to be thinking, you're playing Kirsty Lee Davis, you're 3-2 up, and you actually you haven't broke properly yet. You've got to be happy at this point, and you've got to be thinking, I really need to start nailing these, because, if she can, she could literally run away with the match. She switched.
Not surprised. She hit the front ball pretty poorly, so let's see if it's any better. I mean, that looks so much better, doesn't it? Because it's just a queuing shot then, and she's driving power through the pack. Where front ball, she's trying to hit it, misstriking the cue ball, misstriking the front ball, and it's not delivering. So good change, you have to say.
And a good split. I must admit, in my earlier matches, when I was literally hitting them sweet and making a ball, I was still getting clusters and nothing. And sometimes you scuff the break almost, and you make a ball, and they're all sitting there like dollies. So
the miss-hit break always works. It really does.
I wish I could do it more regularly. I just break like a girl.
Glad you said that, not me.
Yeah, I'm allowed. You're not.
The 4 at the bottom, it's just a case of figuring out how you want to do it. They all sort of go. It's just figuring out the route. The one that's the highest of the 4 actually is a little more awkward than the others.
But I also think the black as well, because by having to clear the top end of the table, that black doesn't have the top pocket. Obviously it goes in the others, but that could well be why she looked then like she was looking at leaving that one, but having to clear the top end makes it a bit trickier. You'd rather be doing that last, wouldn't you?
Agreed. I thought she might have had a chance to play that red off the yellow, but you can see there from the overhead the yellow's a little bit further away from the pocket than it looks on our main camera, which is why she didn't do it. It's okay. Sort of landed on the plant, also landed on the double, which might not be the worst option. Depends how she sees it here. It's going to be the plant. The double, when you see the main camera, it's completely different to the over. Absolutely won't be the double. This is tricky, and it is all about the 8 ball. Okay, you called it right. Like, you can see the connection here. You know, corner pocket, centre pocket off the yellow, but then you're leaving the 1 on the cushion, and you've got to get high on the 8 ball. It's a real challenge.
And again, that means increasing the pace on a ball that's going down these rails into these pockets. And I think, she's gone too far with that one. She's gone too far. I think she's gonna have to play into this. I think.
I actually think this works out well for her though, because I think if you leave it on the cushion and you have to play onto it, you're going to have to cue in a dream shot to get on that 8 ball. Obviously, the centre pocket will have been opened up, whereas now she's going to have to play into it. She might get the better angle to get there. All the attention was on the cannon, which she got wrong. You can see the side she was putting on. It's pushed it.
But again, I think she was conscious of if you play into it and you catch it too full in the face, your white ball stays there and it bumps it off the rail, but it obviously it then doesn't go. But yeah, I fancy Kirsty now. She'll be able to free up that middle pocket now.
That's not ideal. Well, no, it's okay. She's got the one at the top of the table. Just thinking how she's not on the yellow to right centre, but I think she's on the one top left.
Yeah.
And if she is, prime position to tie the scores up.
Interesting, Kirsty looking, because it looks like she can just drop that yellow into top left, take the one that's over the pocket and run through middle. Oh, she's just taking that extra bit of time. And again, I think at 3-2 and the race to 7, this is, you know.
Yeah, I think she's looking for a problem here.
Yeah.
I agree that they're not as natural a connection as you think, but there shouldn't really be any issues. I'm with you. Take yellow top left, yellow over the middle, and then just pop out for the other yellow, and yellow right centre's what I would want for my last ball. Well, she's opened up the 8 ball completely, so that will work as well.
I think to be fair, if she takes the yellow she's closest to actually into the pocket, and she pinches the inside of it, the white ball will be running so that she'll have an angle on the other one to drop down, like that. I also think, though, this is a bit of a sign of the evolving of Kirsty Lee, because in the past she was just not 100 mile an hour, but
oh dear,
she's played a loose one there.
Really, Paul?
See, I give her a compliment.
Yeah, commentator's curse there,
yeah,
for sure. I mean, she'd done all the hard work, worked it out, took her time. I agree with everything you said.
Yeah.
At the same moment as her playing a loose positional shot. Should still get the 8 ball though.
Wow.
Cue ball is okay. No problems there.
I thought I was going to kiss that and go in. Well, I'm glad she got it after my curseful comments, but.
Oh yeah, that was a dramatic ending to that frame, and we're in for a dramatic ending to the second semi-final in the Pro Series. You can see there, 11 minutes left on the clock. Aaron Davies was 5-0 up and 6-1 up in this match, and it's now 6-4. Remember, in the previous match, Shane Thompson lost 8-7 from 7-3 in front as well. It's just incredible drama in the Pro Series. If you'd like to watch that, then Ultimate Pool TV is where you need to go. Use your promo code YouTube Wigan, get a discount on your first order. And come for the Pro Series, stay for everything else we've got going on over the course of the next year or so.
It's a textbook break there from Kirsty. That white ball is just... red has sat on the black there. I still think she's got enough around it to be able to move. She just seems to be losing the white ball a little bit on some of the shots.
She's taking her time here. Not in a great spot, but really thinking about where to go. I think there's so much respect between these two players. They really are giving every visit to the table everything.
I think this is the shot. I think she's got to... But I'm not so sure she'll be going all out. Oh, she's left a gap as well.
Does the yellow squeeze past the red?
I think it does.
Yeah, I do too. Yeah. There's an out, and 8 ball does need a little bit of work, but there's an out. Looking for a safety area? I don't feel like there is a safety area. Reds are so good here. You've got to kind of... I think she may have to go all out.
I think, again, it's one of them. Both of them have got either Marion, if she goes for the clearance, she's got to develop the black. And again, Kirsty Lee, she's got to get that red out. So it's just a case of who's going first. But I think
the red goes. So I don't think
Do you?
I think there's anywhere in the triangle area. I think you make the red so that it's not a big issue.
So she's got to go. She's got to go, hasn't she, really?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, when you play the shot now to pop the yellow in off the red, that's the one where if it doesn't work out, you might have a little bit more equity in the frame. Yeah, she doesn't get great equity in the frame though, because loss of turn available immediately for Kirsty. The only thing with the loss of turn, and I think it's a percentage play, is you're only going to be leaving the yellows up the table. The 8 ball still doesn't go anywhere, and you've got to try and land on the one at the bottom. I think it's worth the sort of percentage play of leaving a yellow one up the table.
Definitely. But I also think you need to make sure that the contact on your red, which will be the inside red, doesn't make so it's an impossible plant. So you need to be playing it at a pace where it bumps it past so that both reds then still pass into that pocket.
I think if you feather it though, it's not going to move far enough. I sort of see what you're saying. Yeah, you want to make sure that they both go. I think that will happen. You just get careful enough.
I just think where you can, personally, just keep it as simple as possible. It's only because if you are a bit tight, or you are under pressure, or you're feeling it, you know, you don't want to make it harder for yourself, you know.
I get the sense she really doesn't want to play the loss of turn because she's going to leave one of, if not both, the yellows up the table. And I think that's her worry. But if you leave the cue ball right in the jaws of the pocket, and if Marion cleared up from there, then good luck to her.
But where the 3 yellows would be, there isn't an obvious one to develop the black from as well, which is what Marion would need to do.
You're going to really struggle to get on the yellow at the bottom of the table, and you've got to develop the black. I just don't see it working out. The percentages would be very much in Kersley's way, whereas if Kersley starts putting balls here, the balance is going to get kind of brought back to the middle.
Oh,
well,
like
that's
that
clever.
then.
That's really, really clever.
That's a great shot.
Yeah, that the vision and the time she's taken to work that out, it just shows it was worth it. You know, the obvious loss of turn shot, she didn't want to leave a yellow on. She's found a way to play a loss of turn without leaving a yellow on. That is brilliant.
But also not leaving a, like Marion can't play a loss of turn because obviously she's now got 2 balls down there, you know. It's, I think that's a genius shot, to be honest with you.
One of my favourite shots in the match so far.
It's not all about potting balls.
No, it really isn't.
Firm favourite now for this frame. Is she going to play this off of the red? It's to the right of the 3. She tried it, just caught that too thick, sorry. But it still throws a bit of a spanner in the works. But again, if Kirsty Lee can run the white ball across, they're all still there for her. I think she needs to take the cut now, doesn't she?
Yeah. But you want to get the yellow moving away from the pocket, so you don't want to just make this clean. You made it too clean. Really wanted to play into the jaw, into the cushion, and into the yellow and red gap. Cushion first, make the red, but the cue ball's going too far to the right-hand side. So you're almost going to have to go past the 8 ball and back out, but that brings the 8 ball actually into play. Do you think just play it dead weight and leave the thing clip? I didn't come up with that, by the way. Barbara Taylor's currently pointing at the screen. I appreciate isn't great for our viewers.
Well, I'm just trying to work it out. I'm trying to work the angles out. I think, oh.
Wow. So you can see it clean, but it's the same thing as if you're playing it dead weight cushion first. You're leaving it here, guaranteeing on the red, and now you can just float this in or go up and down. All very well worked out, this sort of Kersley Davies, and all off the back of a brilliant loss of turn shot.
Yeah, and that just taking that extra bit of time, she's asserting herself on the match, and the shots. They're just that double to play the loss of turn was something. Again, if you were to write a textbook, or you had players or people who are watching who are new to the game, again, it's sometimes just thinking outside of the box and going against the grain, because we were both saying the same thing. Play the loss of turn, running off of that ball, and neither of us saw that shot. So
she found a much better loss of turn than the one we were suggesting.
Yeah. So she's sticking with the cut break.
Hits it well, but
Oh.
she is going to make a ball. And the Reds are okay here.
Say thank you.
Yeah, nice ball rolling. Irritates ball players, that. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether it's last ball or first ball. It's
Yeah.
Are you a player that would hold your hand up for that?
No.
No, I wouldn't.
No.
Not in a million years.
No.
Plenty do.
But again, we have this argument. You know, there's very few games that start with, in theory, a shot of luck.
Yeah.
You know,
A lot of skill to get lucky. That is kind of the way I look at it.
well, yeah. I mean, obviously, there's certain people who've sort of sussed it out, but it does feel like there is an element of luck.
My argument, which no one's kind of ever really been able to kind of counter, why does if it's just luck, why does Tom Cousins get luckier off the break than I do?
Have you ever asked him?
Because he hits it better.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah, but we can all hit them sweet as. I had a few frames. I was lucky to have a few frames with Mr. Scott Ryan yesterday.
I'm not sure that's lucky.
Well, it was because he never won. I think he won one frame, so it was. It was a
Hang
good
your head in shame.
It was a good confidence builder for me. But his breaks were, he was hitting them sweet as anything. And pot and balls, I was hitting them as sweet, and I literally couldn't buy a ball. And you can't say a one I broke, and all bar two were in the top half of the table. How can you not? You know, so
yeah, no, I do. Again, understand what you're saying, but you know, over a period of the last 15 years, Tom Cousins has made more balls off the break than me, and if it's just luck, it would balance itself out.
I'm going to have to go and grill him. I'll go and find him, and
I use him as the example, as he is the #1 player, but
yeah, but
everybody gets more balls off the break than me.
Is he going to give away his secret if he's got one? Would he give it away?
Probably, if you ask nicely.
Maybe for me. Yeah.
So while we're talking about the break, Marion's worked herself into a nice position here, but it's fiddly still. She's got the red at the top of the table that's awkward to land on. It's all a bit tight.
Oh, now that's rolled too far. That would have been perfect, because if she could have just dropped that through and left an angle.
I think she was going to have to play that red by the 8 ball long. I don't know whether if you get onto it into the centre, you can't get on the red at the top of the table. So I'm with you. If she gets straight, she drops this in, and she's straight top left. But that's a possibility.
No, I think she came too far.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it's awkward. She can pop this.
Yeah,
but it's thin at the path of the cue ball. She's going to have to really dig and hit this well. I think this whole visit's gone wrong from her first shot, where she just ran too far. Has never been able to recover.
Yeah. Three ball plant. She
Can you
is.
believe it?
Yeah. Because I don't think she can get on that. Even if she was to chop that into the centre pocket, I think she can't do anything with the white ball, and it's going to be flying, and she's not going to be on that last red. And I think the plant is her only option at this point. I don't think she can hide anywhere.
Means she's going to be playing position on a moving ball, as well as making a very off-angle plant. Opportunity for Kersley Davies to separate just a hint.
It certainly wasn't the easiest plant in the world for Marion. It was pretty tricky, but and you just feel the last couple of frames, if Marion can't get get a grip, it's almost like Kirsty's just picking the bones of whatever's left whenever Marion breaks down, which she'll take all day long.
Oh, of course, yeah. This is high tariff. High tariff plant. This is how confident she's feeling right now. It's a gift. It's a gift for Marion Jude. That is a big moment in this match because, barring something silly, Marion's going to make it 4-4, and Kirsty Davies will sit down knowing, okay, the plant was awkward, but you didn't have to take it on, knowing that once Marion misses, you've got to win this frame. Well, Marion might make a mess of this because she's left way too much angle here.
Yeah.
Cue ball's going to be tracking towards the 8-ball now.
I think that's probably the strangest shot selection I've seen Kirsty play in a long time. I'm really surprised at that.
Because there's benefit to I thought she was going to play the one on the cushion, get the snooker using the other one. That's not great, but she has got a shot at the 8-ball. But the other benefit for Kirsty would have been it would have been made the bottom end of the table just that fraction easier.
Yeah. I think she's got to go into the cushion on this shot.
Brilliant shot from Marion. Put herself under huge pressure there.
Yeah.
Good enough to get over the line though.
I think Kirsty's going to be fuming.
You can see there, that is the scene. That means that the other semi-final has finished. Dramatic semi-final, whether you'll notice there, just to the side of that big TV screen with the scores on, you can see Aaron Davies and Stephen Jameson having a chat. That means that Aaron Davies has managed to win it. I think he clung on in the end, 7-6 I think was the final score as the clock ran out. Amazing comeback from Stevie Dempsey. But it does mean that we will have a new Pro Series champion. And Barbara, what that means as well is you're going to have a very smug co-commentator, because I was asked for a prediction at the start of the weekend. And I said we would have a new champion.
But you didn't call who, though.
Well, I was picking the field.
Well, yeah, but again, I think both players who are in the final have been knocking, and they've shown their value over the last few years, and probably both feel that they haven't shown what they can do, and I think both of them are worthy finalists.
Yeah, agreed. Both have been close. And it's going to be a fascinating final. It really is.
So first go to Marianne, but I think she's actually fallen too short on her first shot already. I think she's not where she wanted to be at all. See her mumble under her breath there.
Because this is a good layout again.
Yeah.
Every ball actually does go. And she's working, and I mean it still goes, but it's awkward.
She's cued that well.
Question is, does the yellow that she left in the triangle area still go to the bottom corner pocket, or does she need to play for it in the centre? Main camera, it looks like the centre. It looks awkward, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. At first I was thinking, yeah, that goes, and now I'm looking on this angle, I'm thinking, maybe not.
Well, what do you think we've had so far at the Ultimate Pool Series 2? Unbelievably good semi-finals on the main arena table.
I don't see how she can get there. I don't see how she can get to that yellow, because so yellow left centre now gets you on yellow right centre, but there is nowhere to go off it.
You would have to be where she's queuing. You'd have to be so precise to run through, but I don't think she can even do that.
I don't think you can, because you've got to play it with pace. It will throw. And I'm not seeing that at all. Yeah, no. I think Marion's reaction tells us she's not seeing it either.
I just feel like when I'm watching this again, it's 4-all, but you still feel during the frames that Marianne's almost chasing her clearances rather than.
I think she's struggling with the cue ball. So early in visits at the moment, she's getting herself in a mess, and then she's digging as hard as she can
to recover.
You know, you said it straight away. First shot.
Yeah.
You know, she didn't land where she wanted to, and ever since then she was chasing.
But again, that's a good sign because again, a lot of people would have kept chasing there, and she's pulled back. I think this is the loss of turn. Again, a clever little shot there from Kirsty.
I think there's a shot on though for Marion. It might not be the biggest bend, cushion first, to be able to get across the bottom right. Even if she had to go top cushion, side cushion, still the same thing. But I think that this is on to just have a little bend. Maybe not even that. But maybe it's just cushion first with side. I mean, from the overhead, it doesn't look anywhere near.
No, it doesn't. I'm with you though, because that would actually ping it. By playing that shot, it would be throwing the white ball across to the right-hand side of the table. So if she was to get it, that yellow going into the left centre would be on. Almost like a delicate dink, isn't it?
In the end, she wasn't even thinking about the one over the pocket, just playing the one in the open, trying to put pressure onto Kersley's clearance. To be fair, she did make a mess of the counter in the previous frame, so maybe just saying, come on then, over to you.
Yeah, it is one of them because it can, again, from a mental aspect of the game, if for argument's sake, Kirsty Lee wasn't to take out this clearance, from a psychological standpoint, there are a lot of players that would then, from then on, almost crumble, you know, because they'd be like, oh, it's just not happening for me today, or it's not working.
I'm not seeing that with Kirsty, even if she makes a mess here.
Yeah.
I think she's playing a very measured game. She's played some really clever tactical shots as well as working out patterns and finishes. And if she had taken out the counter clearance in the previous frame to be 5-3 here, and this would then be for 6-3, she'd be worthy of that, in my opinion.
Yeah.
She's been the stronger of the two players.
Yeah, definitely, for sure.
It's a little hurdle, and this clearance passed. And this sort of shot, I really like pulling back. So rather than playing for the straight where you're screwing back, I like pulling back so you use two cushions.
Yeah.
And Kirsty's gone the other way, so she's played for the straighter angle, just to draw it straight back towards the centre pocket. You go forward there or down the table, you have two cushions, you're just tracking a line for a long period of time. It's personal preference.
That's nice.
Yeah, make it unmissable by getting that close to it. Which is nice.
She's cueing the ball like a dream, though. No, she's just going to run this through an inch or so. Take that red into the left centre. Again, it almost looks like she's gone too far.
No problems. So made a mistake on the counter in the previous frame, not this time. I think Kirsty Davies is back in front.
And good value for it as well, yeah.
I really think so. Yeah, the not countering in the previous frame was the one real big mistake she's made in the match, really. See a few people just filling in to the arena there. Also see Shane Thompson playing in the background there. He's moved on to play in Pro Series 2, having been eliminated at semi-finals in Pro Series 1. But you see the arena filling up. We are getting very close to our first final of 2025 as the Challenger 1 final is about to get underway, and also answered my question as why I was getting no response from Brad McCulloch in my request for him to commentate on the Challenger 2 final.
Right.
I could see him playing in the bottom left-hand corner.
It
Makes perfect sense. He's not ignoring me.
Nice safety break there from Kirsty. I think we might be in for a bit of tip tapping for a while here. I can't see an easy.
Yeah, agreed. Neither player wants to take it on from this situation.
All depends on how confident she feels. Will she take the plant into the centre and leave the white ball where it is? I know she's been looking at the right hand side of the table to leave the white and what she can leave. She could push this red across towards the right hand cushion, towards that yellow, and just screw gently off of the side round and try and leave that white nestled behind that yellow, but they're all high percentages shots, and you just feel that one mistake here, both sets are available. It's quite a tricky shot, which is why she's taking a bit of extra time on it. A lot to think about here. Marianne's opting for reds. She's played that well, and you couldn't help but feeling that a miss at that point, and Kirsty would literally be smelling blood, but it all depends on what damage pushing that yellow in amongst those three reds can do, but you feel that there's enough there for her to be able to develop them and move that. One good shot and a great opportunity to bring the match back level at 5-all. don't believe that's what she was looking at leaving.
All right, everybody, welcome into
You see by the slightly frustrated tap on the table. She may be able to take this one at the top and draw it back into those three to be able to take the red ball she's closest to at the moment into the middle pocket. That's a lovely shot. That's opened everything up for Marion. Great shot there.
I thought so. Let's meet our players. First up, England Youth International, who've been in brilliant form this weekend. A superb semi-final. They're setting up for this one. Let's give it for Billiards.
Again, just that little nudge on the way through. She made these. It's not quite as straightforward as she would have wanted, but I think she'll be taking this into the middle and off the side rail and out for that one. So a lovely shot to develop the cluster in the centre of the table. And I think she can pull this back and screw back between those yellows, get onto that red into left centre.
Beautiful line.
She's took these out nicely, very nicely.
Yeah, one last ball though. It was not a gimme. Pressure on.
Brilliant. It's a great clearance for 5-all.
Yeah, that was a tough one there with the way the break came out, but brilliant stuff from Marion. And 5-all, 3 to play. Who will play Danielle Randall in the final?
I think Kirsty was in a complete pickle at that final shot, and she decided to play the percentage shot, throw the gauntlet out, and Marion's just answered. And you can't complain about that. You're playing the odds, and even though it got a bit sticky a couple of times, she recovered well and has got it at 5-all. But Kirsty's made a ball. No tip tapping on this one. I think she'll be looking for an instant response, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I think she'll be more frustrated to not be ahead here.
Yeah.
If not over the line. I mean, I know that's a stretch, but certainly will feel like she should be in front. That has to be put out of the mind, though. Still 2 more frames to be won. This is a difficult layout. Again.
You think the first shot, if you go for the cut on the bottom, on the yellow in the bottom left, she could actually be looking to playing into that red and the yellow and black. She's going for reds. Just one tricky ball on the left hand side, but
I was thinking yellows myself, but the first yellow was thin and connections weren't great, but I felt like yellows were easier to solve. I don't like the one by the 8-ball, the one to the left of that, the one on the left cushion.
I didn't know whether the one that went into the bottom left, although it was thin with a bit of side, it could have actually developed.
Yeah,
played
you
into that.
could have done, rearranged it a little bit on the first shot potentially. Yeah. It's gone wrong. That is going to be a problem to solve for Marion, and a tough problem to solve. If she doesn't get the flick on the 8 ball, she's in prime position and should get out to get herself on the hill.
I think there's a few more twists and turns anyway in this semi-final.
Okay, so she's going to dink this one. Might have to use the red. Yeah, she's already looking at it. And then she can get underneath the 8 ball, but I don't think it goes easily up the table, so she might have to use bottom cushion and go into it.
Well, the black goes top right if she can get below it, but... Oh no, she's played that all wrong. She didn't get into it. The frustration shows as well, the way she almost bites a cue there.
She should go close to making this yellow, but then what on earth do you do with the 8 ball?
Shut your eyes. Works for me sometimes.
Well, there is sort of a shot. She might be able to make a big trouble to bottom right. So if she comes off one cushion, makes the yellow, cut the 8 ball back, that might be on. I mean, we're clutching. We are absolutely clutching, but that's what she's going to have to do from here. The other option is to come off the top cushion and try and pop the yellow thin rather than the side cushion, and then you are coming underneath the 8 ball.
That is thin though,
yeah,
to be coming off the top rail. Yeah.
Or you could come off the top rail and pull it and try and get the solid contact to try and maybe knock it down, and good things can happen if you get that yellow going towards the bottom right hand corner pocket. But I think it's I mean, how many times out of 10 are you making it to right centre? Quite high. Quite a few. Not on this occasion, and to make matters worse, she hands it over to Kirsty Lee with ball in hand.
Still a little bit to do though. And the importance of this frame, that the frame to get you on the hill, you really want to be making sure. So, and again, this measured Kirsty, weighing up every option right now. Again, she could take it into the red of the 2 reds by the black, the first shot, into the middle, into the left centre, and develop that red and black. It still leaves that one on the cushion. Although the way Kirsty cues, I don't see under normal circumstances it being a problem or an issue for her. But it's 5-all, it's a semi-final, and it's to put you on the hill. If you mess it up, you really are under pressure. So she may actually be looking at it. It may be a simple option of develop that ball that's on the cushion on the left-hand side, just bump it into the centre towards the blue spot, and leave the white ball down here using the black and the 2 reds as a block, and lay another snooker. So if she just bumps the one on the left-hand side towards the blue spot and just runs the white down and lays another snooker, then it's just the one next to the black to develop next time, you know.
This was frame 1. Would she be more aggressive? I think she would.
Of course she would. I think she'd be actually placing the white ball so that she could take one of them 2 reds into the centre. And looks like she's doing it.
Yeah, I like this. I really do. Back yourself.
If you want to win tournaments and matches.
I'm surprised at that though. I thought she was going to top through. So
yeah.
Exactly the same angle she set up, but top through. The red flicks the cue ball towards the left-hand side, get you on the one down the cushion, and then you can actually potentially be playing it with a little bit of safety as well in terms of hiding the white at the same time. She's put herself in a spot of bother here.
See, again, can she not play the double with the one that's on the left-hand rail?
Yeah.
Play the double, but play it away, because she doesn't need the white ball to be anywhere. She could literally be running off towards the same area.
She's heard you, I think.
It's a free shot, isn't it, really?
Yeah. Even if the double doesn't land, you should get the snooker. And the double doesn't land, and she doesn't get the snooker, I don't think. Edgy out there all of a sudden. She might have the snooker. Can Marion see enough of it to pot it? Tricky.
She's going to have to be digging in because obviously it's a natural in-off, really.
If she has to swerve it, though, then... yeah, no, it's going to be tough. Yeah. Still, you favour Kirsty Davies here, unless Marion Chu can dig one and come up with a moment of magic.
Like I say, we've been complimenting Kirsty on the amount of time she's been taking, but I think it almost feels like it's been a negative for her at the moment, rather than playing on instinct. She may be overthinking. Oh, that's a great shot.
My word, what a shot that is.
Wow.
What a shot in that moment. And this 8-ball isn't easy, but compared to this, as you said, Barbara had to dig it. And that's incredible. Got the bite, got the contact, cued it like a dream. And now this 8-ball to go one away and have the break. Edgy.
Well, to be honest with you, I'm just thinking to myself, after nailing that and leaving it on the cushion, don't miss this now. Just make sure.
And she has made sure. Heart of the pocket for Marion Jude. She is one away from a spot in the final, eyeing up another Pro Series title. Twice in the match for Kirsty Davies. I talk about this all the time, the counter clearances. If you can get yourself a really high percentage, like you feel like you should, on the counter clearances, your success rate will go up dramatically, because that's 2 frames where Marion Chu's taken it on and made a mess, and Kirsty has not punished. And that's, she's 6-5 up instead of being, well,
the match should be over, really.
It could be over,
yeah.
We could be 7-4 here if Kirsty had taken the frames that she's meant to win.
I think it is one of them. If Kirsty loses, she is going to walk away thinking, what happened there? I don't understand why I've come off this or away from this not being the winner. And that's what makes pools so frustrating. But we come back tomorrow and do it all again. It's Marion, she's nailed a ball, but that white has gone into that bottom left-hand corner again. A couple of kisses on that white ball and it's pushed it straight back into that corner.
Yeah, here we go again.
Yeah. Not quite as dangerous as the previous one that was a little bit tactical. There's a bit of work to be done on both suits here.
In play, then you're dealing with the only bad yellow, the only bad ball. The 8-ball's good as well. Tricky.
I think she's got the angle now, you know.
Yeah, I think it's there. I didn't realise you could get to the potting angle past that red, but
yeah.
It's not guaranteed to go well though, because you're sort of, if you got the yellow, it's going to stick. I don't see the yellow coming out, in all honesty. And it hasn't. She does have a shot, but how do you get above that yellow to take it to the bottom corner?
Actually, I think she could take that ball into the centre and leave the bottom yellow as a cut into the bottom right, and she can either play it to play into the yellow and push it towards the middle, which is dodgy. If she can work it so that she might be able to come up and come off of the red. Again, it's all tricky though, isn't it?
I think there might be she's trying to come back for that way. I was thinking if you could I mean, whether you could, if you could roll through 2 rolls, or maybe you have to screw on and off the cushion, but leave the really thin clip back to the one that's top left.
Yep.
Then the 3 cushion plays. There's the line there.
Yeah.
So you go bottom cushion, bottom side
Yeah.
cushion, top cushion, and then the track, the centre pocket.
She's having a go now. She might be able to. That was the shot I meant.
Oh, what a shot that is! It's fabulous.
That was what I meant. But
That's brilliant.
Yeah, I don't.
You were going to
I'd
get
have
rid of the
took
one
it-
in the middle
yeah,
first. Yeah.
but it works out.
Yeah.
It's worked out perfect because I was thinking when she chose to take that one, I was thinking that one into the centre could be the sticky one for her. But the way it's fallen, she's just got to run through with this, and she's definitely smelling blood in this frame. She's played that perfect.
Oh, what a brilliant shot that was. On the back of what she did in the previous frame, Marion Jude is this 8-ball away from a stunning end to this match to knock out Kersley Davies at the semi-final stage and get herself back into another Women's Pro Series final. And she has done it. What a match that is, filled with drama and quality. But it is the French superstar that gets over the line, eliminates Player of the Year from 2024, and books her place in the Women's Pro Series final against Danielle Randall. That will be coming up in a couple of hours over on Ultimate Pool TV. That really was 2 fabulous semi-finals filled with quality. So much quality in the Women's Series. It gets better and better, and we have one more match still to come tonight from the Women's Series. We are going to turn our attention now, though, to the Challenger Finals. The next 2 matches here on YouTube. We will see the Challenger 3 final up next. Adam Jenkins will take on Mark Bell, and we will follow with a Challenger 2 final, Jason Crozier versus Richard Browning, excuse me. And currently over on our main feature table, there's Jack Schofield taking on Niall Sweeney, and this is for the first title from the Ultimate Pool Series weekend, the first one of 2025. This is for Challenger Series 1. Go across to Ultimate Pool TV if you would like to watch that. Use your promo code YouTube Wigan and you get a discount on your first order, and we will pick up coverage here on YouTube when we are ready to get underway in a few moments' time for the Challenger 3 final. Well, a very warm welcome back, everybody. It is time for Challenger 3 final. This is Tier 3. And we have got Adam Jenkins taking on Mark Bell. We'd have seen Adam Jenkins a little bit earlier on. He played in his semi-final, which he was able to come through. Race to 7. And this is for major silverware. And look at that break. All the balls going to the top half of the table. Simon Webb and Tony Holgate with you for this one. And big moments out there for these two. Sorry, apologies for laughing, but Tony is just looking at me with a microphone cable that is so short that he can't reach his mouth. So we may not get too much sense out of him because he can't reach his microphone.
No, I've managed to get here in the end. Oh my word! Yeah, that was. I'm not used to this commentary position. Nice shot there from Jenkins.
Yeah, first big test in the final pass there with that one. Now it's about getting the angle to get on the 8 ball, and this is going to be a challenge with the Reds the way they are to try and find that line. Yeah, he's trying to figure it out. The gap isn't massive, but you feel like he does have to go past the straight here. Ooh, he's touched straight, if not the wrong side of straight.
Well, the only way he's getting down the table now is to screw with loads of right-hand side, screw back into that side rail. Down the table, this is a big shot. Tough shot as well. Good effort.
Reverse side. And, well, he's given himself a shot at the 8 ball. That was a very good shot. Lots of right-hand side to get down as far as he has. And this for a very good start from Adam Jenkins.
Yeah, that's a great finish. Go out in the final like that in your first frame and take out that finish. Good stuff from Adam Jenkins.
Yeah, absolutely. Very good. I wish we had, Tony, I wish we had a camera in the commentary box, because watching you with your microphone and cable is a treat for me.
It's impossible. Well, it's not impossible, but it's...
I mean, you could just sit closer to the unit.
Yeah, but I'm sat closer to you if I do.
That's the
downside.
That's the downside. Whilst this is going on, so this is the Challenger Tier 3 final. Challenger Tier 2 finals currently in operation. That one's been going a little while now. It's 2-1 to Niall Sweeney. But they've used up 35 minutes almost of the match clock for the first 3.5 frames there. So that one is really... well, it's going to come down to the clock. That's almost for certain. But Niall Sweeney is going to go 3-1 up, you feel. Pretty regulation 8 ball. Three tiers we have at the Challenger Series, as you all talked about. But yeah, 3 tiers. I think we've got about 400 Challenger players here, and they play in one of 3 different tiers. And Challenger 1 is currently on the main table. Challenger 3, excuse me, is here, and then the Challenger 2 will follow this match, which is going to be Jason Crozier and Richard Browning. So 3 big amateur tournaments are going to come to a conclusion here tonight. They do play in the same sort of format as the pros and the women's pros as well. They have 2 tournaments running throughout the weekend, so all these players will be playing in multiple events. Can't see much of Mark yet. It's an opportunity for him to kind of get into this final. No good whatsoever. This frame could have some mileage in it with that 8 ball being guarded. But Red's now in trouble. It'll rather be yellows all of a sudden. He's going to continue to dig. What are we thinking here, Tony? Got to be a double on that red by the 8 ball. I think you can get to the doubling angle top. You know, take it to the top right. I don't think you can get anywhere near the potting angle because of where the 8 ball would go.
I think you might screw into them now.
Yeah, that'll do.
Good shot there from Mark Bell. So he's perfect on that red in the middle of the table now. He can just pop that float down for the one at the bottom and leave that one on the rail till last. It looks like he's screwing back for the one on the rail. And that was an odd shot, and it's not come out well at all because I think he's landed a bit straight. I don't know if he can get the cue ball down for his last red. I don't see what the problem was with just leaving them where they were, just coming down the table, taking the one at the bottom, back up, slide that red down the rail. Cue ball would have come off the rail, back out for the black in the centre. But now he's made life a heck of a lot more difficult for himself. Well, he's not got much to aim at here. Well, he went for an extremely thin cut, and to be fair, he's overcut it. But he did make an error in judgment by playing that screw shot and coming back and nudging into the red. So now Adam Jenkins in control of the table.
Sense from Adam prior to the final starting, just where we were waiting for everything to get set up, but he's not too au fait with the rules. Fairly new to international 8-ball rules, so may not know the way to go around kind of trying to clear that bottom corner pocket with a loss of turn perhaps. That's not saying that was the right thing to do there. You'd be careful of not leaving an angle to pop the 8-ball off a cushion, but he'll be disappointed to have put the yellow safe in a really poor spot below the right centre pocket. So disappointment for Adam on that occasion. Barring a miracle shot here, which we won't see, he still does have control of this frame.
Well, yeah, I'm down at the bottom of the table now playing the yellow along the rail off that red. Kick it away from that bag. Try and bring the cue ball up. Maybe attack the 2 yellows on the right hand side of the table.
I wanted that to go off the red.
Yeah. Needed to open up the path for the other yellows. For me, I'd like to cut that yellow up the rail, but not pot it and bring the cue ball back across and sort of behind the 8-ball area on the other side of the table.
Almost overcut it a little bit and
Yeah,
make
that's
sure you
it.
get across the left-hand side. He's gone full-blooded, I think. Yeah, he has. I used all the pocket. I actually thought that one was going to stay up. Oh, Adam's going to get over the line here. Mark will be disappointed. He played that excellent shot to give himself the perfect opportunity to go and win the frame with a very good visit early on, and then got himself back into trouble. So first opportunity really for Mark not going his way, and Adam doing what he had to do and just going, you know, fairly patiently through the counter and got the job done here. So race to 7, long way to go. Plenty of time for Mark to work his way into the final. A couple of close matches for Adam Jenkins, making it through to this final. Started off with a nice 6-3 win over Trevor Clark, but 6-5 victories over Nick Chalk and Stephen Smith in the last 64s and last 16, and a 6-4 in between against Rhys McLaughlin.
Trevor Clark, he's my mate from Somerset.
Yeah, Trevor Clark, and then a bit more of a separation, 6-1 over Tony Daniel, and then we saw the semi-final went all the way down to a deciding frame a little bit earlier on. We saw that here on YouTube, and it was 6-5 to Adam over Gavin Simpson-Allen. So there's some hard-fought victories for Adam. On another day, you know, it can go the other way, but he's obviously come through some pressure situations.
Well, I'm sure Adam Jenkins will want to repeat what he did in the first frame, which was break, make a ball and mop the table.
Good break as well.
It's a really good break. That's a pro break.
Yeah, he's got every opportunity to mop them up, hasn't he? This is a lovely layout. This is a better layout than the break finish he made in the opening frame.
That's one Tom Cousins would have been proud of.
Yeah, he certainly would. It's Tom Cousins, if you are joining us for the first time today, eliminated from both events, back to back. Out up by Ian Alley, who's made it through to the final. That was first thing this morning, and then immediately straight back on into Pro Series 2 and was ousted by Vivek Mack in a deciding frames. A couple of really tough losses for our number one player. He's played for the one at the top, which was the plan. I quite like playing for left centre and then leaving the one at the top with the high with the sort of low angle, so you track the line towards the one on the cushion. It's not really going to cause him an issue, you don't feel. Take the one left centre now and screw back across.
Yeah, just doesn't want to dig too deep in this and scream the cue ball back into the middle. He's
going to take the hampered queuing.
I wouldn't like that.
Surely you just pick the pocket and come back across. Even if you only got it to middle of the table, it's an easier shot than where it is now.
Yeah, he's.
I know he's worried about being a touch high, but you can pick the pocket here. Yeah. I mean, that's got to be an easier shot than the one over the hampered over the
I'd
yellow.
like to come a bit further. I don't like the cue balls going into those yellows.
Yeah, and I know he's gone wrong, and the way he went, he would have expected to get out. But it's why I really liked trying to get yourself top right, then left centre, and leaving one at the top of the table, because you're thin clipping it then, and it's just tracking straight down the line towards the red on the cushion. Which, if you're straight in, you're leaving 8 ball over the left centre. So, just the difference of the way round for me felt more natural.
I think the problem that he made for himself was when he played the ball over the bag at the top of the table and tried to come behind the yellow that was on the rail. If he'd have just stunned past it, excuse me, he wouldn't have been bridging over that ball, and he would have had that a heck of a lot easier shot down the rail that he could have played there.
Agreed.
And then,
Yeah,
so.
I mean, the way he went, you still would have expected him to make it for sure.
Yeah, I mean, the pros, the way they play, would never ever have left themselves in that position where they're bridging over that ball. They'd have avoided it like the plague.
It's a beautiful shot for Mark. Trying to counter here. He's got the yellow on the right-hand side. That's now the problem to solve.
Well, he's attacked it now. I thought his better route would have been to come with top and left-hand side down onto the bottom rail and come behind it and try and kick it up towards the middle.
Sort of needed just that little bit more angle, didn't he? It was just, had to force it. He's going to take it on, though. This is he's clipping off it, so he's trying to find a safety area. There's not a big window here. Oh, he's going for one at the top of the table. I thought he was clipping off the yellow he was nearest to. First glance, that's a pretty good shot.
Top cushion, left-hand side, into the side rail and come past the black. Dan is just looking at, well, you don't want to be there. It's actually quite tricky, even for that as well.
Yeah, you're quite high up the table for that shot.
Massey round the yellow in between yellow and black and come.
I think you have to go top cushion, don't you? Top cushion, left-hand side, find the line. That line's available. It's just a hard line to find.
5, 4, 3.
Well, this is interesting.
Well, here we go. Fabulous effort.
Yeah, you saw his imagination from that, and it was a valiant attempt. So, cue ball in hand now for Mark Bell.
Would you be tempted here, because you've got ball in hand, to just back yourself to take the yellow up the table, either top left or top right, probably top left, depending on how, you get the cue ball down, how much room there is. Because now you're in trouble.
So
well, you're really in trouble if you pop the 8 ball.
Well, it's made it a lot easier now because 2 balls over the bag. I'd have definitely 100% put the cue ball behind that yellow somewhere to try and pot it in the first shot.
The reason I say top left is it's a more open pocket, but you're closer to your work. If you go top right, you've just got to cue one in. But cue ball in hand, you'd expect to make that.
Well, I thought he was going to play double. It's only a twice across now, so this is yellow off the 2 rows and back into the right-hand centre. Unless it's a very, half a thin cut double into the top left-hand corner. He's gone for the twice.
Gone for the quad.
He's not going to get it 3 times, is he? Oof.
Oh, my.
Well, not only that, he's left frame completely open now. There's a nice big pocket as well for the black. Doesn't really have to do anything with this, Adam Jenkins, except just make sure of the pot. I wouldn't start trying to play screw shots here. Just drop it in because he's got such a big bag with the yellow there. Can't miss the black.
Yeah, simple enough 8 ball. And for 3-0. No doubt about it. Jenkins has made the strongest start here. Great clearance in the opening frame, but managed to survive missing late on in both the next 2 frames. And Mark will be disappointed. He's played 2 or 3 really good shots to open things up and then not been able to capitalise. Not happened from yet.
Yeah, for Adam Jenkins' sake now, is being the player 3-0 up, playing Mark Bell, who is not settled. This is where you push. If you're Adam Jenkins, you push now and go. Keep going, keep pushing.
Keep your foot down, yeah.
Absolutely.
Don't try and defend anything.
No, if you hang about, you then bring Mark Bell into the match. So I just go all out attack now, completely. Put him on the back foot.
When did you not go all out attack, Tony?
There was one match in 1987 where I did play a safety.
Did you win the match?
No.
I think the safety shot cost you.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. $3-0 is not a disaster on a race to 7, but you do need to get going and find some positivity. I think there's going to be a drama-filled match or a tension-filled match if it gets tight towards the back end, you feel. So just try and get yourself into the match and try and add pressure to Adam's side of the table. Go 4-0 and Adam having to break, all of a sudden it starts to feel a little bit awkward. So big frame hit, especially now that he's made a ball and got a good layout.
It's a tricky one, really, the starter ball. So you look at it playing off the side red, because I think he wants reds, so he's going to play off the cushion first and try and pot the red over that corner. So I didn't mind yellows, so I must admit, you know, get the cue down to the bottom. That's a fairly straightforward plant with the 2 yellows down there. But anyway, that's by the way. So Adam Jenkins now comes to the table with a choice.
Your 2025 Challenge Series Tier 1 Event 1 winner, Niles Sweeney. Please stay in your seats, folks. The presentations are coming up very shortly.
I wasn't expecting the miss from there. And then Mark Bell will come to the table with a clear opening on yellows.
This yellow probably does squeeze in right centre, opening up the pocket at the same time. Don't come back another roll or two, so we can get the cue ball past the red. Glance off it. No, just played into it, so it does have a thing clip back. It's not a major problem. It'd be nice just to drift by that touch more control on the next shot because of it. Also really nice to be using the just to open the pocket. See there on the yellow will pass the red.
Let's hear it. Your runner-up in event 1, Jack Schofield, everybody. Well, it's obviously going to be a sore one to take, but first of all, how proud of you of the journey. It's a real marathon just to get to this place. What were your emotions after a grueling couple of days?
I feel okay, to be honest. It's one of the first tournaments I feel I played well. I most of it. And it's normally I kind of one off, so I'm trying myself like having a good spin the whole time.
Yeah, and obviously not the result you wanted here, but you couldn't have started the season off much better.
I feel okay, to be honest. I struggle with the shot clock really. I'm quite slow with the shot clock player. I feel like I get down on the shot in 2 or 5 seconds. I really struggle with that.
Well, you'll be better for playing it once in every time for day, one career and one place. Jack Schofield, everybody. As for your winner, this will be a Buffalo Award. Let's put our hands together for Niall Sweeney. Niall. Wow. Well, I was right. That's some baby back there. I mean, the same still applies to that. It's a marathon, not a sprint.
That's going to be a tough one for Mark to make, isn't it? To take rather. All the work was done, just had to make the pot, makes the pot, the cue ball be right. It's just struggling to get into this final. There's plenty of good work out there. One big mistake each time.
Yeah, has to play this red and run through. No other shot.
How big is this win for you? Obviously, everyone starts the Challenge Series. Everybody wants to win one. Very few get the opportunity to do so.
Could have done with going a bit further. Trouble with that for Adam, he had his mind set on leaving that snooker, but playing the pot, he's got his mind set on making the pot. And if you don't get it, then leave the snooker.
Probably even more so, we're absolutely proud of Spencer right now. Have you got a message for those who tuned in on this weekend?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've got so many messages and texts throughout the program and Forest State last week. I mean,
He's got a real chance to sort of kill off this match, hasn't he?
Yeah, he can just get through here to this red over on the right hand side. Probably suggest coming off the top rail and back down to do too much with the keyboard. That's okay.
The Ultimate Pool Challenge Series Tier 1 Event 1 champion, Niall Sweeney.
It's black for 4-0. And in it goes. Once again, Adam Jenkins goes back to his seat with another frame on the board.
And every time that happens, it's going to get harder for Mark Bell because he's had opportunities. That's one thing he can say. You know, he's had his chances and he's done some good stuff, but it's been the mistakes that he's made, back ends of finishes and chances that have really hurt him. And especially this one, I think, was probably the worst of the lot, where it was in perfect position and just had to get himself make the pot essentially. But it is race 7, and we've seen some turnarounds today. You know, we have seen some comebacks. Shane Thompson in the semi-final of the pro ranks, he was obviously 7-3 in front, never got over the line, lost 8-7. And Davies was 6-0, I think, or 5-0 and 6-1. Upton was pegged all the way back by Stevie Dempsey, although Aaron did get over the line in the end. So turnarounds can happen. No match clock here, so players are just playing under a shot clock condition. No match clock, so it's time. He just has to find a way to get into the match.
Well, stay your seats, folks. Time to filter in because the next matchup on deck is the Women's Pro Series 1 final. Danielle Randall in brilliant form about to take on the former champion Marion Jude. It should be an absolute belter. Get yourselves into your seats. We're prepared to welcome the players in just a moment.
Another enormous break there from Adam, but he didn't get a ball. He came closest to get the cube. Oh, he did. He made a yellow. What am I talking about? Went in that fast. It's the first ball that went in the pocket. See it to the replay. You can say came closest to getting the cue ball, but another opening for Adam Jenkins. His confidence must be growing now. Just that yellow that's nearest the left-hand middle bag. Wants to get right behind it. Just drop this in. If he can just drop it in, gains easy position on the black off the last yellow. Ooh. He's played for the double. Oh, he just doesn't care, Adam.
Well, there's an air of freedom, isn't there? He obviously started the match the brighter, but there's an air of freedom with the way that Mark's playing. And this is for 5-0.
Thought for a second there he'd overhit that, but that's fine. And this is a real quick fire break and finish.
It is now. 5-0 it is. 2 required from Adam. He's trying to make this a landslide out there.
I think he broke and potted them quicker than the referee racked them.
He may well have done, to be honest with you. Whilst this was going on, you can see it's now hushed down in the main arena. You may have heard some presentations and some bits and pieces going on behind. That is because the Challenger 1, the first title of this series weekend, has been handed out. Nice, Sweeney. Congratulations, you are the Challenger Tier 1 champion. And then 1. And they are just getting themselves set up for the Women's Pro Series final. Danielle Randall will knock out Amy Beecham. She will take on Marion Jude, who came through a grueling, brilliant match with Kersley Davies with brilliant last, visit and a clearance. It was incredible, really. And she will go into the final as the favourite, but Danielle has already knocked out a couple of the big hitters, Harriet Haynes and Amy Beecham, numbers 1 and 2. So she'll be eyeing up another big scalp in the final, eyeing up her second title. Trickier layout this time. Adam's got some trick shots for us here, Tony. This is your skill set here.
He's looking at playing yellow, red, yellow, both in the middle pocket, and also trying to get the cue ball in the other middle. It's a great shot on a Thursday night down the Nag's Head.
How good was that? I mean,
to be fair, he's played the 2 yellows.
I feel like he's a little bit unlucky.
He is.
Yes, there's a lot going on there. And he is flicked in off. Obviously, the cue was tracking that way. But a brilliant bit of vision to try and open up the game. But what it has done is it's given Mark an opportunity to really get into this now. This is, he should get these now. Especially if the 2 yellows at the bottom pass independently. If he has to take the bottom one before the top one, then he needs to make sure he gets the right angle. But I think they both pass independently. And then get yourself on the board and As long as Adam still needs 2, you are still in this.
Yeah, I agree. That Adam was unlucky there. It's a proper Hollywood shot there. Something Mike Massley would have been proud of.
Yeah, it was very, very impressive.
Well, Mark Bell's going to get his first frame on the board. So once again, another very quick frame. And down goes to black, and it is 5-1. A little fist pump there, I think, from Mark Bell. He's just delighted he's got one on the board.
You can see the Women's Pro Series final is getting underway. Danielle Randall and Marion Jude. And that is all available on Ultimate Pool TV. If you'd like to watch that, it is on Ultimate Pool TV. Use your promo code, which is YouTube Wigan. Get a discount on your first order.
You were chatting to Marion earlier, just outside the commentary box. She's never played Danielle.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she said. I said, should be a good final. She said, I've never played Danielle. I said, well, that'd be an interesting final. As we look at the two ladies warriors, gladiators.
Yeah, both players already won one of these events. In fact, Marion's won 2. Marion's also won the last one standing, and importantly, a couple of world titles as well. She is a very young player in the game, but she is already one of the very, very best players in the world.
Yeah, they both took out some big scouts. Danielle's took out all sorts today. I mean, yeah. Amy in the semi.
Harriet Haynes and Amy are the 2 that really stand out.
Yeah,
that's 1 and 2.
Yeah. Marion, of course, beat Kirsty Lee.
Yeah.
I know you were on the comms for that. That was
both matches were incredible. The quality of the matches were incredible. Best I've ever seen Danielle play. I really do believe that. I think she was fabulous. I think she made. If she plays at that level, she's a handful. Like you think Marion's going to be the favourite there, but the way that they played, Danielle played better than Marion in the semis.
I walked past as Amy Beecham had just come out of the arena finishing the match, and I didn't see the end of it. And she said, and this is coming from Amy, and she said, I don't think Danielle missed a ball in open play.
No, I don't think she did. I think she had 5 off the break. It might have been 6, but it was incredible standard.
Not frightened to have a go at a double is Adam Jenkins.
He's definitely from your way of thinking. He's all out, isn't he?
I like him. Class act. Another clever little shot there from Adam Jenkins. Just steered that yellow ball through the gap and off the red into the bottom corner. Now, has he come back enough where he can just roll this yellow into the top corner? I believe he has, because I'm sure he would have been shaking his head if he has. He's just seen where he wants to leave himself now. He's going to have to play the yellow after it that's nearest the corner pocket. But if you can get these 2 balls away and be on the next yellow, which could be the end of the frame, and he'll be on the hill.
Little nudge. You can't beat a little nudge. Still leaves him a little awkward angle, but that was a lot better than it looked like it might be.
Can he cut this in the yellow? Just go plain ball straight up the table and back down again. Well, he can hold on the red, even better.
Yeah, all blew nicely. Now the natural's fine. It's on with it when it's there, doesn't he?
A little bit soft for me, but he can play this off the red if he so chooses. It will guide it into the middle. And he does just that. He's on the hill.
One away for Adam. He's been great value for it as well. A really eye-catching pool he's playing. And that's missed a couple, but take nothing away from Adam. He's been brilliant. So Mark is going to have to really find a level and run 6 straight if he wants to win this final. We will have one more match still to come here on YouTube for you tonight. Jason Crozier and Rich Browning are waiting in the wings for the Challenger 2 final. And over on the TV table, we will see the Pro Series final. You feel the way that Adam's playing, Mark is going to have to do it with brilliant pull and running some off the break. He's going to need help on the break. He's going to need maybe a mistake or two from Adam, but he's going to need to find his best game, which means taking out the finish now that he's made a ball here and starting the comeback.
Well, he's carved himself out an opening, Mark Bell, here now. And this looks like being one of those 6 straight frames that he needs.
I'm thinking, where was this at the start of the match? Although he got himself into this position in truth a few times, maybe 2, maybe 3, and didn't finish it off. And that's the problem here, rather than being, say, you know, having 3 more, so it could even be what, 4-3 down here, perhaps.
It's okay, just drops this in. Should have a pretty simple black.
Nicely done from Mark Bell, gets 1 back. Every good comeback has to start somewhere, so he's done what he had to do, which was to take his first opportunity and go make Adam have to win it here. Adam's been hitting the break brilliantly. That's quite a big factor, really. The finishes he's taken out of his own break. He's hit a couple of brilliant ones, and if he continues to break like that, you feel, whether it's in this frame or his next break, if we were to get that far, you feel like he's going to get an opportunity to take it. Really rips into it, doesn't he? But gets great explosion every time. A little bit fortunate to keep the cue on the table. He did kind of rip it straight towards it, but he's getting a huge amount of draw spin on. Quite often when you get that much on, it almost bounces off the pack, but that's not been the case for Adam in the match. He's really driving the power through. Well, we said Mark will need help. There is help. This is the only shot that can really go wrong. It looks like he's left himself a little bit straighter than I thought he'd play. Try and get more angle just to come down the right side of the table. He tried to force it there. I think he could have done with coming down, what, another foot? Being straighter in left centre.
He's not too bad. That looks perfect as well. Great shot there from Mark.
I think he's gone. No, he's the red's close enough to the pocket that even if he's cutting this thin, he can kill it in. Although he doesn't look happy with it.
Well, you just pinch it with a lot of right hand side. Just kill the cue ball into the rail. Leave yourself the cut with the last red down the cushion. That's okay. Just a tad of right hand side just to avoid those two yellows. If you just come between that, the highest yellow in the middle bag, bounce off the rail, you should be fine.
He's left himself a little bit in between here. That's why you were suggesting going the two cushions, weren't you? He popped that pretty thick and it still wouldn't hold up for him. You feel, with the way these yellows are laid out, this is to remain in the tournament.
Well, it's a bit of a wide there. And now the opportunity is there for Adam Jenkins to win this Tier 3 championship.
Really interested to see what shot he plays here, because he hasn't handed on a yellow nicely. But he's very much from your school of thought that you don't want to play safe. So, interested to see what he takes on here.
Playing a double again. He likes a double.
Yeah, but it's clever. You know, it's not a fluke that the cue ball's finished snookered on the 8 ball. You know, it's a clever shot that gets the snooker, but he can be aggressive with it.
Yeah, he's legislated for where he's going to land. If the ball's missed, he's not leaving a clear shot for Mark Bell. And there he is now. The finishing line firmly in his sights. Just these 3 yellows. He looks a bit disappointed. I think he wanted to get a little bit further down the table, but he's fine. He's absolutely fine. For me, you take the yellow nearest to rail, which he's going to do. Wants to play plenty of topspin on this yellow now into the middle. He was a little bit weak. Hello. Oh, it's pulled up.
No, it's a narrow line, but it's perfect. 2 balls away from the title here for Adam Jenkins.
Got to give it to Adam Jenkins. He has played brilliantly in this final.
Yeah, and this 8 ball for it. It's been a brilliant performance here in the final. Adam Jenkins with some brilliant finishes, some eye-catching pull. Very entertaining final, that one. Mark Bell missed a couple of chances, especially early on. It got going too late, and it was too little too late for him. It is Adam Jenkins that gets the victory. He gets the Tier 3 final. He is the champion, the first Tier 3 champion in Ultimate Pool history. He gets the first Challenger Tier 3 of 2025. We've got plenty more to come still tonight. Challenger 2 final is on the way. Jason Crozier and Richard Browning. And of course, over on Ultimate Pool TV, it is currently the Women's Pro Series final. Danielle Randall taking on Marion Jude. And then the first Pro Series final of the year. And we will see Ian Alley taking on Aaron Davies. That's over on Ultimate Pool TV. And of course, as I've said many, many times tonight, it is a promo code if you need it for your first order, for your first month of YouTube Wigan. We'll see you after this break for the Challenger 2 final.
Good evening and welcome back. This is the final of Challenger Tier 2. It features Jason Crozier and Richard Browning. It's a race to 7 and should be a cracking game. I'm Nick Finn, joined by Dave McQuillan on comms. Good evening, Dave.
Good evening, Nick.
Hot off the back of a great win against a man that's been on fire in Event 1. Ian Alley, well done.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I was hitting a good ball.
Yeah, you must have been. Very nice win. And I know Richard Browning is from Pontefract. We watched his semi-final earlier on today. And you're quite familiar with his opponent, aren't you?
Jason plays the same county team back home, Armagh. A big shout out to all the Armagh lads. Cheering on Jason in this one.
I'm sure they will be tuned in, Dave.
Oh, definitely. They're all being told it's on, so. The pride of Armagh is playing.
So we're underway. Richard at the table. Tried a loss of turn shot. Doesn't get there, so
There's a chance for Jason. Jason doesn't hang about.
what's his style? He's
a free flowing player. He's an Ian Alley.
Yeah.
That type of player.
Yeah.
When he's on it, he's on it. He's an excellent, curious, excellent player. Great lad.
Great. Look forward to seeing it.
I don't know much about Richard now, but I can comment on Jason's.
I believe he's a county player. Bit of a sticky table for both players as an opener. As always, first frame very important to get settled, isn't it, Dave?
It is, absolutely. There'll be a bit of nervy here because it's a final, obviously, but they'll settle in and play the last one shot. And if the red follows in, it's all the better for them. Play it a wee bit hard. There's a great opportunity there for Jason.
Yeah, at least needed to get a blocker in there, didn't he? Just to give Jason some work to do.
That was an attacking shot. He was unlucky not to put the yellow. His focus was on taking the yellow off the cushion. Sometimes you don't need to move balls that are going, you know.
Yeah.
That yellow was going down the rail.
So welcome to all of our viewers on YouTube. Again, as always, if you could do us a favour and hit the like button, maybe share the stream, especially if you know either of these players, because I'm sure we've got lots of mutual friends with you who will get a notification to know that this stream is going on.
Just a big shout out to Tier 1 winner, fellow Irishman, Niall Sweeney. Congratulations, Niall.
Made a great run today. And, came across a tricky opponent in the final. It was a hard-fought final, but did very well to get across the line.
Absolutely. Niall's very experienced. He's playing in the Irish team now for a number of years.
Neither player quite settled yet, but you can understand why. It's one of those tables that just wasn't ever going to be comfortable to have a go at. Red's piling the balls around. Let's put it in the right pocket. So definitely take the advantage here. Gets that yellow in it, maybe taking away the option of a return loss of turn shot. The yellows are there now.
Yeah, that was a clever shot Jason played, because even if he plays the loss of turn now, he's... Yeah, he has to cut this red across, take the pocket back, and leave that yellow where it is. Yeah, he played that well.
It's a good shot, but it doesn't give him too much of an advantage, I don't think. There's a little bit of cover in there. I was going to say it could easily be just a loss of turn back again, but It does open up the options on the right-hand side now. He's
Yeah,
got-
all the reds are going now.
Yeah, yeah.
Because there's the big pocket here with the yellow word sitting.
Yeah. Nice pot.
Just going to try the combination shot and disturb the other side as well.
It's not bad.
No.
Given nothing easy to go at. He might take on the cross double because it does pay dividends if he gets it.
You can actually play it to the top right. Just shot to nothing. Jason's going to pot this one to the bottom. Left hand might just screw across.
Are you even taking this one off the table first, or would you be going straight down?
I would have left it just for a fallback. He's left this now. If he can pot this top one, he has that big pocket. Jason needed to deal with that big pocket sooner rather than later.
Still not quite happening.
No. He's a bit straight in this, so Siri's going to have to try and screw across the table. And he done it. Okay, good shot. It's unlucky though, the red's covered.
Yeah, full ball as well.
Yeah.
Get to the side cushion. That
He might be fit to trick and pass it, will he? He hasn't. Can he catch it on the,
maybe
on
to
the
get there
knuckle side?
with a touch aside.
He's trying to swerve to the other side, he can't. Excellent. Oh, unlucky.
It was the same as you. I thought you got there, but ball in hand. And now Richard.
Richard needs to be patient here and give him the same shot again and break up his two reds.
I think he's going to go straight after it.
He is, yeah. That's worked out perfect.
That's come out.
Both these players seem to be very attacking. Richard seems to be an attacking player as well.
He's going to be left with a tough 8 ball. Just across the table and lands about as good as he possibly can. Give it every chance.
This will test his cue and give him confidence if he gets it. Flew in. Perfect shot.
Very nice. Wired it in. And Richard Browning picks up frame 1. So we have a referee, but this one is not a time match.
We have the men's final tonight as well.
Yeah. Yep.
Ian Ali against Aaron Davis.
It is indeed, yeah. Two incredible semi-finals. Stevie Dempsey looked for all the money to be coming back into that match and looked to be favourite at one point, but one missed ball and cost him his chance.
Yeah, I was actually playing at the same time. He went 4-0 or 5-0 down and got it back.
Yeah, yeah.
So you could never write Stevie off.
It was a great comeback. Never looked like missing, but yeah, one missed ball really did cost him. Forgive all the scores here for the side of the front ball, sending it straight into the middle pocket.
This is a great chance for Jason to settle himself.
see the pattern. But on the
Yes,
right hand
it's middle,
side, so
yeah.
yeah, it's got to be the middle next.
Middle next, top, and then nice a bit of a swirl piece. He's just not settling, Jason,
No.
but he will.
Seems to be just rushing it slightly.
Yeah,
I know
yeah.
he's naturally probably a quick player anyway, but just probably needs to just take that extra second to compose himself at the moment, just until he does settle down.
Absolutely.
The thing is, with the misses that Jason's made so far, it'll give Richard added confidence. You're looking to play the red to middle and screw back into the yellow.
That's a good down.
Yeah. No, it wasn't quite there, was it?
The top of the two reds goes to the middle. Just needed to leave it high on that. Can he flick it off the yellow? I don't think so.
No, I don't.
Can he just drop it in and come out between the red and yellow to take the red to the bottom?
Yeah, there is just enough space, but he needs to judge that well.
Yeah. Can it does go, does it? Yeah.
Didn't look like it, did it? But
No,
it just crept in.
It's just a thrust skew in now. It's just leave the white where the red is and thrust the skew in for the red down the rail. The way he pumped that black in the last frame, I fancy him to get this. Centre of the pocket. It's just queuing well. Very good cueist.
Very nice.
Yeah.
The first two frames go the way of man from Pontefract. He just needs his chance though. Gets a good chance and can just set himself down.
Yeah, as you said there,
the
yeah, he needs to just take the pace, take the rush out of it, slow himself down a bit. It's just the way he plays. He's plays like that at home. That's the way he plays all the time. And when it's flowing, he's just an excellent player, excellent potter.
Feel free to fire in any questions if you've got any questions about the Ultimate Pool Series this year, or any questions for myself or Dave. Indeed, Dave new to the professional ranks for this season. And, going well in the second event.
Yes, be careful here. The black doesn't follow this red in. That's the point of it. Yeah, he played it well. Great shot, Jason.
Red balls in play.
Just a bit hampered, but should still be okay. It's turning into half chance. It's not a great chance at the moment, but the reds are all there.
The one down the rail, he just needs to deal with it sooner than later. Have this shot come back across and deal with it. No. I actually don't know what he's going to do here.
No. Very difficult to see anywhere you can attack or even defend, and as a result,
He's left Richard Tappins.
yeah, wide open. Don't forget that men's final coming up on the main arena table. You will have the opportunity to see it. You need to head across to the Ultimate Pool app. Sorry, should I say the professional final from event 1. Ian Ali versus Aaron Davis. Go across to Ultimate Pool and use the code YouTube Wigan, and you'll get a month viewing for just a £5, and there's a lot of content on there. It's not just this weekend of pool, there's a lot of really good content that you can watch for £4.99.
It's just playing the more composed pool here at the moment.
Yeah, he seemed to take a few shots to settle in that first frame,
Yeah.
but when he did, he's looked really good value. Do you think also there might be, because obviously Richard played out here earlier, I think Jason probably played on the table next to it, so it's not that much different, but you know, you do know that you're playing in front of an audience at home, in front of the camera. Richard did play on this table earlier, and that probably gave him an opportunity. If he did have any nerves about playing on stream, then that would have settled them. Jason didn't get that opportunity. Do you think there's that's in play as well, perhaps?
Yeah, I think it's the speed he's playing at. He needs just to. He's just playing too quick. He's a very quick player, but on this occasion, it's just slightly too quick. Sometimes people play a wee bit quicker if they're a wee bit nervous to stop the overthinking.
Wide open.
It's a super break. He's timed that so well.
Maybe forced to go reds. I'm sure he's got a yellow. Not a particularly nice yellow anyway. The one to the left of the cue ball cut to middle, but reds aren't too bad. Yellows probably provide a slightly better pattern, but
Choosing the yellow at the top. Or he has the red at the bottom rail here.
yeah, take your pick.
Yeah, he's taking a wee bit longer here now, having a look. That's good. of inclined to take the long yellow. Spraying ball, gets it.
Nice.
Yellow balls in play.
Good shot. Just push the red across yellow, but should still be okay. You can go
Yeah.
one cushion just into the red.
That's still okay.
Yeah, it is. It is. He would have liked the full ball contact.
Yeah,
And take that
absolutely.
yellow next. It just adds a little level that he needs to come back down for that ball, but it's not bad.
Played that way, he played to the bottom. Spray him out. If Jason gets it, it'll settle him well. He's playing a wee bit slower in this frame, which, you know.
Definitely. That's
More like it.
Yeah, absolutely.
That wee bit of composure.
Yep. Yep, that's what it needed.
Yeah. Somebody might have had a word in his ear.
Yeah, just take an extra few seconds.
Yeah.
And, yeah, he looked a totally different player there.
Absolutely. He's here till tomorrow. Like he doesn't have to finish it tonight. He can take his time.
Frame 5. Jason Cruzier breaks. Well timed.
Got a ball. And got a super break. Reds are beautiful apart from that one beside the yellows, aren't they?
Yeah,
Yellows are good.
are all there as well.
Yeah.
Yellow balls in play.
Just held up.
Why is he not taking this yellow here beside it? Yeah,
Surely-
he's going to get now.
surely that's the
Yeah.
ball. That's
He's
what
back.
happened.
See the way he's back speeding up again.
He's hampered himself on
Yeah.
that ball at the top of the table, which makes it far more difficult to get position. So he's going to have to reroute. Can he even get through to the yellow, to middle?
It's a good reprieve.
Yeah, the problem here is he's got the balls left and right, isn't he? So he may have to use the ball at the top of the table to kind of get from one side of the table to the other. I think he has to play bottom left and then the one that's just below the 8-ball, bottom left, and use the ball at the top to come across to the right-hand side.
Yes,
But if that ball wasn't at the top, I mean, he's pretty much nailed on to make this clearance. The one at the top just makes it a bit more awkward. You've got all that traffic of the reds on the right-hand side to contend with. He's gone across for it now. He's landed on it well.
just come up now back between the two reds. Or just play a plain ball and land them at centre table. Because he's a choice of the black to the bottom or the middle. I don't know if he's more comfortable with. Slow down white. Has he an edge? Has he an edge? No, I don't think so.
Ball in hand. Handed over to Richard Browning, and any pressure that Jason was going to mount there. And if he could have made that clearance at 3-2, it's a very different game, but one mistake falls out of position.
It's 4-1 all over, hasn't it? Richard's playing with a wee bit of experience here. He's letting that collapse of Jason in that frame. He's letting him have a good think about it by taking his time in this finish.
Yeah, leave him in his seat thinking about it for an extra few seconds.
Preference here, does he take it to the bottom or take it to the middle? Take it to the bottom.
Yeah, keep it simple. Richard Browning with another 8 ball. Takes a 3-frame lead and importantly goes over the halfway mark to his target of 7.
That was a big frame, 3-2-4-1.
Yeah, very big. And you really fancy chasing to get that one as well.
Yeah, because he was buzzing after getting that frame before that.
Yeah. They were there for the taking.
I still think there's a lot of pool in this match yet. If Jason settles, he can rival off 2 or 3 frames in a row.
See this wonderful arena and the main arena just behind this curtain where we're playing. Marianne Jude playing Danielle Randall in the final of the Ladies Pro 1. A great cut break last time. He's looking for another one here. Didn't time that quite so well. You can always tell that the yellow that you connect with, when you contact it well, it heads towards that middle pocket. When you hit this one just off a bit, and that ball went high. Went low. Didn't get any kind of decent split.
But it suits Richard, this break, because having the lead at 4-1, he doesn't mind it slowing down and taking the pace out of it. Got that after a couple of jabs.
Yeah, it's a bit nervy. Couple of false starts.
Just flicking behind it, stick him to the bottom cushion.
Mileage left in this frame.
I think we should have just took this.
Tell you that in the ladies final, Jude's
Let's go here for a fabulous final and your first Women's Pro Series champion of the year, Marianne Jude. The questions are following very, very shortly.
convincing win as well from Marin, 6-4-2.
This is a set plant in the middle of the table to the top right, top left.
It's close. Just slightly off. Good news, bad news. That was a yellow, but red comes all the way down. Hampers the yellow. I mean, the yellow was in a bad enough position anyway. It's just made it a bit worse. Some covering, just trying to get that ball down there. About maybe trying to develop that right hand side later. Richard decided to pull the trigger.
And it worked out well for him. It's just one difficult red. And he has the black to deal with it to the side of the table. This frame has gone advantage to Jason. It's a massive frame for Jason. He has to get this one. He can't go 4 frames behind. First to 7.
Try the developing shot, caught the knuckle of the middle pocket, and it's in off. So, ball in hand now. Jason, what can he make of this? Far enough. To be just a roll. Take the shadow to top left.
Welcome back into the arena, everybody. It's another
next to the red. I'm trying to work out if it goes anywhere.
Wigan, and a huge
Snakes below the red. I
congratulations
don't think it goes for
unbelievable stuff this weekend. Cycling is fine, we've been one of the highest standards for the series.
Goes, it's okay.
And it very much takes two to tango in an event like that. So let's put our hands together. We all runner-up in the Women's Pro Series event one. She is Danielle Randall.
Just figure it out to do with me, hasn't it?
Yeah, so he takes it into bottom right, and he leaves it fairly straight on the middle, which is going through for the.
That's a trick he doesn't leave. His fear was he didn't want to come too far. He's right behind the red.
Worse, he's not left rollings.
It's been a little while. What's happened on having been off the table for you? But how nice it is to be returning to the top of the women's game where we all know you belong, but you've had a lot going on.
Clever shot,
It's been a while since
excellent shot. Well played, Rob.
That's really good.
Oh, Richard, sorry. Well played.
He's here, even if he does find the line, bottom cushion, and flick it in the middle. The
White's gone a bit way.
Yeah.
It's great to see you. Well played, great match. Danielle Randall, And how about your winner, the very first Women's Pro Series champion in our Ultimate Pool New Era? She is the Pro Series 1 winner.
An absolute
It's
magnificent setup.
everybody.
Oh, it really is.
Never seen the good of it. It's actually incredible.
These tournaments are always so difficult to win. You're well aware of
We've brought this to a whole new level.
For those recently tuning in that aren't where we're Wigan, it's Park Leisure Centre. It's really is a great venue. We've got 87 tables in action this weekend.
Lovely to hear. And what a performance as well in the final. A little bit slow to get going, I know, but
Choice of
once
evening.
you found your rhythm in the play, you're right
Take
on
this.
about that.
When he's got the so he tracks the red, he's on the black. Just exactly what he's doing.
And what a performance on what stage to do it as well. Obviously, the series is bigger and better than ever this year. When everyone arrived and saw the venue, everyone wanted to be here on a Saturday night. How pleased to get the win.
Really good. You can't take it away from him. He's taking his chances when he gets them.
Absolutely. I think Jason's going to be kicking himself though, because he's had ample chances to be at least level in this match, if not ahead.
Yeah, watch his back.
Your women's Pro Series Event 1 champion, the one and only Marion Hughes.
This weekend already. Ali was 5-1 down against Sean Thompson on here.
And 7.
Yeah, 7-3 at one point. Reeled off 5 on the bounce. Stevie Dempsey was 5-0 down and came back to 6-5. This game can change in a heartbeat.
Absolutely. And that's the kind of mindset you have to be in.
Jason needs to.
He needs to
start
get his act
making it
together.
happen,
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, he's well capable of this. You know, I've watched him over the years. He really is a class player. He's not just doing himself justice here.
I mean, the fact that he's got to the final just shows
How good he is.
Pedigree, yeah.
Absolutely. Like, he needs to put this top one to the left and screw straight into that yellow. Go for this. Set down a marker here. He's missed it. Cannon. He needed to get that cannon.
Okay, a double and screw a bit to that yellow now.
He seems to think it'll go. I don't think.
And it, surely not.
Don't think so.
I mean, he could play the double and then just hit that yellow full in the face and leave the cue ball where the yellow is. He would leave absolutely nothing. And if Richard comes to the table and if the cue ball's where that yellow is at the top of the table now, there's no attacking options on. That's a bad angle. Yeah, get some pace in this and makes the shot to middle infinitely more difficult. This is the shot I was talking about. I don't know if he's going to play. Oh.
Did that well. It's a good shot, Jason.
Didn't he ever? Did not look like it would go, did it, from the angle we had?
Flew in. I don't think he can get through to the bottom yet.
We've still got the Pro Series 1 final to come, but just before we do have a very special presentation for the Challenge Series Tier 3.
Take this and delicate screw shot.
Well,
just double get a tiny bit more side on him. I mean, he's okay. He's okay, but if he'd just got a little bit more side on that, it would have just brought it away from a little bit higher from that red. Wouldn't have been hampered. Cue ball is running. He's got a shot. Still looks a bit jittery. Gets the job done.
Come on, let's go.
So the frame on the board, 5 frames to 2 is in March. Is that the start of a big comeback? Start somewhere.
Absolutely. It's very important to keep Richard at 5. Don't let him get to 6. Don't let him get to the hill.
It's played over on stream 2 live on YouTube. Plenty of viewers watching this one. And a brilliant performance from Adam Champion, 7-2 winner over Mark Bell to take the trophy. Let's welcome Adam into the arena. It's good thing, Dan. Your challenge is
Short of the way is the final of the men's pro event. Series 1.
First of all, first question I've got to ask is the challenge series, we know the shots and we know how difficult it is.
Davis against Ian Alley.
How difficult was it going to win?
Super semi-finals at the finals end. Like as exciting as the 2 semi-finals will be a great match. I'm going to pull that to watch that match. We're sticking with this. Jason calls in same vein, battling. That was unlucky.
It was because it was going in and it was just kicked away at the last second.
Yeah. You see the yellow, that's what I was talking about. When you time them well, that yellow goes towards the pocket. It's going straight to the heart of the pocket there. When the ball comes around, it just flicks it to the knuckle. It's traffic again there. First shot. As I said, the first shot could be the key. Try and step out.
It's not bad. Because if he navigates this right, it's yellow, 2 yellows together, one goes to each pocket, and it clears the one at the bottom. So cut this into the top and go down and clear that bottom one first. You know, he's choices if it goes wrong. If he can pad this and put down the line towards the black. He's just hitting it very hard for some reason. Is that a nervy thing, Nick?
I think it is, yeah. I really do. I'm still feeling it.
That gentle, just stroke that in towards the black and he'd chase of 3 or 4. Can he take this screw in and pop the lead? Yeah, I think that's what he'll try. It's not easy.
No. Especially that, coming to rest where it has.
I think that, I actually think the red does actually go into this corner, pop it past the yellow and white, where the white is. If it does, that's a frame and an opportunity. He's nothing to move. Yeah, it obviously does. I think it's an opportunity here to win the frame.
So just a reminder, this is the Challenger Tier 2 final. From Event 1, we'll do this all again tomorrow. And the finals from Event 2. Loads of pools still to come. to move this so that it doesn't pass. He's left an angle now to
Click the yellow. Yeah, it goes now.
Oh, that's lovely.
But he's left the black there, not going. But if he comes up now, he can get an angle on one of the two reds to come that side of the table. He needs to screw up now just towards the wee bit higher than centre of the table. That looks perfect. It's gone a wee bit too far, I think. You can take the inside one first, but he needs an angle to get down to the black. Take the white back out to the same position where it is at the moment.
Welcome back into the arena. Lots of trophies to give about this evening, but maybe not bigger than this.
It's not bad, you can still, yeah. A wee delicate screw shot.
He's judged as well.
But he can use that yellow can be a stopper for him.
The start of the weekend, it might not have been the final many predictions.
Did it really well, super shot.
Yeah, that's fabulous. That could have so easily gone wrong.
Absolutely.
But today, that's flipped the switch and putting two performances from President Shane Thompson. That alone will live long in the memory, regardless of how this final plays out. Great to see him in the game for the first time. In the Pro Series 1 final, your first finalist is the famed Ian Allen.
Very nice.
Tidy finish.
Yeah. Goes to the hill. Needs one more. Richard Browning. 6 frames to 2. You can't take it away from him at the moment. He has looked the better player.
Oh, absolutely.
He's settled the quickest.
Yeah, and he's punished Jason and any mistakes that he's made.
He's on fire. Let's hear it for the sideboard. Aaron Davies. Best of luck to both.
Speak with Jason earlier. He's loving this event. And, you know, it's his first ultimate pool event. It'll only encourage him.
Yeah, I mean, to come here and make a final of your first UP
Absolutely,
event is incredible. And, you know, he'll go away from this weekend and he'll obviously, you know, probably analyse this match and see some places where, you know, he's made some mistakes. But it's a great learning experience, and you know, what an achievement just to get to the final.
Absolutely. Him and his good mate Gavin McArdle travelled over together. Both of them played each other in the semi-final, and both of them are loving it, you know. So there's always one ball. Super break here, and there's always one ball.
And some of these wins he's had today as well. You know, the opening match beat MJ Waller 6-2, and then Jack Richards 6-2 again. Tough game against Josh Roberts, beat him 6-5. Then beat Sean Hackett 6-0. Ryan Kluwer 6-4 in the quarter-final, and 6-4 against Gavin McArdle. So, you know, he's played exceptionally well throughout the day.
Nicely run into the black and flick the red out. Get it.
Some convincing wins from Richard Browning as well on the way. He beat Michael Dujardin 6-2 in the opening game, and then 6-3 against Wayne Wotton. Same scoreline, 6-3 against Carl Marriott. And then beat a good player in Lachlan Tuparek, 6 frames to 1. Had a tough quarter final, beat Mark Blackshaw 6-5, and then Sean Greenall 6-3 in the semi-final to get to here. So close to the double, but now a very good chance for Jason to pull one back. Just a nice angle just to come up. He wants to come up on the line that red's on now, just follow that line up, so he leaves a nice angle to stun across for the red. Yeah, that's a really good line.
It's more of just needed to stun more in a straight line there.
Yeah.
It's going to be just a tougher black.
He put a bit of side on that, didn't he?
Yeah, but he just wasn't careful enough to be sure he had an angle on that red.
Just needed to screw straight back and across the table, whereas he put a tiny bit of side, which just pinged it down the table a little bit.
But I think the red before that he put into the corner, he come back towards the middle instead of coming across the table straight to give himself an angle.
Well,
I don't know. He'll clip the out. But as you said, he can take a lot from this. No, this is probably his worst match of the tournament for him.
Yeah.
But to get to the finals, you say, is a massive achievement. He needs to take a lot of credit for it, and takes a. We will see a lot more, Jason.
Yeah, it's a shame in a way that the game could have been a bit closer, because Richard here with a fairly simple clearance. If the scoreline's closer, then he's got some pressure, but it's 6-2 up. He can just take his time and
tricking the ball in. Yeah.
Just slightly short position on that one, but he's got the alternative ball. Still, he had options. May well have been playing to land on this, to be fair. Get a couple of stop shots now. Stop the cue ball dead. Take the yellow long. Or just come across, take it to middle.
Just roll it in.
Plenty of options.
He can even come off the top rail here if he wants, or just roll it and take the low one. And that's what he's doing. Keep it simple.
And this 8-ball
for the match.
Richard Browning to take the title. Yeah, a convincing win. A convincing scoreline, and Richard Browning, good value for that. I mean, Jason Crozier, as we said, so much credit to him for making a final of his very first Ultimate Pool event. And, I'm sure that we've got a lot more to see of him over the coming events.
Yes.
But what a performance from Richard Browning that was.
Absolutely. Congratulations, Richard. Lucky Jason.
Yes, indeed. And I'm not entirely sure whether we're going to, whether the trophy presentation is going to be in here or whether they take it to them. Obviously, don't know what the. Yeah, they're going to do. They'll do it probably later on over in the after the main, perhaps. Yeah. So he will get his trophy later, but he's lifted the title. That's going to be it for the action from this table for today. Don't forget that Pro Series 1 final is still going on. In fact, it's only just started over in the main arena, and that's going to be an absolute cracker between Aaron Davis and Ian Ali. So do tune into that one. You can see it going on just in front of you there. And Dave, absolute pleasure as always. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much, Nick.
Yeah, we're going to call that a day. We're back with the action again tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock. Set your alarms, make a brew, and join us from 11 on YouTube.
Good night.
See you then. Good night.